Oh, goodness. Pause that. A few things. Do I need this? I want to buy this. No, I don't want to buy that. I want to buy this. It's on sale. I do want to buy it, but I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna look and see if it's on Etsy for sale. Okay, hello everybody. How y'all doing? I'm gonna be working, so I'm gonna be sewing. I decided to go live and talk while I'm sewing. I'm gonna put the link up. We're gonna have various conversations about a lot of things, but I really want to talk to the young women, right? I really want to talk to you, okay? Because I've been doing a lot of thinking and you know, I realize that people say one thing, but reality is another. And I've always realized that, I've always known that. And that's why a lot of times I get on panels and give another perspective. Now, that perspective that I may be sharing may not be how I live my life, but I just give another perspective of the way others are living their lives that I know for a fact, right? Because I've always been I've always been a person outside. I guess that's the word, right? The verbiage we use today. In other words, very active. I used to be very active outside, like raising my kids. I had to be, right. I had two young boys who they definitely didn't want to be stuck in the house. And although I tried my very best to keep them in as much as possible by buying them video game systems and things like that, they still wanted to associate with their friends, right? And so it was kind of like a little equal. And then, of course, me being a grown up, I wanted to associate with other grown ups, right? So I've gone through different stages in my life of different things. Now, a lot of the single thing, when I talk about being single, y'all know I haven't been single for a very long time. So when I talk about me being a younger single woman, I was barely a woman, right? I was barely a woman. So yeah, I know this mosquito is flying around. It's been flying around in this room for a couple of days. And I cannot find the spray. Okay. I know it's been eating me up. Every chance it gets, it sneaks and bites me. It's like I'm the perfect meal. And when I see it, I be wanting to get up and try to grab it, but it's kind of fast, you know. Um, I'm gonna catch it. I know I have spray in this house. Uh, I, I may have brought it downstairs because I don't see it. But anyway, y'all see how quick it is for me, my mind to go somewhere. All I saw was a mosquito fly in front of me, and then my mind, I start talking about it. Well, that's how I am. I'm a rambler, okay? Get used to it. Some of y'all used to it. Most of y'all used to it. For you new people to the channel, hello and welcome, okay? This is going to be hopefully, an eye opener. But to be honest, for most people who come over here, if your eyes aren't open already, then I don't know what to tell you. I can't change it. I'm not here to really change you, but I want to talk about me, right? How I've changed as a human being from conception to now. And I hope to change in the future, right? My mindset, there go that mosquito. Oh, I think I got it. That was luck. I've been trying to catch it for days. It flew right in front of me. Oh, it's been biting me, y'all. It's been getting my dreams. Anyway, so you know, I say things and I try to keep it 100, right? It doesn't mean that it's 100% me or my thoughts. So there's times where I'm having a discussion and I give pushback. The reason I'm giving pushback is because a lot of people like to speak on what most people are doing, but what they really are talking about what they are doing. I get that, especially when you're young, right? When you're young, your world, which is actually very small, like very tiny small, like a grain of sand in the world in which we live in, when we realize how many people are on this earth. But we're not going to talk about the people on the earth. Let's limit it to the United States. How about that? We're not going to limit it just to black people because that would be ridiculous because the things that black people do, white people do, Asian people do, we could go on and on and on. Okay. Um, so that's something that our us as black people, we like to, say that this is how black people live. And yet we could find white people living just like it, doing the same thing, right? We'll call it black culture. Yes, blackness do have a culture. Most of all the arts and the great things that we have here in the US when it comes to liberal arts, our food, the music, the dances, the like we could go on and on. The entertainment that comes from that's black culture. That's black culture. I, I have never seen a dance created that a black person didn't create. White people's not standing around coming up with them dance moves, even in when it comes to country line dancing. Country line dancing is not created by white people. But you would think that because you think that that's what mostly white people do. But no, black people listen to country too. It's ridiculous how we think we only. What the hell's going on with my? Wait a minute. Something going on. Let me. I'm. I'm a, it's like somebody got a. Wait a minute. Let me see. It's like somebody got control of my computer. Let me see. Is anything connected? What the hell going on? Recently closed. Somebody. Wait a minute. Somebody's going through my computer, but I don't even see what they're connected to. Minicam, maybe? They keep hitting the Explorer, y'all. The Microsoft Edge. They keep hitting that for some reason, trying to see what my history is. Y'all, I'm not even joking. I'm gonna show y'all. Wait a minute. I'm just keeping an eye to see if they turn on my cam. Let me put something in front of the camera quick. I'm about to turn on the cam anyway because I'm about to sew. But give me a second. See, you must be smart, okay? If y'all have computers like I do with a cam on it, which most of us do, you take a band-aid and you cover it up. Don't put the sticky part over the lens. Only put band-aid, the part that go on over your boo-boo. That part go over the camera lens. Okay. It is right now I'm into my computer. I'm gonna show y'all. Lord, let me make sure nothing, buttons being pressed. Is anything my keyboard is clean. Look, that sucker take some air and I'm gonna show y'all what they're doing. There's there's nothing on this computer that's worth stealing, but they're truly going through my stuff right now. Um, wait, did they stop? Wait, I'm gonna share in case they. Wait, did they turn on my mic? Let me see. They're telling me there's a Windows security issue going on. Um, share. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna share the sound just for when I do it later, which I should. I'm not planning on really sharing much of anything. Um, Okay, y'all should be able to see my screen. I do have a warning up on the screen, right? Um, right, y'all see you connected to unprotected Wi-Fi. Y'all see that? Y'all should be able to see that. But let me see. I'm not touching the keyboard. They was going through this. I don't even use what this called Internet Explorer. Didn't they change it? Microsoft Edge. Yeah, see, ever since Microsoft Explorer, that's why I keep calling it Explorer, because I don't use that. I haven't used that in many years, but it comes with a Microsoft computer, right? So they opened this up. And as you can, like, I don't really I don't use this at all. Okay. They opened it up and they had something open to see my history. Probably looking to see if I sign into my bank statements. I don't sign into no banks on my phone, definitely. And I do sign in onto the bank once in a while. That's usually a hubby thing. He do that. But I don't save my password. Please don't save your passwords on your computer. Y'all don't understand that the United States of America is no longer the secure United States of America that it used to be. Okay. We don't have the security of our internet anymore. Anybody from any country, including people here, can just go in and hack and do what they want, right? And that's because we have a dummy as a president. We have a dummy as a president. Okay. So that was the weirdest thing it's I'm not shocked if somebody hacked today because we have a dummy as a president. Okay. We don't have the securities that we used to have. Anyway, let me get back to what I was talking about because it's not happening anymore. I do not use this. The only reason, what is it called? Microsoft Edge. The only reason Microsoft Edge is on my computer is because it comes with a Microsoft computer. You get a Microsoft computer that is already has some things on it that's pre-installed. Since this is a Microsoft computer, then Microsoft Edge comes with it. They always asking me, do I want to make it my go-to browser? And I'm like, no. Now, I have lots of browsers, some which is listed here and some that's not, right? We have Opera and Chrome. I have another Google, which is at Chrome, and I also have McAfee. They have a browser as well, and I think I have a couple of others that's not listed on the desktop. Okay, that's none of y'all business. That's why to keep myself as protected as I can. But anyway, let me get back to what I was talking about. Okay, okay, cool. Let me see what the security warning says. I am connected to my own Wi-Fi, as you can see, and my Wi-Fi is secure, but that don't matter. They're telling me I have a, so they was telling me, they ended up telling me I was being hacked. And you go down here to this arrow hidden, and that's where you can see if they took control of anything. And so I didn't see anything down here. So they might, I see they could be hacking me through the minicam, um, Microsoft Defender. It could be the actual Zoom, which is kind of, mm, they could be hacking me through the Zoom, right? They know that a lot of Americans now use Zoom because whether you use it for what I'm using it for, or whether you use it for your office meetings, your doctor's appointments, and things like that. So Zoom got to be on it because they are a bit, a large marketplace. They have a huge group of people using them right now. Okay, so they got to be hacking me through probably Zoom because I have nothing else open, as you can see, or they could be hacking me through Microsoft itself. Okay, through the Microsoft. But anyway, so it would concern me, but I saw them, right? So I knew how to stop them well, actually, I wouldn't know how to stop them if they're going through Zoom, right? Except that in the Zoom. That's why I would look down here to see what the hell they attacking me under. Like, what are they? But they quickly found it's got to be through the Microsoft, right? Anyway, I don't even know why this is open. This tab is open. They opened it. They opened this tab. I don't use that. Okay, back to what I was talking about. Jesus Christ. It's a lot, y'all. It's a lot that's on my mind. Okay, so when I get on panels, I may say something that's odd, right? I notice that people, when I say something, people attribute it to me, which I'm okay with, right? I know who I am as an individual, as a person, as a as a woman, as a human being, as a wife or mother or grandmother or whatever, right? I know who I am, and I know who I always was as I look back on me being younger, right? Now, that's how I know that when I was younger, I was dumb as hell. Now, when I say dumb as hell, men will hear me say, yeah, I was dumb as hell when I was young. And they think that that meant that I was a dummy. No, what I'm saying is, from my perspective today, there was so much I did not know. But I walked around this world very confidently, and but I never walked around like I knew everything. But if you had ever met me, you would think I always had shit together, though, right? I think that's how most of us walk in the world, right? Whether you're confident about yourself or not, you walk with you like you're confident, but nobody be knowing what's going on internally or in your life or anything like that. So, I'm from a generation where, man, we had to figure it out ourselves, you know, and we was figuring shit out ourselves. And that's why we know so much. That's why I can see something and know what it is. So I was on DJ Witch Doctor stream a couple of days ago, and the younger people started talking about, well, white people are white people and you can't tell the difference. And I was like, no, you can't. Like I could look at a person and tell they Irish. I could look at them and tell if they're uh Jewish. I'm not talking about the religion Jews, right? Talk about their ascendants. We like our generation can look at these people and tell these things. And the younger people, no, you can't. They white. If they white, they white, they white. And I'm like, wow, y'all dumb like that. Y'all dumb like that. See, my generation, uh like we can tell all of us as humans based on our um how should I say it? I don't want to say ethnicity, right? Because it's more than just our ethnicity. Because you could be black and and not have the broad nose, right? So it's not about ethnicity. It's another word. I can't think of it right now, but it doesn't matter, right? They when they attribute certain things to black people like the big nose, but there's another group of people with a bigger nose than ours. In fact, they look like they got a broken nose because they got that hook, Barbara Streisand, right? And like I could go on and on and tell y'all what the ethnicity of these people are, and they just not white. I could see it in a skin tint, right? I could see a Mexican who doesn't look Mexican based on what most of y'all would think is Mexican, but I could look at them and be like, whether they got either Mexican in or black in them, or I could tell. I could tell. Now, there's a lot of things I could tell about people, and I don't know. I'm attributing that to our generation, but it could be just me. I don't know, right? I don't know because I don't know what other people could tell. But I was on the panel, and Nidish was up there, who we the same generation, and he was saying the same thing I was saying. Now the thing that doesn't mean much of nothing coming from Nidish because wow, it's it's weird in the world that we're in today. Sometimes I be thinking, sometime some kind of way I'm gonna skip from a timeline. I was on one timeline, now I'm on another. Now I know that sounds ridiculous, but the idiocy, the ignorance, the stupidity, the is ridiculous, right? Right now, I'm debating with people who like to ask AI a fucking question. Now, I was here before AI. They one of the things they taught us was the meaning of fucking words through elementary school. Now y'all motherfuckers, you ask AI, and I don't know why in the fuck you think AI will be so truthful and correct when you're using the basic. You're not even using AI. Like you going to Google and whatever AI put there, you're not reading into it. You just read what's there. I'm realizing motherfuckers don't know what a verb is, what an adjective is, what a noun is, they don't know these things. If you don't know what an adverb is, if you don't know these things, you don't know how to read. You you know what I mean? You and then you read part of it, like there's a sentence that say one thing with a comma, and then the other part say another, and they would ignore with the other portion. They just want to see the part that they want to attribute to their answer. Like the word racist. Can a black can black people be racist? And now they start talking about, we're not talking about systematic racism. We're talking about, can black people be racist? And so they don't read. They don't read. They don't know how. If you don't know what a comma is, you don't know what a colon or semicolon is, then I suggest you shut the fuck up and go and learn those things quickly before you debate or conversate with those of us who do know these things. If there's a colon, then the mean it's still in the meaning, right? I'm sorry, comma. I say colon. If there's a comma, that means you continue reading. You just take a pause. You don't you don't stop and then say that portion you just read is the answer. No, there's a comma and it's telling you this is associated with this. So in order for you to be this, it also got to be this. They're together, but you just take a pause, like the word "and." So if I say I'm let's say I'm by racial, right? I'm biracial, and then I say I'm black and Chinese. You can't then say, oh, she black. She says she black. She says she black. She says she black. I said I'm black and Asian. That's what I said. I said I'm black and Asian. You can't just stop or just say, well, she says she Asian. She says she Asian. No, she says she's black and Asian. She's both. And that's what this word races or many other words that says this, you're in order to be this, you this and this go together. And if you don't have both of those things, or all three of those things, or four of those things, then it isn't what that word means. But, but we got black people willing to grab on to things through their ignorance. And and do they not know how harmful it is? It's not helpful. It doesn't show that you're smarter. It doesn't show that you're intelligent. It, it does. It only shows that you're ignorant, and your ignorance can be very harmful to yourself. And I know you're only thinking about yourself, but you got children who may have children, and they may have children. But that is your family line. I realize when I talk to people, younger people today, you have no sense of community. But what's worse is that you have no sense of family. You have no sense of family. You really are into this individualization, just being an individual. And that, my dear, is the destruction of a whole group of people, because our survival was about us being a community, or AKA family. We stuck together. When you go into history and you learn about the downfall of the American dollar and shit like that, you don't see a lot of Black people being really harmed by that because they ain't give a shit about us looking to what was affecting us or not. So we had to do it ourselves. The very thing that y'all say is the destruction of the black community, the black this, the black that, is the very thing that you're pulling away from. They've been trying to figure out how to destroy us for a very long time. And they have figured it out. But a lot of people, it's hard to do that to us because it's hard to do that to humanity, any group, right? It's hard to take the man from the woman because the man and the woman value family, right? If you value family, then it's hard to take the man from the woman, even if they claim that they took the black man out the house, right? Okay. And yet she's still having babies for the man, right? Good, bad, indifferent, however you feel about that. But so it's hard. Even when the man was in jail, there used to be a time where a man who was in jail could get conjugal visits, right? His wife or girlfriend or whoever could go and still be with him and possibly still have children together. Did y'all know that? They've been fighting that shit for years. I remember seeing, where they was fighting when they was saying we're not gonna no longer do that, but they said humanity as humanity, it's a God given right for people to have families, even the men who are in jail. They said they have a right to families. That is inhumane to, take that right from him, especially if he's married, right? Because you don't just affect him, but you affect his wife, his wife. Now, I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'm just telling you that's what it used to be. That was a debate for years. Now we don't talk about it because it's individualized. Now this man who in prison got many women pregnant, many children, and he don't give a fuck about none of them until they become somebody. One of his children who he ain't never fed become a doctor, a lawyer, or anything that he considers respectable. He'll brag about it, but that's about it. And then when his ass get old and sickly, then he'll want somebody to take care of him. Some of y'all motherfuckers gonna hate some of these laws that y'all claim y'all like because you don't know the laws on the book. Some of y'all gonna be taking y'all care of y'all elderly daddy who never took care of you just because it's gonna be what you got to do based on law. Anyway, I thought everybody knew that shit. I was shocked. I think it was earlier this year or last year, late last year, when people started talking about they didn't know they got to take care of their elderly people. What you mean you ain't know? That's what people been doing. Look, remember when Granny was there? Somebody had to either move in Granny house if it was her house or Grandpa's house. You had to do that, and somebody had to do it, and there would be debates in the family on who gonna do it. Individualism, being become individuals is not good for our community. But okay, cool, cool, cool. Um, y'all motherfuckers don't care, right? Y'all don't care, and you are the reason why the community is going to hell. See, we ain't got to live alike. We ain't got to live around each other. You can have a community without living together. Did y'all know that? Community doesn't always mean you live in the same neighborhood. But it seems like sometimes that's what people complain about when they say, well, they just moved out. Well, when they say they just moved out, that means they moved out and didn't look back. But you can move out of a neighborhood and still visit that neighborhood. Or you ain't even got to visit, but to still input your money and your time or something to better that neighborhood that you grew up in. But when people become individuals, they move out and they want to forget about where they grew up, except when they get around their friends and want to talk about the good old days. Oh, yeah, remember we used to be at the park playing until the street lights came on? Oh, we got all them great memories. And then in the next break, you talk about how the neighborhood was always ain't shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you got all these good memories, but it ain't shit. You're confusing. And you taking other people's viewpoints and throwing it on us. But have you ever walked through a white neighborhood? And I'm not talking about no wealthy ass white neighborhood. Them motherfuckers be fighting each other. And if they're not fighting each other, they getting drunk and on that mat together, right? You want to talk about wealthy, what white people doing, but you're always referring to the wealthy people. When you talk about black people, you're always going to the lowest of the low, the projects. You're always going to the projects. You putting this level of blackness on this level of whiteness, and they're nowhere near each other. You won't talk about them black people who live in those nice neighborhoods. That's a black neighborhood. Isn't that something? My neighborhood is a black neighborhood. They was out there just cutting the grass. I had to hurry up and throw on something and go out there in the garden because I remember I left something in the middle of the yard and I don't want them touching my garden, right? And so well manicured, clean, no destruction, nobody's running around breaking in people's homes. Black fucking neighborhood, working class people, people working from home now since COVID. I got a nurse who worked right across from me. I got nurses, fire department, police officers. We got people in all the industries. All of them. I know I mentioned those, right? Police department, nurses, medical people, blah, blah, blah. But they got children who work at Amazon, like myself, right? Amazon and Lowe's and Home Depot and shopping centers and maybe McDonald's and Wendy's and Burger King. Like, you know what I'm saying? So when I mention the black neighborhood I live in, people want to over and jump it. But there's a lot of black neighborhoods all over this nation where it's well manicured. Like I grew up in an area where it was just white black people from that end all the way down. Oh my God. Miles and miles and miles. Street after street after street after street. When I grew up, black people kept their shit clean, baby. Listen, I remember that's why I heard wanna do better than the Joneses. That come from black neighborhoods. You know what that meant? Wait a minute, so we can't have you competing with the Joneses, which means you trying to one up them on everything, right? You want to one up them on your children and how they're succeeding in school. You want to them on how your family is dressing, how your house look from the outside, and how your yard look. That's you trying to do better than the Joneses. You trying to one up the Joneses. It's from our neighborhood. So how in the hell is it at the same time we one up each other? How is it that we also ain't shit? We don't give a shit about our community. We don't do this. We don't do that. We don't do this. Could it be both? It can be both, right? Because every time you want to speak, you want to talk about some shit that homeowners don't own. When you want to talk about the inner city, in the whole fucking city, and you want to talk about the streets, you want to talk about how dirty they are. Do you know who's in control of the streets? The city. Who's in control of the homes in the city? Who's in control of the projects if the windows are broken and this is not taken care of and the houses are falling apart? Who's in control of that? Because I'm not sure if you know this, but things fall apart naturally. If you walk on a carpet in high traffic area, day in and day out and day in and day out and day in and day out and day in and day out, no matter how much you vacuum that carpet, baby, eventually it's going to wear out. And that's called wear and tear, natural wear and tear. Every time you vacuum your carpet, you taking up fibers. You lessening the fibers. Did you know that? You're lessening and weakening the fibers of the carpet. So a person living in a place for 10 years, then you when you walk in, that carpet will be have wear worn out areas unless somebody replace it. And you know, landlords don't like replacing shit when you're still living in there. They want to do the minimum. They want your money, but they don't want to come and take care of shit. We judging people who the people who's supposed to control that building isn't controlling that building. But you're blaming the black people who live there. Children gonna be children. And if they do something that's destructive, let they get their ass beat or go to jail or punishment of some sort. Right? But to blame it on everybody in the whole motherfucking building is ridiculous. Most people just go to work or school and they come home. Most people want to live in a nice, clean area. But then they got a lot of people who don't even know how to do nothing like that. They don't know how to do nothing like that. Like their whole life, they was surrounded by just junk. And so they think that's how everybody lives. Now, listen, if I showed you my room right now, I'm over here in my room where by my sewing machine. I said I was gonna be sewing. And so right now I have sewing stuff here, here, here. My bed, I laid out my mat, my measuring mat is a large thing that folds up and things. And so right now I have a group of shit right here on the floor, right by my foot, right? Um, so they got people who live like that constantly. They don't know to pick it up. Like I personally can't understand what the hell is that? Wait a minute, hold up, y'all. Y'all, anything get my goddamn attention. What? Oh, that's okay. I'm going crazy in this bitch. That's a fart stick. I'm about to say, what the hell is on my cup? Oh, I'm going crazy, y'all. I'm going crazy. Anyway, I listened to an episode. I can't think of the name of the show, but that Amanda uh Seals, I think that's her name. Don't quote me. Okay, I'm bad with names, but I'm good with faces. Um, she was on that show, right? Being questioned. It was black conservative against one black liberal, right? And I was shamed because there was a teacher, a male fucking teacher, black, and he repeated what I heard come from the dumbest motherfuckers on YouTube. Two people. I heard it from Tommy Sotomayor and I heard it from Anton Daniels. They love to go in areas and spew bullshit. Now they themselves are better. They one of the good ones. Now they black and they say the black community and the black culture ain't shit. And then I'm thinking, what are you talking about? The black culture ain't shit. And these niggas always go to one particular group of rappers who is a rap head, right? I don't even know these motherfuckers. I never heard of them until like in the last couple of years, and I still haven't heard their fucking music because they can be a sector in rap that you just don't listen to. So I don't know who these Chicago gang rappers are. I do not know them. Most people don't fucking know them. Most people don't listen to them. My children don't even listen to them. So when they bring that shit up, and I'm like, who? And then the motherfucker out of the million of rappers through the motherfucking 20, 30 years. These motherfuckers bring up some rappers that most of us do not know. We couldn't name a song of theirs to save our life. That's the end of the discussion as far as I'm concerned. First of all, I can't even have a discussion with you because I don't know who the fuck you talking about. Third, you bringing up somebody that most people in the fucking world of hip hop don't even fucking know. End of discussion. You are a dumbass. You mean rhythm and blues, baby, ain't shit? Oh, but you don't even know what rhythm and blues is. What you mean, Bomb? What is rhythm and blues? Bomb, I never heard of no rhythm and blues. Bomb, nobody listen to blues. Bomb, no, Bomb, that's old shit. I'm like, what? That's what somebody told me. This motherfucker was in their 40s, told me they don't listen to no rhythm and blues. Talking about that's their grandma shit. I said, what? He said, that's you old head shit. Y'all so out of the times. He said, yeah, rhythm and blues is just for old people, Bomb. I'm like, the motherfucker start talking about the Temptations and shit, which is rhythm and blues. And he's like, most people don't even know who the Temptations is today. And I said, yeah, you're right. I said, but what you mean you don't listen to rhythm and blues? Bomb, nobody listen to that shit no more. You you too old. And I said, nigga, what? Oh yeah, nobody listen to rhythm and blues. I said, y'all know what I said. Be like, what? What's going on here? And then you start hearing me say, this nigga dumb. Oh, Bomb, wait your turn. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, am I the only one on this channel? Bomb, yeah, he's right, Bomb. You just what? So wait a minute, I'm sorry. So rhythm and blues, y'all don't know what rhythm and blues is? Bomb, nobody listened to that today, Bomb. Nobody listened to rhythm and blues. Nobody even sing rhythm and blues no more, Bomb. That's that 40s, 50s, and 60s shit. Rhythm and blues been gone, Bomb. I said, what? The chat of men. She don't know what she talking about. She dumb. Get her out of here. Say what? I'm like, y'all joking, right? Y'all joking? Y'all gotta be joking. Start smacking myself in the face. Yeah. Am I awake? Am I dreaming? Because I know I be dreaming these niggas is dumb, but it's gotta be a dream. So I'm smacking myself. I said, what? So they keep telling me that they keep muting me every time I say, what? I'll mute myself to say, what? Okay. And then I'm like, y'all joking, right? When it's my turn, I say, y'all joking, right? And then they jump in and answer. I say, you interrupted me now. And they say, well, you just asked a question. I said, okay, that's fair. I said, but it was rhetorical, right? I wasn't I wasn't trying to get an answer from you because you already gave me your answer. I had to wait through three of you taking 10 minutes each to call me dumb and tell me how nobody listened to the Temptation or the Supremes or the da-da-da and the da-da-da and the doo-doo. Like they're naming all these names that they know of, but they saying they done got those type of songs no more. Those songs are gone. Rhythm and blues been dead for years, is what they tell me. For decades, that's what they tell me. And I'm like, what? And then so I said, y'all joking? I said, who in the hell is Chris Brown, Usher, Trey Songz? And I go on and on. Money Long, right? Her, like I could go on and on and on and on. And they said, that's not rhythm and blues, Bomb. You talk about R&B. Bomb. It's not rhythm and blues. Rhythm and blues is the Temptation, Bomb. You dumb. You dumb. Sit her ass down. Sit her ass down. She don't know what she talking about. Said, what? What you what? 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 And my heart just pounded. And I'm thinking, Lord have mercy. Let me go in there and talk to my sons and make sure they know Jesus Christ. That R&B is short for rhythm and blues. R, rhythm. B, blues. R, rhythm. B, blues. These, these niggas stupid. Who raised them? What the fuck? Who raised them? I need to smack the fuck out their mama and dad. They aunties and their uncles, their grandmothers and grandfathers. Like somebody need to stomp the shit out. See, this is the thing, right? Society, science, and shit like that. Science. I'm gonna blame it on science. If they don't believe in science any fucking way, right? Science have kept these niggas alive. These niggas should have been dead. Like I ain't even joking. I'm not saying nobody should kill them. I'm saying that at birth, like they shouldn't have been born. And some, intervention, the intervention of science, where the mom was going through cramping pains and shit like that, and she ran to the hospital and they gave her some medication to stop her from, from her body disposing of that bastard. You know what I'm saying? And they was able to stop it, prevent it, and then through all that because life itself was saying this ain't a good one, and it was trying to flush it, but the medical science that we have and technology had that baby come to term. Now they then since realized we got a lot of issues going on in the world, and then they even gave her money to feed that bastard through the years, and they tried to get her on medication for him, put him on medication. But then she wanted to say, my kid ain't slow. My kid ain't slow. They always want to put our boys on medication. Nah, bitch. God himself tried to save you and the rest of the world, but intervention came in and prevented it. And now like they saying, okay, since he's here, we got to help him. And you complaining because you don't want him to be labeled, but he need to be labeled so we can know where he at in society. It don't mean that he can't ever be nothing, but he need special education. He need specialized education. He need to know what letters are and how they represent something, right? Initials of something, right? He needs specialized education because he's a dumb motherfucker. And now we got a whole lot of motherfuckers who needed that specialized education. They didn't get it. And that's all Dr. Umar's motherfucking fault talking about, oh, they trying to medicate our kids. Yeah. They've been medicating that motherfucker since before he here. When his mother's body was trying to flush that shit. Now I know that sound mean, but I'm just saying, y'all biblical motherfuckers, right? Y'all believe that shit happened for a reason, you know what I mean? And so if her body was trying to, eliminate, but intervention came in and stopped it, then shit. That's why these doctors be thinking they God. They be defeating God, baby. God is trying to say, yeah, this one shouldn't be here. Some motherfucking doctor hook you up and shit, give you some medicine and stop your body from eliminating. And now that nigga born. And he don't know that R&B stands for rhythm and blues, but he got the fucking nerve to call me old and stupid. They have changed the meaning of words. They doing it every day in our fucking faces. And then you start accepting it. And that's the fucking problem, your acceptance. You so willing to accept, push back, motherfucker. If I say a black person can't be a racist, because we can't affect anybody's lives. You be talking about what the word means this, and so black people could be racist. And I'm like, how can anything we do affect them? Anybody? Like if I don't like them and I don't talk to them, how does that make that word hard or difficult? How does that make their world, their day, their moment difficult? They don't give a fuck if you like them or not. They 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 fit in with the people over there because they fitting in with the people who don't like you, who willing to say you a racist. You like you racist motherfucker? No, you the racist. And then y'all raising your hand, yeah, we could be racist. We could be racist. I'm like, you could be prejudiced, yeah. They have arguments with idiots is getting on my motherfucking nerve. I'm starting to get tired of it. Because they not it's one thing if they're learning, but they refuse. Now they have limited women and put us beneath them in their fucking minds. You know, there was an argument over there with dentures, and there was Sharon and dentures, and then we have some mammies on the panel, right? You got to understand why certain women selected. Mammies get selected as soon as the men not fighting each other, they will fight you. Your moves is very childish, stupid, pick me style. And it's fucking ridiculous. And like I'm realizing that I personally cannot fight for pick me's. I can't do it. I can't. You can't be a pick me and I fight for you. Y'all got to learn, ladies. You got to learn self love, self respect, right? If you don't love yourself, if you don't respect yourself, then I don't even. You're gonna put yourself in the worst positions ever. And it seemed to be in front of men who really hate you. There was a discussion over there where they was talking about women was never able to be hunters and shit. Hunters and gatherers. We like, what? Then they start talking about how men's PSI and shit of today. And I'm like, but you talk about today. None of us, I'm gonna put it like this, none of modern day people in this society today, except them older motherfuckers like my parents and them people there, right? But even most of them wouldn't be able to live in the time of the hunter and gatherer. You know, you wouldn't be able to live in that time. Everything about their bodies was different. But they like to go back then, so let's go back then. I'm like, the women back then lived in those times back then. Men went off the war. You know, these motherfuckers think war of today is like war back then. For a motherfucker to go to another country to fight, you know, they gone for years. They were gone from their families for years, not just for 6 months. You know, it may have taken them a year to even get where they were going through the travels. You know, they didn't have airplanes. You know what I'm saying? Their boats were rowed by them of manpower, you know, behind the sterns, and it was row your boat gently down the stream. And Lord have mercy. Talking about history with people who don't even believe in history is absurd. These niggas couldn't pick up a weapon to and go and get no animal. They don't know how to hunt. They got some men who know how to hunt. They hunters. They got some women who are fucking hunters. I tell you that I could get out there and hunt with the best of it. But I was raised hunting since I was a little girl. It's like a pastime. My husband not really into hunting like that. So I mean, a woman going with another group of men to go hunting, that's not really cool, right? But I love to hunt, and I'm only gonna shoot what we gonna plan to eat. I'm not hunting just for sport, because I didn't learn that. Them white people do that shit though. They'll kill any and everything. We was taught you don't kill anything and everything. You kill what you're gonna kill for your survival, and you give thanks for it. You bless its life that you have taken, and you think it for its life. You think it. Thank you, bless you. We're gonna use all of your meat. We're gonna use your hide. We're gonna use everything on this. And then they said a woman couldn't be able to hunt it, kill it, and bring it back. And I'm like, yeah. And they don't even know what it was called dressing. It's called dressing the animal. Like you dress the animal, you kind of skin it, grab its meat. Men can't do it neither. I've not ever seen a man pick up a big ass boar by itself. It's gonna be a group of them. A big ass 10 buck, big ass. These things weigh hundreds of pounds. These men ain't picking that shit up. And you soft ass niggas who ain't never lifted up a shotgun or a rifle, you wouldn't know what to do. You wouldn't know how to put the bullet in and shoot it. You probably could shoot it. Motherfuckers be shooting they guns to the side because they saw it in the movie. And that don't make no motherfucking sense. Did you know that the sight on the weapon is at the top? And if you lean it to the side, then why are you trying to see through the sight? Did you know that the sight points out exactly where you're gonna hit? Did you know? Fuck. So why would you have it cocked to the side? What you gonna have your head cocked to the side? Niggas can't shoot. You just need one motherfucking bullet if you know what you're doing. And I promise you, you cannot be out there hunting like you doing a drive-by. Them fucking animals are fast. You better know what direction is about to run in, and you got to shoot ahead of it. Depending on how far away, it might be above it. It's definitely gonna be above it. But you gotta understand velocity. You gotta learn, you gotta know how to like goddamn. You ain't got to know the calculations for velocity. You just have to understand it. You shoot this animal while it's standing still, soon as it hears the sound, it's jetting. This niggas talk about animals can smell a woman's on her menstrual. They can smell men's blood too, nigga. They can smell your blood, my blood, and everybody's blood. But hunters know how to disguise that, you dumb nigga. Woman not always on her period 30 something days a month, nigga. Like they were just saying the most ridiculous and stupid shit. And it's like that I don't even know. Now let's get to the self-love, because it's really about the women, right? Self-love. It's really for everybody, but self-love. And we got to define what self is, right? What is self? Is self just you? It self it would be just you if you only talk about individualism. But to me, self is me, my family, my children, my prospective grandchildren and great grandchildren, so on and so forth. And when you start thinking of self as beyond you, your life change, your perspective change. I understand those of you who have no kids having your stance on that. I understand it completely. But then I feel like most of y'all not even like when y'all think of self, you You think about your parents, right? You know, you love your parents or grandparents or somebody who close to you. It might even be a friend who you're real close to, who you're willing to protect and stand by. Now, to me, the thing that's worth living, to believe it or not, like if I think about this world and the complexities, right? Having to work, having to struggle, having this and that and that and that and this, right? I do that for a reason. And if your reason is just yourself, most of the time you ain't got no reason to live. You ain't got no reason. That's how people are able to commit self-deletions, right? Because they realize like this is just a struggle. I don't even know why I'm here. Like, what am I here for? Why would I go through this? Why would I go through that? Why would I be enslaved to a job just to go to work, just to barely survive? You know? And so you would think, then shit, I want out. Most people don't do that. You know why they don't do that? Because individualism is not something they taught, but recently they teaching that, and so we got even more deletions and all kinds of things, right? People doing weird shit. People not caring if they go to jail. People not caring if they, crash out and end up in some fucked up situation. People not caring. They living like they don't care. And the reason you live like you don't care because you don't feel like you got anything to live for. But the reason I'm here is for my kids. And then when I see my grandson, like when I see my kids, I'm happy. When I see my grandson, I'm even fucking happier. It make me think, oh my God, like, wow, this is what this is about. This is what this is about. Like this. I'm the happiest I can ever be. And it's not about no fucking money. If people housed, if people eating, everybody as healthy as they could be, and might be struggling they help, you know, like myself. But uh I'm thinking, shit, I got that self-love. And that self-love isn't just self, it's not just me. Me, I'm a part of my fucking family. And I know that me being gone, yeah, they gonna survive because I raised them to be strong and get through shit. But I know I'm gonna be missed, right? I'm gonna be missed. I'm thinking about myself like I thought of my grandmother, like the way I think of my grandmother now, how I wish she had passed along. Like I wished I had listened to her more, but I was young. It wasn't like I was a teenager and trying to not to listen. I was like a kid while she was teaching me things that are still there with me, but I just wish I would have been paying even more attention, a little more attention. I wanted to go and play because I was a kid. So because I'm thinking of that now, I keep thinking I'm gonna put a book together. I'm gonna put this together. I'm gonna put this to the side for my kid. But I look at these kids today. I look at my grandson and y'all grandkids, y'all kids on the internet, right? Because we able to see these little fucking kids are like little people. They are smart, and we're gonna need them to be smart because of our destruction today. It's gonna affect them tomorrow. And they're going to have to be smart and intelligent to get themselves out of the fuck shit that we are doing to their planet, to their planet. Some of y'all fucking up y'all kids with the words that you say. You think they're going to be successful? You tearing them down when they're babies. They ain't got a chance in hell unless somebody grab them up. Unless they become one of them people who gonna realize they gotta back away from their fucking family just to be successful. Some of y'all, like I'm watching, you kill your kids. You murdering your kids without murdering them, you dumb motherfuckers. You breaking them down every chance you get. Your language, the way you speak to them. They think they ugly. They think they ain't shit already. And they kids. Kids already go through shit like that without their parents doing that. My mother and father lifted me up. But when I was a teenager, I was a regular fucking teenager. And it's a good thing that I was a regular teenager. Because, baby, if I had had terrible parents, I feel like I don't know if I would have made it. I would have felt like I wanted to just be gone. My mother was always telling me I was beautiful, smart. Back then, that's what they told. They focused on beauty, right? Beauty, 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 because that's what they did to women. So, as a little girl, they tell the little boys they handsome. I don't tell my grandson that he's handsome. I tell him that he's intelligent and smart and kind and sweet. And if he hurt you, he says sorry. I remember when he was so young, he didn't know what sorry meant. And he would just, like, I was looking at him, I'm thinking, is he going to be what they call them people, narcissistic? Because, we know too much today. So we want to identify shit early. If you really care about your kids, that's what you would do, right? You want to identify shit early. If you're paying attention, you realize, okay, they don't have no sympathy right now. So then you encourage that. You encourage that. You teach them what sympathy is and that it's valued and it's important. Empathy. These things don't just come to people, y'all. We're not born with this shit. They gotta see it. If they got narcissistic parents and they never be around others, then they gonna be that too because they never learned what empathy is. They never saw the value in it. They don't see in it. They don't care about other people because they feel like they didn't learn how to care about other people. Nobody gave a fuck about. I'm listening to people who like my way of thinking is completely different than theirs. And they can't believe that somebody could really be that way. They think it's a play, that is, that, oh, she playing. Nobody would do that. Nobody would think that. Everybody for self. And I am for self. But my definition of self is family and community. I most definitely will fight for my children and jump in front of a bullet, even for my husband. It'll be just instinct. It's not like I think about it and I sit here and say, ooh, somebody came in with a gun and pointed at my husband. I'm gonna dodge in front of it like I'm some superhero. No, that's not what it is. Just instinctually, though, instinctually, I don't know, like I would duck, I would grab the kids and hit the ground. But I don't have no little kids no more. If I'm right there by my husband, I'm grabbing him, holding on to him, he grabbing on to me, hopefully. That's when you know if somebody love you. Cause a nigga, when they hear a bullet and they run, they ain't even caring about you. They don't care about you. They don't care about you, baby. They care about self. And to them, they self is just me, myself, and I. And when you with somebody who only care about me, myself, and I, then you by yourself. You ain't married. You might be married legally, but you ain't got no husband. You ain't got no wife. Me, myself, and I don't give a fuck about the children. They leaving the children behind and jetting it on their booking it. Couldn't be with nobody like most of you gonna always be alone. Because all you think about is some money you don't even make. Oh, the women, all she care about is herself. What you mean? Like she going to dinner with you, and if she willing to split the bill because she like your company, she think you're handsome. That's not the same as I know that we hearing about these women who only think that they deserve this, that, and the third from you, but y'all also say that, but she'll give it away to somebody else for free. Now, if you don't understand the difference, you be speaking out of both sides of your mouth. See the one that she don't care if he broke, he getting it for free because she really fucks with him. She really like him. Wait a minute. So wait, you got the money, what you think that's what's gonna pull her. Cause you flashing it. But she got this nigga over here who broke it in a joke. He getting the punani and everything for nothing. He ain't got the money. It's something else about him. So she getting this over here with you and that over, and you mad. You mad. You want to leave with your money because you think your money is gonna get it, but you know the answer to that even in your speech. The broke, he ain't gotta have money and be able to get her. And you gotta pull out money to get her. So women not just all about themselves and shit. You played yourself, nigga. And I watched through years, especially these young niggas. These young niggas, they want to flash their money in front of me. I know some of y'all fucked up, right? Y'all really believe some of the shit y'all done heard. Apparently, bomb. I don't know, like something happened to bomb in the last 5 years that made her go from what she looked like in the picture y'all see to whatever she looked like today. What the fuck could happen in 5 fucking years that will make me be so atrocious and ugly? Because I can tell you, when I go outdoors, when I go outdoors, right? That's the only thing that happened where I don't go out anymore like that, and I always have on a mask, right? Because I can't. I want to be here for my fucking family. I done caught COVID enough, and I don't even want to catch nothing that I keep catching from my grandson. My son in there sick, coughing and shit. I was like, you got to move out until your cold is over, or some shit, or spray it behind yourself. Lysol. I'm tired of getting me sick. Because when I get sick, I feel bad. Like most of us, right? We feel bad when we sick. Well, I don't want to be sick when I'm not making myself sick. I'm getting sick from them. But anyway, long story short is self-love. What is self to you? And I understand single people with no children. I understand when you think of self, you think of just you. Most people, when they start having children, most people, no matter what color, most, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying most, once we have some children, a child or children, our whole perspective change, you know. But not everybody. Some people have children and use them, I guess. I can't understand it, but we know that it exists. We got some horrible, horrific fucking parents out here. An idea that you think they're only black is crazy. All you got to do is go look at interviews of the mother who killed her kids, the father who went and killed his whole family, you know, the this and the that and the that, and you will see that they come from all ethnicities. They got the people y'all like to hold in high regard. They got what they call it, honor killings. They will kill their children just in honor of their name. And y'all look at them like they're in high regard. They the daughter fell in love with somebody who is not of their ethnicity. And she refused to marry who they set her up with. And they feel like they have a right to kill her. Because she won't abide by a dealing they made when she was first born. They promised her to a fucking family. She had no say in it, and now they think they could kill her. And we as black people, we won't look at none of those things. We want to talk about how we the worst of the worst, and we ain't shit, and da 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 da, and all that shit. We want to talk about them Africans and shit who take women and tear them up in their private parts. And they think it's gonna keep her from cheating. So while she a little girl who not even should be sexually active yet, somebody is down there ripping her to shreds. And she has no say. Circumcision. Imagine you grown man getting circumcised when you grown and they don't give you no medication or numb it or nothing. That's what they do in little girls, right? The most atrocious shit. But we talk about our community ain't shit. Our police ain't shit. Our this and our that. I could go on and on and on. I could talk about all these different other races that y'all want to look at, right? Just due to propaganda that make us so bad. And yet, here we are, family oriented, family reunions. We go by our cousins, right? There's a whole TikTok thing where white people admitting they don't talk about they going by their cousins. They don't have nothing to do with their family. They they got family members who are wealthy. Just saw somebody talk to a motherfucking woman who is whose sister was related to a known wrestler or something like that, where they make money, and she is on assistance. Her sister got money, but she's on assistance. What? And here we are as black people, as somebody in our family, or even in the neighborhood, win a lottery. These motherfuckers is sharing. They giving out turkeys and TVs and all kinds of shit during the holidays, and they just been making sure they family good, right? We watched a young rapper buy a gas house and have his whole family move in. Grandma, cousins, everybody. And here our asses go talking about we are the worst of the worst. We go back to the community. We may not even have no money to donate no money. We'll donate our time to a young buck or a young lady and give them some guidance and shit. And you tell us we the worst. It's sad and sickening to hear black people destroy each other on the internet. It was one thing. It's one thing when you're cracking jokes. I'm a jokester. That's a part of our culture, just roasting each other. And it's supposed to be where whoever got the hottest joke, the funniest joke, win. But nobody's dead. Nobody got killed and none of that shit. You go back home if you lost and you start coming up with some ideas of your next joke, the one that you gonna bam, you gonna lay it on them and kill them, and everybody gonna be laughing, and now you gonna win that day. But today, motherfuckers to say roasting on. Why would anybody do that? We just gonna take out our right switch. You got 4, 5 switches, and you make fun of elderly people because they cracking jokes, but you taking out switches. I crack a joke on somebody, they may feel bad because they into the battle that they couldn't win. They're not sharp enough. They're dumb. They stupid. They didn't take it personal. They want to dox. And even when they doxing is all fucked up. They doxing themselves with their raggedy ass docs, making up shit. Wackest ass motherfuckers I ever came across. Is on this YouTube bullshit over here. Did you? They got the areas where they do that kind of shit. They meet up on boats and ships and have fun with each other, and then they come back to YouTube and YouTube they shit. Like everybody know it. You don't have to pull no guns and shit like that. Like we in this whack ass area with these whack ass niggas who got whack ass lives, who ain't gonna get no, they ain't got no whack ass jobs because they ain't got no jobs, right? These niggas on here talk about they make this, make that. Niggas be worse than janitors. Niggas can't even get a job on the garbage truck because you'll be making money. Then these niggas is on the street with a sign asking for donations or on this bitch begging for donations. As a matter of fact, I need to turn. I haven't even been to the chat yet. I don't even know who we are, right? But I'm coming. Turn off the chat unless y'all donate. I feel like why you should be here with me, but not donating to me. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't donate to me, I ain't gonna be giving you no entertainment for free. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm just saying, like, even though I'm getting paid through YouTube by the views, not me, because you know I'm not monetized, but I'm just saying I'm gonna turn off these goddamn which come, even though I'm keeping you here and I'm getting all these views through here because I'm horizontal and everybody coming in and they just talking about me and shit like that, and I'm pulling off some bullshit, which by the way, I'm about to get on that in a minute, right? Because I was over there by Jay Prince, man, and I came in and he was cooking. And I was like, oh shit, he cooking again. And I was about to go. But I look, I'm speaking to people in the chat. And all of a sudden people say, call him, Bob, call him. I'm not getting involved. But check this shit out. If y'all ain't see this shit, y'all need to go see this shit. Now I don't know if he put it behind the paywall, but if you remember, you need to go see this shit. Let me check it out. Let me tell you. Because I ain't gonna even lie. I was having a good time over there. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. This shit is crazy. Okay. And I know if JP is listening, he might think I'm talking about him, but he need to listen to the whole story because J Prince take bits and pieces and shit, twist it all up, and then he put out some output, right? That's what you call output, whatever you, and it don't be nothing like what it was. Okay, so check this story out real quick. It's gonna be a quick story. So Jay Prince was over there cooking. I guess it was Sunday, right? Was that yesterday? Because it feel like it was days ago, weeks ago, months ago. But I still remember it like it was yesterday or like it was just today. Because I'm telling you, the shit was crazy, baby. Let me tell you something. So he was over there talking about he gonna make him some not stuffing, pudding. No, 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 no. Yum. God damn it. It's like stuffing, right? Dressing. Okay. Oh Lord, let me write that word down because I'm gonna forget it again, y'all. Okay. So he would say he was making some dressing. He never made dressing before. Now I don't know how you make dressing. You never made it before, and you don't get you a recipe. I don't know how you do that. Who does that? Jay Prince does that. Like he does that. But see, this is the thing. Till whatever day that was, which I think that was yesterday, because I think today might be Monday. I bet you don't be knowing what days of the week it is. So it may have been yesterday. Okay. But listen, and when I say bitch, I was talking about myself. Okay. For y'all who think I'm calling somebody bitch. I'm talking about myself. God damn. Okay. If I could call myself a bitch, don't get mad if I call another bitch a bitch. Okay. Just know that. Anyway, in this story, because it's gonna be bad. Okay, I didn't put a name in the title, but I was thinking about it. But y'all gonna get it in a minute. Listen, so I Jay Prince was live, and I had hit the YouTube on my TV, and it shows the live people. And because Jay Prince is somebody I follow, and I go over there to support him, hit the thumbs up and go about my business. They show it to me first, right? So I said, "Oh, JP live." So I hit it, and he's apparently in his kitchen, look like he's cooking. Okay. And so I say hi to everybody in the chat as much as I can because I wasn't on my computer. And I want y'all to know something because y'all they got some dirty, conniving ass motherfuckers on this internet. Let me tell y'all something. I have laptop, desktops, I have Mac, I have Windows, and I also have my phone and iPads. You understand? Depending on the device I'm on, depends on how I say hello to you. Now listen, on my computer, I can put the at sign, two letters, and it will autofill your name. You see, so your whole name will get put in, and I'll put smooches. And the reason I put smooches is because I have to spell it out because I don't know how to use them what they call it emojis. I think they call it emojis. I don't know how to go, and I don't give a shit about that, right? It's quick. I type real fast, so typing smooches is real quick. Boom, 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 right? Sometimes I say hi, all right, but most of the time I say smooches if I'm on my computer. Now, this is another thing. If I'm on my phone, I don't know how to do the at and autofill your name. I don't know if it's possible. And if it is, y'all gonna have to teach me. But listen, if I don't put your whole name and I end up just putting hi or if I just put a heart, okay, that means I'm on another device that don't autofill your name. Now I heard that motherfuckers are mad at me because they saw me say smooches to them on most of the time, but on other times I just say hi. And the motherfuckers then took that to mean that I must be mad at them, or I must be pissed, or I must don't like them. And I'm like, what? Some of y'all may see where Bomb didn't say nothing to you. Well, Bomb is always doing something. She's not always looking at the screen, mostly ever looking at the screen, ever. Like I'm mostly never looking at the screen. When I first come in, when I first come in, for me to get in, I have to be looking at the screen, right? Yes, but after I'm there, I ain't gotta look at the screen no more. But if I do, I'll say hi. I may have say hi to some people, and then some of y'all say hi to me after. I didn't see y'all say hi because I wasn't looking. I'm not annoying, and I am not that fucking important that if I miss saying hi to you, that you should be mad at me. Listen, don't give a fuck. Hi to everybody every day for the rest of the life. Even when I'm dead. Hi, bitch. Smooches, hoe. It don't mean shit. If I'm mad at you, which why would I? What the fuck you done? You must have done something, you sneaky hoe. And now you think I done found out, and now you think I'm mad at you. No, I ain't mad at you. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. This is YouTube, bitch. That's it. That's all. Stop reading into shit that ain't shit. Bitch, if I said hi ho, reverse it into smooches. I don't give a fuck. Don't mean shit. Hi, smooches. Hello. Now, if I call you a bitch, now we talking. Now, bitch, I'm not happy with you. Or maybe I'm just joking with you. Maybe I'm just trolling, ho. Fuck you talking about? Talking about Bomb? Huh? She must be mad because she normally says smooches, but she said hi. Like, oh, what? Your life together, bitch. Think about something more important than the smooches. Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm glad I got that out the way and I could get that on my chest. That's been on my chest for a few weeks, maybe a month, few months now. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Now, anyway, so Jay Prince was live and I hear him say he making, what is it again? Dressing. He said, I never made dressing before. I'm making dressing, cornbread dressing. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I watched this nigga pull out Jiffy cornbread mix. I was like, what? Nigga, what? Sweet cornbread with dressing. Okay. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on anybody who eat that shit. So, but it's okay. It's still edible. It's still edible. Okay. Anyway, so listen, I always thought Jay Prince was a cook. I thought, and maybe I could be wrong. I thought he said he went to culinary something, 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 right? I don't know the particulars. Now listen, you tell me something, I believe it up until a degree. Now, because he was getting this uh truck, he always said he wanted this uh food truck, food truck, food truck. I always just assumed that he really was into some food cooking, right? Okay, cool, cool, cool. So if you a cook and another cook who come talk to you and give you, or even the ladies and gentlemen who was in the chat say, okay, this is what you need, we assume that once we tell you the ingredients, you're gonna know how to cook it. You're gonna know what to do, right? That makes sense. If I say, hey y'all, I ain't never made devil's egg. And the reason I'm mentioning that because I ain't never made no devil's egg, but that gonna come into the story in a minute. Okay, so if you say Bomb, I say I never made devil eggs, y'all. And y'all say, okay, Bomb, this is what you need. You need some eggs, you need this, you need mustard, you need da da da, and get you some what do they call that stuff that you sprinkle on top? God damn, I can't think of it right now. But anyway, you tell me what to get, and because I do know how to cook, I'm gonna be able to work it out. I'm gonna be able to figure some shit out, right? I'm gonna be because it's almost like um egg salad that you make and you just put it in the egg. You know what I mean? And so that's what it tastes like and look like to me. I ain't never make it though before. My mother-in-law make it good though. When she make them, baby, I be over there eating 5 and 6 of them at a time. They be so good. But she make them sweet. Okay. Anyway, let me get back to my story, okay? Because I'm good at telling stories, but I ramble. So y'all bear with me. So anyway, I see he's saying he making him some cornbread dressing. And I see people telling him what he needs. He needs some celery, some bell pepper, onions, and he need this and that. He need chicken, da 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 da. And I'm like, okay, everybody, they on it, right? And all of a sudden, see him take out a whole fucking bird, a whole chicken, a whole fucking chicken. He sit open, and he just starts filling this shit with like seasoning, right? So, and then somebody say put some sage on it, and this nigga just taking it and just sprinkling on top of this bird, baby. Y'all got to see it. Look, I know I'm telling a story, but y'all got to visually go and see this shit, okay? Anyway, um, so looking, I'm like, what? And people like, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. Everybody giving him great ideas. They telling him, right? But I think just like me, I think they assume he know how to cook. You know what I mean? Like he at least know cooking. And so I'm like, so then they start telling me, Mom, I'm calling. I'm like, I'm not getting involved. So then I noticed that he didn't go into the cavity as far as we could see and take the bag out. Now, a whole chicken, let me tell you something. A whole chicken has the neck of the chicken, the gizzards, and the liver inside the bag. Okay. And I do use that if I'm making my cornbread dressing. You take that out, people you cook that. Some people trash it. They think it's ugh. I don't know why they trash it like it's the neck of the chicken, it's all the parts of a chicken. So anyway, people that said he didn't take it out, I didn't see him take it out, right? So they were like calling bomb. So he had sprinkled all this shit on there. When I saw him putting that sage, I was thinking, oh my God. And then he said Caesar salt. And I was like, wait, he just put all that other shit. He put too much salt. But okay, it's his chicken. But then I thought, okay, if the bag is still in there, let me go and tell him, right? Let me call him. Okay. So I called him and I said, Jay Prince, I said, um, you I didn't mention the cornbread, right? Because oh Lord. I said, you don't need, I said, there's a bag in the chicken. I said, did you take it out? And he said, what bag? And I said, there's a bag that's in the chicken. They're gonna have the head, the neck, and everything in it. I said, if you didn't take that out, then it's probably still in there. And then I said, and plus, if you're making cornbread dressing, you don't need that whole chicken. I said, so cut chicken up and put some to the side for another meal. I said, put some to the side for another meal. Okay. Or it could be if unless you baking the chicken to have baked chicken plus, right? So he said, okay. And so we hung up. And I figured I can't tell him too much because if I give him too much information, it's gonna be confusing. So I figured I'll call him back, right? I was gonna let him do that part. He asked me, should he do the cornbread first or the chicken first? I said, you need to do the chicken first. It's gonna take longer to cook. Cornbread don't take 20 minutes. But the chicken gonna take uh upwards an hour plus, depending on a few things, right? Especially if you're doing the whole chicken. But I told him it'll cook quicker if he cut it up. And what I meant by that, like take the legs off, right? Take the wings off, cut the breast, split the breast down the middle, right? And right? And now you got different chicken parts. Okay, so I hang up. Now, mind you, before people told me to call, they told Ms. Lockhart to call. And because she was there before me. She know more about it than I did, right? They was like, Ms. Lockhart, call him, call him, call him, call him. And she ain't never called him. I watched them tell her to call him before they told me to call. But I'm calling. Everybody wanted to do great. Everybody wanted to do good. Everybody over there really care about his kids, right? So they want him to do great for the children, including me, right? We want him to do great. Anyway, so I realized I'm looking at Miss Lockhart. I'm seeing if she gonna call. Because if she gonna call, then I ain't gotta get involved, right? That would be cruel of me to get involved if she already took everything by the wheel and gonna help it. So she said she ain't calling or whatever. And so I call and I give him the advice, right? I figure I'm gonna walk him through it. I'll call him back when the next steps come. I'll just call him in because I know he live, right? And I didn't know I was calling the same phone he used because Last time he was using another phone. So when I called, I realized his live kind of went blank on his end, but we still could be in the chat, right? So when I realized that, I said, "Oh, damn." While I was watching while I was talking to him, and I realized that's when I realized he's using the phone that I called him up. So anyway, I I'm gonna give it to him in bits and pieces so it come out right. So I tell him what to do. I say, cut up the chicken. I say, make sure you get the bag out the cavity and then cut that chicken up, put some away for another meal. Cool. I tell him, I see him cutting up the chicken, look like with a bread knife. It was a bread knife. Okay. Um, he wasn't cutting it right. You cut chicken in certain spots, right? So you can get a clean cut. You got to have a sharp as knife to do that when you're cutting chicken into pieces. But it was a serrated knife where he like going back and forth. The meat, it just looked all bad. It looked so bad. But that don't mean nothing, right? Because he gonna shred the chicken anyway. He gonna shred the chicken anyway. So it's not that important that this chicken be all nice and neat when you're cooking it. So cool. So I didn't say nothing. I was just like, damn, is he using a bread knife? He was using a bread knife, y'all. Okay. Anyway, but bypass that. I tell him he starts getting on there talking about he cutting it all up, and then he said, "Bomb, I'm cutting it up. I don't see no bag." And I'm thinking to myself, I didn't tell him to cut no chicken to look for no bag. Like all he had to do was reach in the neck or in the cavity of the chicken and pull the bag out. He says, "Mom, I'm cutting it up. I don't see no bag." And I'm like, damn, like that ain't what I said, but okay. Um, and then his phone rang again. And it's Miss Lockhart. Lord have mercy. Now, first of all, I don't know why. I guess, the jokes don't be joking. And I don't, because I wasn't joking. About 2 years ago, she and I was over there by Jay Prince on the panel, and she started talking about cooking some shit, and I knew she couldn't cook based on what she said then. Now, I don't know exactly what we was talking about, but I remember me telling her that she can't cook worth the goddamn. Okay, that's what I told her. Now, I didn't remember that until I had to tell her this time that she can't cook worth the damn. And let me tell you what made me know in this instance how she can't cook. So she on the phone with him, and this nigga come back, and now he cutting up onions, bell peppers, and shit, right? And I'm looking, I'm like, why is them bell peppers so chunky? I'm like in the chat, I'm like, hey, your bell peppers too chunky. You know what? She didn't start replying to me. I didn't say nothing to her first, right? You must don't know how to cook if you think that's chunky. And now, mind you, she the one who mentioned me first. She mentioned, see, I didn't say nothing to her. Even though, you know, I realized she called because when he got off, he said she called and he was doing what she said. Now that's the thing about Jay Prince, right? I feel a little disrespected, and so he gonna get what the fuck he get on this motherfucker screaming. He can think how he want to think. See, I feel disrespected if I give you advice, and then some other bitch give you some advice, and then right, she come and fuck you up, and then feel like, well, he believe her over me. I believe you believe her over me. Now that's a dumb bitch, Miss Lockhart, right? She's a dumb bitch. But most importantly, I know she can't cook worth the motherfucker. Now let me tell you what she told this nigga to do. Y'all not gonna. She had him cut up the vegetables even before he had the meat all cut up. Why? Why, bitch? What are you gonna do with the vegetables, ho? If the chicken not even cooked? I'm telling you, baby, I just can't cook worth the damn. Now let me tell you something else. Okay, so she comes at me talking about, you ain't even tell him what to do. You told him to cut the chicken looking for a bag. I said, bitch, what? I didn't ask him to cut up no chicken to look for no bag. I said, I told him he don't need all that chicken for no goddamn cornbread dressing. You don't use no whole pieces of chicken. And that apparently that's what she must have told him. Because I believe y'all need to see that fucking food, baby. Now let me tell you, so let me get back to the story. Let me calm down. So I see him cutting this shit up and then he put it in the skillet. And I'm looking. My phone ringing. Hold up. Gotta find it. Where you at? I don't know who this is. It's in there. It's the voicemail. Okay. I know who it is. I don't know for the people that's always trying to sell me something. Anyway, check it out. So I look and he's in the skillet and I see the vegetables, right? So he vesting and I'm looking, I'm like, something ain't right, right? I'm like, and she telling him, watch him, because you don't want to burn him. And I'm like, I said, what oil you use, JP? I said, did you use oil or butter? And he said, what you mean oil or butter? I said, if you sauteing the vegetables, you use oil or butter. And he said, no. Miss Lockhart said you use uh broth. I think chicken stock or broth. One of them he said. I said, what? She said he's sauteing them with chicken broth. I said, bitch, I start laughing in the chat. I'm like, I said, this bitch is trying to sabotage you. Sauteing doesn't, you don't use no stock or no water and in no goddamn to saute. You use oil or you use some type of fat or oil, right? So butter is a type of fat and oil, vegetable oil, canola oil, all those different oils. That's how you saute vegetables. You asked her why she got him boiling, boiling, vegetables in a skillet. I said, why you got him boiling vegetables in a skillet, bitch? You dumb hoe. Why she telling me I can't cook? Now, see, I feel disrespected because she could have called him first. She was there first. She didn't reach out to call him. She apparently she got his number. Now, I don't know if she got his number or she just called him on Instagram. I don't know. But I have his number. I don't call nobody on the Instagram. Okay. And so it don't matter. What got me though is he started doing what she said. Apparently she must have told him I told him wrong. So check this shit out. So he boiling vegetables in the goddamn skillet. Now sauteing. Let's look that shit up. See, listen, man, oh man. See, motherfuckers like her can't cook, and then she's probably a hoe who get her information from the internet. Now, either you can't cook or you can't cook. And if you can't cook, then you know terminology. And you have to know the terminology and how you do it. You need to know what baking involves, what boiling involves. Brawling, Broiling. There's boiling and brawling, right? And then there's baking, there's sauteing, there's frying, there's steaming. Like I could go on and on and on. On and on and on and on. Braising and on. And so in order for you to know how to cook, you need to know what these terms are. You also need to know how things are created so you don't have to listen to any fucking body. Like for example, why would you use evaporated milk when you got milk? So motherfuckers be putting in evaporated milk and they be putting in milk, right? While they cooking it. And so milk is milk, right? Evaporated milk is milk that's been boiled. So if you already boiling the milk, you don't need evaporated milk. The reason people use evaporated milk in the back in the day, because it was canned milk. It could be in the shelf, on the shelf, right? They may not have milk in the refrigerator, but they would have milk on the shelf. So they kept milk on the shelf, and that's why you could go and they call it Pet's milk because Pet is the brand. That's not the type. Pet's is the brand. It's called evaporated milk. Evaporated milk is milk that has had the water evaporated out of it by the process of boiling. Now listen. Now check this out. When people making candy and they use condensed milk is milk with sugar in it. So if you have milk in the refrigerator, you don't need condensed milk. You get the milk out your refrigerator and some motherfucking sugar, and you make your own condensed milk. So if you make it candy, you don't need condensed milk unless you don't have milk in the refrigerator, and then you use the condensed milk that's in your cabinet. But if you don't know this, you don't know it. And so you will end up with a recipe telling you to, and they'll be talking about, well, put in some evaporated milk or some raw milk, and then use some condensed milk. You'd have put the same shit in there that you could have just put the milk in, put the sugar in, and boil it like you're doing anyway. And you don't need to have three different types of milk because they all the fucking same milk. But anyway, this hoe had this nigga boiling vegetables in a goddamn skillet, and she called it sauteing. She like he sauteing in some broth. He sauteing in some broth. Let's go look up what sauteing means. I apologize, everybody. Listen, when I got a beat up on an old bitch, I take pride in this beat down. Okay, don't get involved. Don't get involved with two old bitches fighting. Just know that bomb gonna win. Okay, listen. Mm. And bomb ain't playing with no hoe who can't spell saute. Okay, here we go. To saute is a French cooking technique of cooking food quickly in a hot pan with a small amount of fat, allowing the food to jump or toss in the pan to ensure even cooking and browning. You understand? You dice smaller pieces of your goddamn vegetables. And you can even do it with some meat. And there's a reason why you do this. Because some people like their vegetables crunchy and hard and big. So you don't saute those. But if people don't really eat their vegetables like that, but they go in the food to make them taste better, you saute it, you cook it down. You still gonna get the flavors. They'll still have the vitamins and all that stuff that come with it, right? With these vegetables, and it cooks down. So if you eat something of mine, you gonna have vegetables all in that bitch, and you don't even know it. You don't see it. It's cooked down and it's good. We call it the Trinity, honey. We call it the Trinity. And you don't see no big ass bell peppers. In fact, I eat bell peppers without eating bell peppers. Okay. Anyway, he had them big ass chunky. I don't know if I could go and show you. I wish, let me go look and see if we can find his stream. I don't know if he got it on private or anything. Let's take a look. Because I just want y'all to see how that food come out. I'm thinking he know how to cook. Okay, cool. But why was she called after I called? And my question to him is, why did he take her advice over mine? Because I was gonna call him and tell him about the vegetable, but he didn't need. Like I told him, I said, you don't need to do that yet. Cook the meat. Now, to be truthful, if he making this type of dish that he's making, you don't make that on a whim. You really make your cornbread the day before, right? The cornbread should have already been to the side and cooked and drying. You know, and so the idea that they say cook the cornbread first is ridiculous. Cook the cornbread because it's the same day within the same hour. So it don't matter if he cook it first or not. It's sitting to the side for an hour ain't gonna make no difference. Not gonna make no difference. So I was like, but I have made my cornbread dressing when I made my cornbread that same day. But it's hours before. And even if I did it, like, yeah, I make the cornbread early in the morning and I decide I'm gonna make everything that evening, right? Uh for the next day. You see, you prepare for dishes like what he was making. You don't do that on a whim. You gotta know what you're doing, and you don't do it on a whim. But it still would have been tasty. Okay, if he would have listened to me. Now let me tell you what that nigga ended up with. Apparently, she ain't never tell him he need to shred that chicken. This nigga had the cornbread that didn't look like it was all the way cooked, let alone dry. It should have been overcooked if he's making it that soon when he's making it, right? He shouldn't have been just 20 minutes since he made. I would have told him he need to overcook it. That means dry it out. You don't burn it, but you overcook it. You don't need it to be fluffy and shit because you're going to put liquid in it. I don't even know if he put liquid in it. I think the liquid that she had him do was the liquid when she had him boiling the vegetables, which I know to somebody, some fucking where, they think that makes sense. But there's processes for a fucking reason. Cooking everything in broth is not the best way to do things. But it's dumb when you using chicken anyway. Why would you buy chicken broth if you using chicken? Do you know what chicken broth is? Do you know when you buy it? Do you know what it is? And if you don't, then that's why somebody would tell you, oh, have some whole pieces of chicken. Oh, and then buy you some chicken stock and a chicken broth. And I'm like, why would you need chicken broth, chicken stock, if you got chicken with the meat on it, with the fat on it, and with the bones in it? What you need chicken stock for? Did you not know chicken stock is the boiled bones? You boil the bones. That means the juice is in the bones. So if you already have the chicken that you already boiling or baking, you are actually making the stock. That's where your flavor is. So why would you have to buy it? And if you knew what you was buying, you wouldn't buy that shit unless you had no choice. If you ain't got no chicken because you can't afford the chicken, then yes, you buy chicken stock. But if you got chicken with the bones in place, or you don't, so stock is from the bones, broth is from the meat and the fat. When I make chicken broth, that means I'm taking all the fat off. Instead of throwing it away, I bagged it up until I have enough to boil it, and I make my chicken stock. To make chicken, I'm sorry, broth. To make chicken bone, okay, wait. To make chicken broth, you just need the fat. You can use skin and boil it, and that's how you get stock broth. To get stock is the boiling of the bones. The bone. So if you debone the chicken, right, when you clean it, you take the bone out, you can put that in a bag, put it in the freezer, and when you're ready to make stock, you boil it. That's it. That's the difference. The bones have more flavor in it than the goddamn meat. So that's the difference. So if you already have chicken, a whole piece of chicken, you don't need to buy no stock or no broth. You already about to make it. So, like, but I understand where everybody don't know that. But, bitch, don't say I can't cook. And then when I'm like, you the one who can't cook, ho. Okay, you the one who can't cook. I'm like, so I'm like, who told you to do that? Oh, Bam, you must don't know what you doing. If you don't see, bitch, what you mean? I didn't see that nigga use no oil or no butter with them vegetables. So he's not sauteing them. It's not, what's not called sauteing. Let me let me put why his name didn't come up there? Uh, damn. I don't know why his name didn't come up as soon as I put it. But anyway, let's see. That's the one he did last night. He was on their ass, baby. He was on their ass. Uh, oh no. Well, this comes from videos. Probably 7 days a month. Well, the recent ones. 10 days ago. I 7 days ago. He had the new job. Oh God. Well, anyway, I'm just saying, y'all, it was just last yesterday, okay? And that food that okay, so let me describe the food for you. Jesus Christ. He made the cornbread. It didn't look like he made it right. Not measuring. Do everybody need to measure? No, everybody don't need to measure.
Back to the top with the lives.
Oh, lives. Oh. Everybody don't need to measure, but oh yeah, lives. Okay. Wait. I don't no. I put it in live. Wait.
No,
Oh,
his homepage.
oh wait, what I did. Okay. Oh, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Let me see. Okay, hit his homepage. So I gotta hit his homepage. Okay, cool. And then hit lives. Okay.
Yeah, go to lives.
Sunday. Okay, I think that's it. Wait, he got two. Hey y'all, what about I think let's see. We're gonna spot it, y'all, real quick. I'm not gonna do the whole thing.
Washing clothes.
Okay. I'm not gonna show the whole thing, right? He go to cooking. He go to cooking, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all go because I don't, I think he deserves a view. Here's when he cooking them cutting them vegetables up. Wait, let me show you. So he overdid the cornbread. Okay. Cornbread, if you blend it too much, it will end up being tough. Okay. Cornbread is not like cake because it's you use cake flour to make cake if you're making a good cake. If you're making cake, it's cake flour. If you buy cake mix, that's cake flour in there, right? So it's gonna be fluffy and spongy. And but if you use regular flour, then it'll be tougher. So that's why you don't mix it too much because it gets tougher like bread. It becomes chewy, right? So that's why you don't mix it. It tells you not to over mix. He had a blender for a guy for cornbread. He just needed to make sure there was no lumps in there. You know what I mean? Some big lumps. Make sure everything get moist and everything, and cook it. But okay, his cornbread. He make a cornbread dressing, so it don't even really matter, right? So I didn't get on him on that. But y'all gotta go see this. This shit is crazy, y'all. Okay. I'm not gonna share everything. Okay. Then he cooked it in this big ass pan, and I think it was one box, and it was Jiffy. Okay, cool. It's still edible. Now, this is when he started putting seasoning. Somebody told him to season the cornbread with salt, pepper, and all that shit. I was like, what in the hell? I think that's what made me call him. Saw him putting onion powder and shit in the cornbread. I'm like, in the cornbread mix, y'all. Not when the cornbread was done, he was mixing it in the cornbread mix, and I was like, oh, people. I think people. I don't know who. First of all, he don't read the chat, so he might be getting real bits and pieces of it when they telling him to use garlic and onions and stuff like that, right? So I guess he thought, okay, they telling me to put this in the cornbread mix. When I saw him do that, I was like, holy shit. But then, I called, let me show y'all. So he started cutting up the chicken. I told him you gotta wash the chicken, you cut the chicken, right? So that's in there. Okay, cool. Then I see him cut them big ass bell peppers. Now look at that. Now I don't know what when I said, hey, them things too big, and she then tells me, I wish he had his chat. His chat be lit. Jay Prince, he got his chat off. But that's what he need to have, because that's what have people going back and looking back, because the chat be fucking lit over there. Okay. If he gotta his ass is entertaining, but that chat is more entertaining. That chat be lit, but on the replay, you can't see it. Okay. Anyway, them bell peppers is big. In 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 everybody's fucking mind, you should know that that's big. Now, for you to saute some shit, okay? But okay, she told him but when I mentioned that, she said, "You must don't know how to cook if you think that's big." Like, Look at him cutting up the bell pepper. Do y'all see the seeds are still there? What the? Okay, but cool. And then when he got that celery out, right? So he over there, and I noticed that, okay, that shit not sauteing. It looked like it's boiling, right? Because I see that there's a lot of liquid in there. And I'm like, what the hell? So I asked him what type of oil, did he use oil or butter? Because I'm trying to figure out why is all that liquid in there. And he said that's when he mentioned he didn't use no oil or butter. And that's when it was stock. And I was like, who told you that shit? So that's called boiling, Lockhart. Okay, Lockhart. That's called boiling. Boiling. It's not boiling, it's boiling. And in a skillet. Who does it? You apparently. Now, is that a bad thing? Don't call it sauteing if it's not sauteing. Like words have meaning. And just because you think that sauteing just means putting the vegetables in a pan and putting water in it doesn't mean that's what it means. Okay, you will fail culinary school. I ain't never been to culinary school. But I'm from the South, and she says she's from the South, and it's pitiful. But anyway, let me show you the end result of the food. Okay. So me and her over there, and this bitch gonna tell me I don't have no original thought in my head. Because she called first, the first thing she did, she told me that I was a bottomless something something. Like I was talking about her not being able to cook. She mentioned me first, and I said, well, damn. So I'm saying, well, she can't cook. So I take shots back at her cooking, and then she mentions me being bottomless. And so I'm appalled. I'm like, I'm arguing back and forth with an older lady, a woman. Why would she talk about bottomless? Now, for those of us as women, we know when these men say you bottomless, what they're talking about. So I'm wondering why she talking about my private parts, right? So she started telling me I'm bottomless. And what she's talking about is my vagina. When these men say, you so deep, you ain't got no bottom, I can't even hit the bottom. Why is this woman saying this to me? But see, I always told y'all she was a pick me anyway. And nobody picked her ass. And listen, she's a pick me over there by her goddamn self. Now she calls me a bottomless da da da. And then she mentioned that I'm a trash bag, even though I was saying she can't cook. So then I say, okay, she then tells me that I'm repeating other people, even though it's just me and her going back and forth about her can't cook. She tells me I don't have no no original original thought in my head that I'm repeating others, and I'm thinking I ain't see nobody else even saying nothing to her. So I don't know where she get that from. So I tell her, well, tomorrow I'm gonna show her how original I am, and I'm gonna put it to a beat. That's what I told her. Now, see how I'm still joking and clowning. I'm like, I'm gonna put it to a beat. And then she starts to talk about me personally, about me not getting on cam. She dare I will. And I'm like, girl, what is she doing? Like, you want to do a cam off? Why do women see? I understand the men, right? The men see women, y'all don't understand men, but I do, baby. Let me see, I understand. See, a man who will tell me that I won't get on cam, he wants to see me on cam or other women. When he says that, he he's not saying really truly that she ugly. He may not know what she looked like, but he would like to see what she looked like. So he can talk about her if he want to. If she look nice, his whole attitude gonna change up. He gonna be like, oh, okay. And then he'll change it up because see, here's a man. When a bitch though then start talking about you not getting on cam, I'm wondering if you are biking that ass bitch. And I just want you to know I don't accept. I'm not bumping clits with no bitch. Okay. I like internalization, honey. I like internal sensation, honey. I wants to be touched. I want him to touch my bottom, bitch. The bottom you say I got, you can't touch that, no matter how large your clit is. Now, see, I should have put her name in his title for her to come over, but that's okay because I'm not. The next stream I go, her name will be in the title. I will put a beat on and I will take her out. Now, listen, I was over there and I decided, okay, this bitch is talking about my private part. Bitch talking about getting on camera. I'm like, bitch, you must don't know who I am. What was I in a fire where all of a sudden my skin would just be terribly bad? I would just look so different than I look in a picture. Yes, I look completely different than I looked when I was a kid. Yes, I look like I looked when I was in my 30s, except I'm smaller because I used to be a bigger girl. I don't know why people don't know that. I used to be a bigger girl when I was in my fucking 30s. By the time I got in my 40s is when I lost some weight. And then when I hit my 50s and hit menopause, I started gaining weight slowly. But this idea that people keep saying I'm 300 pounds when I'm not even 200 pounds. I'm not even 200 fucking pounds. But some kind of way, bomb became 300 pounds. But I'm okay with it, bitch. I could be 300 pounds, 4, 5, 6. But it don't matter how many pounds I am. Don't want no bitch eating on my cootie cat, hoe. Dick only. And I only got one peen in mind. And he's downstairs. Just came home from work. That's the only penis I think about, ho. So I ain't thinking about no penis, nobody's but his. And I definitely ain't never thinking about nobody's vagina, you raggedy bitch. So then she getting her feelings when I start cracking jokes on her, because that's all I did, right? I tell her she's a lopsided, left titty dragging on the dirty floor ass hoe. Then she in her feelings. I call her a bald head scraggly hoe. How you gonna dye your hair blonde when you ain't got no hair, bitch? All you did was dye your scalp, hoe. That bitch got a blonde scalp over there. She probably used one box of dye for 8 years of her motherfucking life. Cause she ain't got no hair, you bald headed hoe. Over there dyeing your eyebrows, bitch. Probably got more hat on your, I don't even want to think about it, got more hair on your cootie cat. When somebody tell that bitch to wear a hat, she got to put it on her vagina. Because she ain't got no goddamn hair to be covering up, bitch. If she was in that religion where the women can't got to have their hair covered, she would definitely have her scarf wrapped around her motherfucking waist, ho. Now listen, I don't know why that bitch come for me over this goddamn meal. Now let's go and show y'all that meal. When he opened that oven, somebody offered him $50 if he even throw that shit away. I would have been, look, y'all, I would have taken it. I was about to call him and say, hey, somebody said throw that shit away, they about to get $50. Let me see when he opened that goddamn oven. He never shredded the chicken.
Mm-hmm. Let me show you how it looks now.
About to show it. Oh my God. That right there. I don't know what that's called. Um, um, but that's Miss Lockhart right there. I take no responsibility. None. Zero. When he started saying thank you to Bomb Cherry and Miss Lockhart, nigga, this is why this shit look like this. Because you added Miss Lockhart to your goddamn scenario. You had a non-cooking bitch help you cook. You non-cooking, she non-cooking. And the only one motherfucker who was about to help you is a bitch who would have told you first you need to shred that chicken. You wouldn't have been using like the celery. You wouldn't have cut up them stalks of celery the way you did. You only need to take two off and cut it up. This nigga took the whole celery and start chopping up all of them. If he didn't eat all this shit today, to yesterday, today that shit is spoiled. Cause celery will have your shit spoiled. In case y'all didn't know, if you use too much, the bitch had him put sage on chicken. She did tell him though, don't use too much, JP. Like she said, put some sage on it, right? That was one message. Then after that, don't put too much, JP, because it gonna taste bad, bitter. You know that nigga only saw it when you said put sage on it. Why would you tell a nigga to put sage on some shit? And why, girl, when the bitch said, when this nigga got shredded up sage, like, if you gonna use sage, like, can you go and in your garden or buy it fresh and or dried up and throw it in there? Because see, that powdery shit will fuck your food up if you don't know what you're doing. I'm not saying you shouldn't use sage. I'm saying only use it if you know what you're doing. I would not tell an amateur to put sage on anything because I'm telling you, it will fuck up your meal. You cannot use it like you use salt and pepper and sprinkle it on. You will fuck up that your whole shit will be tasting bitter. This is what this bitch had this nigga cooking. And that nigga said he doing a food truck, and everybody was like, "Yeah, get the food truck running, get the food." Now we know why he stopped. Right when he about to hit the goal, right when this nigga about to touch the touchdown, when he about to win, the nigga he stopped. He stopped. Y'all, like people was supporting, ready to help him get there. You know what I'm saying? Me and you, like we want to see him win. I want to see him win for the girls' sake. And he stopped. And now I realize why he stopped. Because I would stop too if I didn't know how to cook. But I want a food truck. He probably didn't never think he would get it. So when he said he wanted a food truck, like he wanted a food truck, but he don't know how to cook. He didn't want to cook. He like, I didn't really like that job cooking. He had the job for one day. He got fired the second day. I'm thinking JP could cook. I don't know why. He said he cooked for others. He said he wanted a food truck. I think in everybody's brain, they're thinking he got to be good at something. So he got to be good at cooking. So let's get him, help him get, and so he can be successful because we want him to succeed. And then we find that nigga can't cook. When a motherfucker told that nigga to put the stock in them vegetables and that they were sauteing some shit and he did it, my brain went, this nigga can't cook. It just connect with me. Nigga can't cook. Forget the pudding. He's the whatever pudding. I think he said it was banana pudding. Forget that. If somebody gave him that fucking recipe, right? You can't do wrong with sweets. You know what I mean? It looked like he didn't show it. I don't think I saw it after because I know goddamn well he canned it, that goddamn shit. Which means it wasn't gonna be no pudding. That shit was gonna be hard. Cause you candy shit. Candy shit means hard. Like candy yams. Most of y'all ain't probably never ate no candy yams. Y'all ate sweet potatoes or some goddamn yams. Candy yams get candy, like candy. It get sticky and a little hard. You could make it real hard or a little hard. Soft hard, like a soft ball candy. Motherfucker be calling candy yams in a can. Is it candy in a can and it ain't candy? Because anybody can tell y'all any fucking thing. That's all they got to do is put it on the can. Candy yams. And y'all be like, oh, I got some candy yams. You No, you ain't got no candy yams, bitch. You ain't got no candy yams. Like candy is a process as well, like sauteing. You know, you eat candy, right? And you can have some candy that is soft, right? That means before it reaches a certain temperature, where it would crack. So they got hard candy, but before it get to hard candy, it's soft candy, right? It'd be soft candy, like a piece of what do they call it? I made some downstairs. We still got some. I made some last year. It's still in the refrigerator because it's so good, but it's sweet. When I was a kid, you could eat 3 and 4 little pieces of caramel, right? You could make caramel. Did y'all motherfuckers buy caramel out the store in a jar and they really think that's caramel? I'm like, no, either some people call it caramel, right? Caramel. So it depends on where you're from and how you pronounce it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That shit in that jar is not no caramel, baby. That they call it that. Um, but if you ever had people who's old enough who make candy and caramel and shit like that, that's caramel. And that shit that y'all buying is not caramel. So when I say that's not caramel, y'all be like, no, it is not. I seen it in the store. I bought some. And I'm like, yeah, but just because they put that name on there don't mean that's what it is. You ain't got no candy yams in no motherfucker can that ain't really cooked. All they did is put the sweetness there. You got to put it in a pot and candy the bitch. They put all the sugar on it for you already. You warmed it up and they talking about I need some candy yams. No, oh. And I feel like we in a different world, or y'all just a bunch of dumbasses. And then when a person who don't tell you, you tell them they don't know what they talking about. Shut your fucking ass up. I'm tired of these little niggas. And then now we about to get on the hoes, okay? Now, I don't consider Lockhart a hoe because she is a bald head ass nigga over there. A man bitch, okay? That's a man bitch. So the whole time I was talking about her raggedy, he, her man, he man, she man, he, whatever the fuck, that's a nigga. That's a nigga, okay? And when she started, started talking about my body parts, I should have known that bitch had a dick over there. So we're gonna leave that alone. Okay. I'm gonna get back on her the next stream. Or maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna find a beat. I'm gonna write for that bitch. I'm not even gonna do no god. I'm gonna sit down and write a beat, a song for that bitch. That's how fucked up I am. And I want her to thank JP for that shit. Y'all let JP know that I'm about to fuck up his dude chick, right? Lockhart, and it's gonna be his fault in because that nigga, that's not the first time he took her advice over mine. And I just want to know what is it about these man chicks that where their advice is better than mine. Bitch can't cook. Hey baby. Oh, you brought me something? Ooh, thank you. Thank you, babe. My hubby got me, baby. He always got me. Mm, mm, mm. I love that man. I love that man. Anyway, look, man, bitch. Okay. Thank thank you, JP. I was bored. I was tired of beating up on that chubby nigga over there, that chubby Chinese ass fucking scamming ass nigga, cause I was supposed to do 15 on his head, but it only took us 3 days to knock him out. You know what I'm saying? The nigga refused to get up and fight back. I can't fight because then they'll start saying Bomb is bullying the nigga. He would be over there crying. I don't know why they still talk about him. Yeah, I ain't gonna do him nothing. I do Bomb nothing. I ain't scam, even though I scam, and I saw y'all know I scam. I don't know why they won't let it go. Okay. I don't want no motherfuckers killing themselves and then everybody be blaming me for the last motherfucker who killed themselves. When that bitch killed herself and everybody blamed me. I got blamed along with some of the men. I was the only woman that got blamed. They blamed some of the manosphere men and my name. And I was like, God damn, that bitch ain't dead. Oh, they was over there. They were nonstop. She killed herself, and they should be brought to justice. I don't know why they would do that. Even though they was doing that to people, my ass um had a bitch kill herself, and she became she unalived herself, and then the bitch reappeared on OnlyFans, shaking her motherfucking flat ass. Okay. And some people came and apologized. I still got them streams. If y'all ever want to see them old streams where you hear me admit to murdering, you know, helping a bitch unalive herself, if you go and listen to it, you could tell I'm laughing and cracking jokes and all kinds of shit. But motherfuckers was believing that shit. So I don't want to have that fat chubby ass nigga out of Houston unaliving himself just to pop up popping his boy pussy on OnlyFans. It take that. It did. My heart just won't survive. Okay. I went to the cancer center. I had an appointment at the cancer center. When it was Thursday last week. Wait, this week? No, this Monday. Thursday last week. I had to go to the cancer center, right? And as they was doing my testing and shit, they was like, "Oh Lord, you can't crack no more jokes. Don't cross no more unaliving senses, because we see that your bosoms can't take no more. It's gonna burst wide open. Your breasts is gonna burst wide open, and then them niggas gonna be bursting and busting it wide open on OnlyFans 2 months later." I said, "God damn, how you know?" They said, "We see your mammogram. We see it. You can't take no more." And I was like, "I can't take no more. You sure? Shorty, I can't take no more." You mean that nigga who called himself Drip gonna be dripping it all over? He gonna be dripping his pussy juice all on OnlyFans? I said, "I can't take no more." I, that nigga gonna be dripping. That nigga gonna be dripping like he got a yeast infection or some shit. If he can't get his money on YouTube, that nigga gonna go all the way over there on OnlyFans. But he not gonna just take his shit, his boy pussy. He gonna take some of them clips, y'all bitches, and share to him in the privacy of his own dick sucking ass ways. Okay, that nigga sitting over there with other niggas watching women. Ah, Lord have mercy. How old is that nigga right there? Mm-mm-mm. So now we're gonna get on the bitches, okay? Listen, self-love is a lot. I know I mentioned family, but you got to love yourself too. So I'm not gonna put up these nigga pictures like I was gonna do. But I was gonna show you a side picture of some of these niggas standing up from the side. And you're gonna notice they got titties big as yours. Bitch, what is you doing? If you're gonna get with women, at least get with women. Women who gonna treat you well. Don't get with women, men. Niggermans, bitches, hoes, and trashy ass nigga she's, he's. I don't know. We can't even call them trans men or trans women, because these niggas was born a man. He think he's a man, but he just act and look like women. He got feminine ways about himself. The nigga got titties. Okay, the nigga got titties. He need a bra. I was thinking about making a item. Now I was gonna call it a man bra. Man who got people who got man tits, man boobs. You know, they want to call them chests, extra large chests. How about that? Extra large, fluffy ass titties, nipples hanging low, and all kinds of shit. That's what the niggas. Why is y'all spending y'all money on these niggas? Now I'm about to get into my auntie or my grandma or my. I'm not gonna be your mama because I couldn't be your mama. Okay, I couldn't be your mammy. You would have more self respect than that. Even if I had a daughter and she was on OnlyFans, that bitch would have self-respect. See, there's a difference between what others call self-respect and real self-respect. You can respect yourself as a human being, as a person, how you treat others, and still be over there popping your pussy for some money and still have self-respect. You don't let no any nigga just touch on you, stroke on you, and be on top of you or under you. But these bitches, oh no. So I'm gonna be your aunties only for a minute though, because some of y'all I couldn't be your aunties neither. I would cuss your ass straight the fuck out like I'm about to do in this motherfucking moment. Okay, listen to me. I have my ruler. Y'all hear it? To be honest, y'all need a strap on your ass. Now, this is the thing. If everybody was fighting for some handsome ass nigga on here who respected you, treated you well, when I mentioned that I had no problem as a younger woman um competing with other women, that's a fact. If some bitch tried to take my husband today, bitch, we gonna be competing. That's just what it is. Hubby stuck coming here acting like he with another woman. I'm gonna get my menopausal ass up and start trying to do backflips on dicks again. Okay? That's just what it's gonna be. Now, um, but you hoes are fighting over niggas who disrespecting motherfucking bitches. They do not like women. Listen, we have men and women who are the LGBT community. They are not hateful, right? We have men who trans women and who are gay men. They do not hate women. You understand? Like we're kind of like allies, right? Women get rights, they get rights. Everybody get the rights that they need to have, right? As being a humanity, being a human. You know what I mean? With dignity and respect and shit like that. But then there's these men who are feminine and they themselves hate fucking women. Okay, they got the ones who are feminine and hate women. I got to name some of these niggas. Ain't got a feminine nothing to them. They ain't got no manly shit to them neither. They like little boys and shit. They can't think for themselves. They think like children. My grandson can calculate and some things better than some of these niggas. And he just turned 6. And but I'm naming names, but I'm not gonna name all of them. Y'all gonna have to figure it out yourself. If you fighting for a fucking man who ain't shit, who talk about other women to you, did you not know what he do in front of you to other women? He will do to you when he with another woman. Didn't you know that? You thought when he showed her nudes, he wasn't gonna show your nudes next? That nigga don't like women. That nigga don't like women. He like the fact that y'all dumb as fuck and you will give him your money. That nigga over there to entertain men. Let him get his pussy wet for men. Stop giving these niggas your money. And I'm not talking about all men. The ones you support, the ones who support you, who have your back. Nothing wrong with that. They got niggas on here who hate your motherfucking ass. I don't fuck with niggas who hate women. I couldn't be around him, even if I was trying to get his money. And let me tell you, see, I know the men who I could get money from. And I'm not talking, I'm the type of woman who used to get money from men, right? So I always knew which ones I can and can't, which ones that would work my time and not. Niggas who hate women not giving you shit. He gonna treat you with the disrespect, and for some reason you don't have no self concern, no self love, no self respect. You think you deserve that disrespect. But see, I've always been a bad bitch, and when I said bad, I'm talking about could be hateful, baby. I chuck it up to the Scorpio in me, but I don't know if that's true. It could be the Harris in me, that Emmanuel in me. I don't know, like humanity, I guess. Like I think we all might be capable of some things, and I will bash a motherfucker in their motherfucking head, and therefore I'm not gonna play with certain people. I don't play with people at all. Just because I can talk to a man and give him his fantasy wise as far as talking to him and shit like that. That don't mean I'm using him to abuse him. He know what it is. Everybody in the situation know what it is. I'm entertaining. They give me money for entertainment. You pay for your electric bill, right? Because you need it. And motherfuckers needed bomb cherry juice. I made sure they needed me, bitch. Now I ain't talking about need my money. They ain't even need me in reality, in real time. They just wanted somebody to say, "Good morning, how you doing? You good? How you and the family doing? Y'all doing good?" Listen to them a little while. Let them know that I'm we cool like that. And then I put on the music and I do the twerking dance. I move around, sensual like. Ain't never had to put my coochie in the camera, but if I did, bitch, they paid to see it, honey, but they ain't never get close enough to sniff it. And y'all asses is paying niggas. Lord, the world has changed. The niggas done turned to bitches and the bitches have turned to niggas. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord, let us all bow our heads. Listen, Lord, if you really exist, what is you doing to the world today? It's 2025, about to be 2026, and these bitches is growing big dicks. What is going on? Lord, listen, let everybody say amen. Send Bomb Cherry $2,500 to her cash app. Amen. Listen, Lord, this is what's going on. I don't know why. Why? Hey, let the church say, why? Why these bitches got dicks bound to their knees and these niggas got vaginas as deep as the sea? What is going on? Why are bitches taking care of niggas who she's never met, never seen? Why? I mean, a bitch ain't never seen a nigga stand up. You ain't never seen it from the side, from his profile. Bitch, I'm talking about his real profile. I ain't talking about no picture, hoe. You know what a profile mean, bitch? From the side, bitch, where you can see if he got titties or not, where you can see if this nigga got hips. I'm talking about hips and a big ass. Did you know them niggas with big asses? Them are bitches in disguise. You ain't no hoe. You need to know. I'm about to teach you, hoe. The nigga got titties, big as bomb. The nigga got a ass, and I'm talking about ass. I'm talking about a big ass, a big ass. That is not a nigga. That is a bitch. I don't know what's going on, hoes. Don't you recognize bitches when you see them, hoe? Bitches got titties, hips and ass. Bitches got titties, hips and ass. These niggas got clits, and you think that is a dick? Your clit is bigger than this nigga's dick. And you paying him? Y'all switching roles. What's going on? They say they got gender roles. Give these niggas gender roles. Let these niggas get pregnant. These niggas got hips and they probably spread so they can have babies. Let the church say amen. All the ladies, let's vote. Let's say, Lord, let these niggas have babies. That's right. Switch it up. They switching it up anyway. They switching it up anyway. They want bitches to fit. So I just say, give them the day. 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. Let these niggas have babies. You understand what I'm saying? I think they all deserve to have babies. And they'll go in the kitchen and they'll make cornbread dressing. Like this shit right here. This shit in this oven is despicable. But I say, let the church say amen. Let them say, we're going to teach them how to cook. But they say that we ain't cooking. They say bitches can't cook. These niggas can't cook. I guess they become bitches. I don't know what's going on. But let church say, hey, motherfucker man. Oh, Lord. What the fuck is that? Who gonna eat it? I don't know. Not me. Somebody gotta eat it. You gonna eat it? I ain't eating it. What the fuck is it? What is that right there? Lockhart, where the fuck are you, girl? Where you at? Wait, let me see if that bitch is in the chat. This she got a lot to speak for. Am I still sharing the screen? I may not. Let me share it. I'm sorry. Y'all can't see what I see. So let's show y'all what the fuck I see. Oh Lord. Whew. It's just too much. It's just too much for me to handle. Okay, well, let's look at it again, baby.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga done put his hand in the food. Where is his spoon?
Let me show you how it looks now. Dressing.
I'd rather be naked than to be dressed in that dressing. You understand? We gonna walk around this bitch naked with no clothes on, baby. It's not gonna be dressing. It's not gonna be stuffing. It's not gonna be eating. You understand? That shit gonna be stuffed in the trash. I don't know who taught this nigga this, except another nigga who can't cook. Okay, that she devil, that she man, that he woman, that he man. I don't know what to call her. Lockhart, where you at? What you doing? Can you tell us something? Explain this shit right here. What is this right here? We got to expel it. I got to put a curse on it. I got to say, no, 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 devil. You cannot come in this space, in this. No, no, we're going to send you back to hell, right where you deserve to be. You're going to have to take this plate of food and this goddamn whole container, whatever this is, and take it back to the hell that you come from. Demon, demon be gone. Take all of this shit, whatever it's called. You can call it what you want, but it is not cornbread dressing. It is not stuffing. I don't know what it is, but take it. Devil be gone. Be gone. Salapa leka uka uka. Go. Oh, be gone, bitch. Be gone. Bye bye. What is that over there? To the left, to the right. What is that? The nigga is reaching in. Do y'all see that the oven is still on? Woo! This nigga got hot thumbs. This nigga got fingers. This nigga digged in with his hand, eating it while it's hot. Saw him pick up the. He ain't got no goddamn. What you to pick the pots out the oven? No oven mitts. No nothing. What's going on with the what? Why? Lord have mercy. This ain't right. I don't even know what to say. What the fuck is going on?
Look how it's looking, y'all. I made some Sunday dinner.
Oh, no. That's my. That's how you cook for dogs. He could bag this up and make it a bag of treats for dogs. Everybody in your neighborhood who got dogs, chihuahuas, I don't know, uh, German shepherds. You got some what they call them pet bulls, whatever these dogs name. Okay, uh, if they big, they got to be them big ass dogs to eat this shit. They might be able to survive. Okay, Lord, what is what is that over there? When I told him he need all that chicken and I said it could be separate meal. What is that, yo? He could have made like he could have did something with that. Um, I could I could see the bell peppers to the back. I think I see the burnt onion right there. The chicken not even done all the way. I still see pink. He had to flip it, just because it's brown on top don't mean it's done. Everybody about to die. These motherfucking people keep calling me. I keep sending the voicemail. I don't know when they're going. They're trying to get me to switch over my electric. Want me to get the bill. I ain't got time. Okay. Anyway, um, let's listen a little more. Y'all go.
Looking at it.
Them motherfuckers not giving up. I see a big. Oh Lord. This is there. Yeah, y'all see. I'm not sure if y'all can see, but I see the big bell peppers in it, just like big lump of bell pepper. I so so cornbread dressing, right? Cornbread dressing is something that Black people created to get rid of leftovers, right? That's why cornbread itself is day old cornbread, right? So it's older cornbread. And because, we as people, we ain't have it like that to where we could throw food away, right? So you would take older cornbread, and cornbread get real hard. There was no microwaves back then where you could just put it in the microwave. And plus, if you even do that, it dries out. You got to know how to warm cornbread up, right? Or bread. Did you know you could take a loaf of hard bread and wrap it in a towel, a damp towel, and then put it in a microwave, and it will soften up. Okay. Back then you used to put it in the oven because there was no microwave. But today you wrap it up in a little damp towel, and it'll soften up to where it'd be edible. Or you would take your bread that's stale and it becomes breadcrumbs. As long as it don't have mold and shit like that, we will find something to do with it. So cornbread dressing is older cornbread that then dried up, and they bring it back to life, right? They add things to it. So my cornbread dressing is something that's lovable, baby. I'm telling you, will love it. Okay. I don't just make a cornbread dressing, but I stuff my bell peppers with my cornbread dressing. That's how elaborate it gets. If I put it in the bell pepper, then I added shrimp to it. But let me tell you, my cornbread dressing, it's gonna have beef. It's, it it it'll have a little chicken, and the only chicken I put in there is gonna come from the chicken neck, and I'm gonna have turkey in it. Okay, I make that concoction. I boil the vegetables, right? That goes in the broth. Because remember, I'm making my own broth or my own stock. But as far as my vegetables, I do saute them and soften them up so they could go in this cornbread dressing. So somebody asked, what's the difference between stuffing and cornbread dressing? Well, one of them is dry, and not it's dry, it's not moist, right? It's not moist, like kind of wettish. But one is, right? Because of the juice of the meat. You could cook it inside of something. You could stuff it in bell peppers. You can have it just to the side on the side, and it's moist. It's mashed up. You don't even know it's cornbread. You don't even have to use cornbread. Okay. When they use cornbread, it's cornbread dressing. When it's dressing, when it's bread crumbs, that's when it's mostly stuffing. That's the difference. You put juice in it, and you mash that up, and that shit be good and flavorful. And when I stuff my bell peppers, I add shrimp in there, baby. And then I put it in the bell peppers and I bake it. But I'm a fucking cook. I'm not a cook. I know how to cook. I don't love to cook. That's why I never thought about cooking for a living. Just because I don't cook for a living don't mean I don't know how to cook. I put my motherfucking foot in my food when I do cook. I can show you how to cook it quick and it still be very tasty. People, for some reason, black people call it slave food. I never in my fucking life started hearing motherfuckers until in the last, and it's usually the youngs, the zennials, younger millennials start talking about that slave food. We don't eat that. What the fuck? You don't eat vegetables? You don't eat green beans, mustard greens, green kale. You don't eat none of that? Oh, you gonna eat it raw. Now I'm not saying you can't eat it raw. It's good with cooked too. It's good with a piece of smoked ham or turkey. It's good that way too. It's even better. You can even put it on top of rice, baby. You will make a meal to cook for a whole family. But if you just gotta cook for yourself, then of course you ain't gotta really cook like that, cooking for a family. You just eating for yourself. Bitch, you could get you some pizza rolls out of bag that you got out of freezer that you think is pizza. Like, y'all ever ate that shit and really tasted it? The kids like it. You try to eat that shit as an adult. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? I started making my kids pizza rolls myself. I had a channel with the recipe and everything showing you how to make your own. I'm gonna see if I can get that channel back. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to be. I feel like I'm the grandma that my grandmother used to have discussions and say, "Hey, y'all stupid, y'all young, and y'all don't know." She was right. But at the time, I didn't believe it, right? But today we have every knowledge at our fingertips. Now, this is the problem today. The problem isn't that it has the knowledge. The problem is y'all don't know how to decipher the knowledge, know what's true, what's right, wrong, right? Even when you look at a recipe that tells you to use evaporated milk, regular milk, and condensed milk, and your ass didn't get a hint that all of them said milk, and so you ain't say, well, damn, what is evaporated milk? What is condensed milk? If you only did that, that only takes like a minute, you will realize, oh shit, I I just need one of those, the milk that I have in my refrigerator that I need to use up anyway. Or if you don't have the milk in your refrigerator, that's why you got pets. That's why you got pets milk. Called it pets milk. But you know, Carnation had carnation milk. You know, the Carnation is brand and also is brand. But they're the same goddamn thing. If it say evaporated milk or it says sweet condensed milk. I showed y'all how to make condensed milk from milk. But anyway, I'm rambling. All I want to say is fuck you hoes and fuck you bitches. And I'm not talking to women right now, okay? I'm talking to these niggas who are dumb, right? And they want to prey on you. And ladies, you got to be smarter. Because, see, I love myself, right? And when I say myself, that would be me, my family, and my community, right? So there's places I don't go. And I don't go there because I realize that they are uh assimilated. No. What's the word? They putting out putting out false information that only will destroy us as a people, right? And there's so many of them. And to argue with somebody when they put up the definition and they can't read. But what's worse is that all AI, and I just started doing some research in AI like recently, right? Because see, I understand AI. I know what it's supposed to do, right? I know how if I wanted to fuck it up, if we as people didn't want this thing to be, like I could tell you how you fuck it up. You realize that it might take over your job, take over this, take over that. There's a way where we as humans, the smarter people, the real intelligent, how we can fuck it up. But I digress, right? Because you got to remember where it gets its information from. Some of y'all give it permission. You either got your new phone that says, hey, I got AI on it. You can use me. Hey, you can use me for free. And you ain't go in and select it where they cannot really use you. Did you know everything you ask that AI, everything you ask it records it, saves it, and everything. It's recording your voice, everything you tell it about yourself. Even if you just stored it in your phone, them motherfuckers ain't giving you shit for free. They're giving you shit. You paying for them to get your shit. And you just so dumb you don't even know it. You probably thinking, well, what could they do with my information? That's what people were saying about 10, 15 years ago. Well, what could it ain't nothing but my information. I'm not a criminal, so I don't care. And then you get docs and everybody know everything about you. They pulling up your anything that happened. You late on a bill, everybody know it. You dumb motherfucker. But I know like 10 years ago, you was like, well, how could that hurt me? How could that affect me? When we was like, well, it can affect you getting jobs. Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm not a criminal. Why would it affect me getting jobs? Now motherfuckers getting fired for shit they said 10 years ago. But I know what do a person with a brain, what could they tell you? Especially when they worked in the industry and knew exactly what was happening. And the reason why motherfuckers can't really dox me, because I be telling y'all shit that you can't find on me. Because I always understood. Remember, I done told you, you put breadcrumbs of false information, put breadcrumbs of real information, lead it to another shit. They don't know whether I really live in Delaware or if I live in Missouri or if I live in motherfucking Louisiana. Them motherfuckers don't know if I live in Florida. I had driving license in all the motherfucking states. Right now, when I use an address, it might be my goddamn address. I ain't never lived in that motherfucking house in Florida. I never lived in Florida. That don't mean I don't own a house in Florida, but it's my house, right? Pay property tax. I can use it as an address, as my property. Motherfuckers think they know. You don't know. You stupid. Technology is gonna take over your life. You're gonna lose your job for some shit you said today. You're gonna lose your shit tomorrow. People just allowing these tech companies to just take your identity, take everything. You putting cameras in front of your house. You had to pay for that Ring camera, and it wasn't even cheap. And then you don't own what the fuck is recorded on your Ring camera. What? Bitch, you got a camera in your house? What? You mean to tell me you got a camera in your house connected to another company? You gave them permission that the camera footage belongs to them, and your ass don't know what you doing. Your ass walking around your house naked. They in on websites on the dark web looking at you walk through your fucking house. You think you protecting your child because you got a camera pointed at the kids that you can see, but on the dark web, everybody can see. The fuck? There used to be cameras where you had everything in your house. It would record, it would go to a tape or something. Just in your house, only your house. It didn't go nowhere on the net. They was like, oh, check it out. Voice over IP, video over IP. Look, you could be at work and see what they doing. That's a good thing. But if you could see what your kids doing, why you think other people can't see what your fucking kids doing? And then when you home, they can see what you doing. Motherfuckers talking to people's kids through their video, children's video, supposed to be security cams. And we complaining about women going to dinner with men and who gonna flip the bill. They got motherfuckers living in your house and you don't even know because they not physically, that don't mean they not there. You got so much more to worry about, baby. And then motherfucker want to talk about the young man, the young whoever that was, who just got assassinated, right? And am I supposed to care? Well, I don't. Am I happy? I'm not happy, and I'm not sad neither. Like it's a such thing as not giving a fuck because he not me. Huh? He not part of self. He not part of me, my community, nothing. I got nothing good nor bad to say about it. In fact, somebody asked me, I say, oh, I heard about that. That's it. I don't even want to talk about it. We giving it too much motherfucking attention. You know, after uh, a few of black people who was trying to push us forward, when they got assassinated, motherfuckers didn't talk about it. What his name? Mega, uh, what his name? Damn, I don't want to pronounce it wrong because that would be very disrespectful, right? Mega, eh, uh, is it? Anyway, I'm not gonna say it because I'm trying to be respectful, okay? For what I'm talking about in this moment, I'm not trying to crack no jokes, right? What I'm saying though, there been black people who were murdered right there on side of, like, in their yard, right, with their families there, with their family watching, or even where it was played over and over on TV, right? And shit was happening. Now today we could look back and we talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in a respectful way, right? Most people in all races of people think of him in a good way. But there was one when he was an enemy. He was thought of as being an enemy to white people. They rewrite history all the time. And you would think that back then he was so respectful and shit like that. There was a time when even black young people like my uncles and stuff who were younger, even though he was young himself, right? You know, when he got assassinated, he was a young man. Um, but they had different uh, belief systems on how black people moved in this world. But what I would tell you is that there was never back then a time where people was like they wanted to be separate. That's dumb. But people be like, no, black people, they want to be separate. And he wanted us to integrate. And we're like, no, we was already separate. Why would they want something that we were? But see, that's the rewriting of history. That's the rewriting of history. You rewrite history and you start making up shit. And then you younger people and listen. Now, even I, as a younger woman, listening to what they were saying. Now, but see, they had family. My parents and my grandparents was talking to me. They told me about things and they didn't name them, the things that we hear now, like uh, Black Wall Street. My grandmother didn't call it Black Wall Street. She called it whatever it was, told us about it, and I wrote about it. I wrote about it during it wasn't Black History Month because they didn't have no Black History Month back then. That you had to write who your hero was. And I had wrote about a situation that happened locally and abroad, right? Through the years. And I got failing grades when they told me that never happened. I remember being mad at my grandmother. I sat on the porch with her for over a week with her telling me things, and I wrote about it. And I got a failing grade because they told me it wasn't true, that it was made up, that never happened. See, they rewrote shit. Now, whether the people who gave me the failing grade, whether they didn't know that it didn't happen either, right? Because they can erase some shit and teach it to nobody. And then when somebody bring it up, people be like, "What are you talking about? We never heard of that." Right? That can happen. So I don't know if them teachers didn't know. Oh, change the picture. Okay. Well, I'm talking about the nasty food too, but I did. I kind of. Anyway, that food is nasty, looking disgusting. Okay. But I am talking about something serious, so I should change it. Anyway, but what I'm saying is, I'm not looking in chat. I'm sorry, I haven't looked in chat the whole time. Thank you for coming, whoever's here. If nobody's here, I'm talking to myself. That's okay too. Okay, bomb. Don't be giving no dams. Okay. Anyway, send cash app, send money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. I'll shake my butt to the money. Put my booty to the ground. That's right. Hear me. I know you can't hear the sound, but I can hear the sound deep inside of my soul. And send me that money, even the old, and send me some gold. Anyway, cash app, bomb cherry juice, dollar sign. Everybody knows the dollar sign. Think everybody's dollar sign, so I don't think I have to say dollar sign. Bomb cherry juice, baby, send the money. We take 99 cents. We don't take no pennies. If you send me a motherfucking penny, I'm gonna send you that motherfucking penny back. Okay? We ain't taking no pennies over here. Oh, okay. We ain't taking no pennies over here. Okay, I'm gonna throw that penny right back at your ass. I wonder, can you send a penny? But we will take one penny less than a dollar, though. We will take 99 cents. Okay, $1.99, $2.99, $3.99, $4.99, $5.99, $6.99, $7.99. We like $9.99, $10.99, $11.99, $12.99. Go to $20.99, $21.99. We can do it. Just don't drop a dime. Listen. Anyway, what else I'm talking about? Okay. Um, Let me get back on the topic at hand because I kind of speared off all kinds of ways, right? Listen, have self-respect. I don't give a damn about somebody who never gave a damn about me, not just me, right? When I say me, I'm talking about self, right? What is self? My family, my friends, my community. Now, let me tell you the thing about community that some of y'all don't know. See, you might have children, right? I learned this early on because first of all, where I'm from in the South, raised with the elders who come from a different time, they taught us about community without even calling it community. Like they cared about each other. Like a motherfucker could knock on your door and get a cup of sugar. Okay. And my husband, I remember we had a neighbor that came and asked for a cup of sugar. Hubby said, don't give it to him. He said, if they get that, they're going to want this and that next. I said, baby, just a cup of sugar. You know, I bought sugar every month. I bought flour, sugar, eggs, milk. There's certain things that I got every month like clockwork. Even if it was already in the pantry, I bought it the next month like clockwork. We never ran out of certain things. It's not like that no more, though. We running out of all kinds of shit today, baby. We running out of all kinds of shit today. But anyway, um, they came and got a cup of asked for a cup of sugar, and hubby, always thought he was mean, But I'm thinking it's just a cup of sugar, because where I'm from, motherfuckers used to come and get a cup of sugar. And I just saw my mom and go and get a cup of sugar and give it to him, like literally a cup of sugar. And so then they came back and they said, my mom said, you got a pack of Kool-Aid. After they got the sugar, they needed a pack of Kool-Aid. So go in there and give them a pack of Kool-Aid. Papa said, I told you. But I'm from the generation and from a location where, like my mom, I remember my mom sending us to my grandmother's house to get like 2 eggs. You know what I mean? Or I don't remember about no sugar, but I do remember getting eggs, or usually with eggs or maybe some milk or something she making and she don't have something. And that's what we did, right? Um, so when people would come and ask, I gave it to them. And hubby be like, they're going to come back. They're going to think they can always come here. And I'm like, but they can. They could come here. They could come here and get some sugar. I always got sugar. They need flour. No, they ain't coming asking me for no pork chops, okay? They can't be coming asking me, you got a pack of pork chops? Nah. What you talking about? I ain't never seen that shit happen. I ain't never seen nobody come and ask for no goddamn whole pack of meat or no shit like that. But anyway, getting back on subject is community is about self, right? Because who you commune with, and even if you don't commune with them like on a friendly level, you got to understand that if something happened in your community, it could affect you too. Like for example, somebody breaking in the homes, right? It could be somebody in your community breaking in your homes, but he don't just break in your home. He's gonna break in that neighbor home, that neighbor home, and that means that one person affecting all of us, right? So if you know who did it and you ain't saying shit, who? But when that motherfucker break in your house, now you want to come and tell us you know who did it because you saw when they broke in our house. Me and hubby was talking about that, right? We knew who did it because somebody saw him do it, but they didn't mention that they saw him do it until he broke in their house. And now this motherfucker's telling everybody who breaking in the houses. And see, that's what community mean, right? You you know something, and as long as it don't affect you, you don't give a shit. So you're not a part of the community. And if you're not a part of the community, you ain't got no right to talk about the community. You are the motherfucking problem. You the motherfucking problem. And you only want to cry when it affects you, right? It used to be things as neighborhood watch. Our communities set up things like that. White communities didn't need no shit like that. White communities hired policemen and security and cars. And we had people who were just watching. We had the nosy neighbor who knew everything. Now they would talk about her being nosy than a motherfucker until some shit go wrong and then everybody knew who to go ask. You saw who was around my house? Ain't that something? You call them nosy because you see them always peeking out their window. My husband, I think I told y'all a story where hubby almost hit a kid, a baby, walking across the street. We would have got sued. We would have got sued. Because them motherfuckers who live in our community, they trying to get a lick off of everybody, anybody. They wasn't even out there with that child. They had a child watching the child. And the child who's watching the child was a child, so they run off with their friends. This child was like, I don't even think they were 3, 4 years old out there, right? Shouldn't have been out there with no child in the middle of the street. By the time hubby see him, the baby falls, right? Hubby walks this baby to the house, to the door, and say, "Hey, your baby was in the street. I almost hit your baby." Right? They take the baby to the hospital. Nothing wrong with the baby, but they trying to sue us, y'all. They call the police and everything. They call the police and everything. The nosy motherfucker in the neighborhood saw everything. She was looking out her door. She was looking out her window. She had her kitchen, all our kitchen windows are pointed out where if we in the kitchen, we could see. But she was always in that fucking kitchen window. It seemed like she was sitting right there, just watching everybody outside. We would complain. The kids would complain because kids would be in a tree, and she would tell them to get out the tree. It's her tree. It ain't even her fucking tree. Wasn't even in her yard. So I had to, talk to her, tell her she don't have no right to tell nothing to my sons. But if she got a problem, though, she could come and knock at the door. It wasn't on no aggressive. Like, it's like, hey, these my kids. My kids are respectful to you. And, if you're gonna be disrespectful, then come and knock at my door and be disrespectful to me and my husband, so we could beat your ass and send your ass back to your house. Okay. you know, but don't be cussing out my kids, because I don't cuss out my kids. We ain't never cuss out. We ain't never, only if I was mad, I said, don't make me be mad. Like if it was some mad shit where I told them over and over and over and over again. But I don't even remember that. But I know it happened, okay? I know me, so it happened sometime. But anyway, but nobody else gonna cuss out my kids though. And then I'm not going, and check it. If you can't cuss out my kids, then you can't cuss out them kids or them kids neither. Now, I don't know what their parents do or not do with them, but don't do it in my presence. Don't cuss out no kids. So it really drives me crazy, some things that I see online when it comes to the kids. Like, I'm very sensitive to that, right? You know why? Because I was raised to know that the children are the future. Like, our people, our grandparents and parents and the adults thought of us coming up as the future. Today I don't even hear people say that. I never hear people say our children are the future. Treat them well, teach them, educate them. I hear now they trying to take away education, because see, the more woke or awake or whatever they want to call it, or educated we become, the less likely we're going to continue to be on this wheel, like that rat meal. Like we got that rat. I call it a rat, but I think people call it hamsters. I think people call them hamsters. I call them rats. Anyway, I don't know what the difference is, but okay. Anyway, they be on that wheel and you just turning that wheel, you just running, but you ain't really going nowhere. And that's what life can be like, right? You doing the same thing over and over again. Now they say something you do every day, over and over again with no change, and you ain't really getting nowhere. They call that insanity, right? And yet that's what we do every day. People go to work, same job, deal with the same people, doing the same thing over and over again, and you ain't really coming out of nothing. You're just doing it to survive. That's called survival. And we got a lot of people, we got more people in survival mode than those who aren't. And eventually, though, you get educated and you learn and you say, wait a minute. And so our young kids, though, they don't want to, they realize we too smart now, right? The zennials, late millennials, motherfuckers saying they ain't even going to work. They're going to go, if they working just for the minimum anyway, then they just going to go out there, make that money, and then go sit on their ass and live life. I don't know how sitting on your ass living life, but hey, that's what they say. I guess they got to figure it out. But we got to give them the tools so they can figure it out. And AI, if you giving them just AI, you ain't giving them the tool, right? If AI gonna do all the work for you, you ain't gonna nobody gonna be able eventually in 50 years, nobody gonna be able to tell AI they wrong. They're gonna just believe what AI say. AI gonna be able to make up what they want. or whether there will be somebody making it up that controls AI. It don't even fucking matter. Either way, I, like we need to go back and talk to these older people, get some information. Even I be one. Look, I talked to my aunt and I asked her questions, and you know, and she started talking about the stories and things. I got one aunt I really trying to figure out if I go to Louisiana, it, it's not gonna be as simple as me going to a house because my sister gonna want me there. But I want to go to this one aunt house and learn those older sewing techniques. You know, I wanna I wanna learn that hand sewing and the things that she was able to do. I want to learn that from her before she passed away. She's in her 90s already. She's still uh all there in the mind and everything. Very healthy. She gets up and go to the casino and everything. You know, that's what they like to do. They get up and the men have long passed away. Men died way before the women died. In my family, especially. I don't think there's any man who outlived their wives. Okay. Sometimes the women be living 30 years even after the man passed away. I'm not hoping that they happen. But then if they don't, like my mom, they end up being so heartbroken that they pass away soon after their husband passed away. And I'm thinking, oh my God, like I don't, I don't want to be either. I don't want to be here 30 years after, and I don't want to die right after. I don't even want him to die like I want. Look, we need to live forever, but that's not gonna happen. I'd rather me go first. I don't even know why. Because man, I don't know. I feel like my kids would be better with their dad. You know what I mean? They're gonna be good. He gonna make sure they're good, and they gonna make sure he good. I feel like I'm a collapse on my kids. You know, if my husband passed away, I'm a I'm a collapse. I'm gonna be dead weight for my children. They're gonna have to take care of me, and that'll be fucked up. But my husband, they're not gonna have to really take care of him like that. You know, he's still gonna make sure things good. He gonna make sure they good. He gonna make sure the grandkids do well, and then more grandkids. And that's what I think about sometimes, which is sad, right? It's sad to think about your death, but I'll be reborn again, baby, and I'm come back just as motherfucking. Oh, listen, I'm coming back, bitch. I'm coming back. Okay. Oh man, if people would just believe in reincarnation, did you know if we believed in that, people would be nicer? Because just imagine that you a white racist, but you know that karma gonna get your ass in the next life. Your ass might come back being a black man. and and so you wouldn't want to mistreat others. You would want fairness across the board because you would have an idea that your salvation is you coming back, being reborn, and you don't know what you're gonna be. You'll be nicer to animals, and you'll be nicer to birds. You'll be nicer to bugs because you might end up being a bug. Now, depending on the lifespan, it don't matter to us. A fly only lives so many hours or days, but to them, it's a life. That's a lifetime, right? That's a lifetime. If we live to 50, we'd be thinking 50 years ain't shit, right? 50 years ain't shit. A fly, whatever, 30 days that they get to live, that's a lifetime to them. They live their whole life cycle. To us, that's like, damn, they only live 30 days? Damn. To them, that's like, they done been a maggot. They done went from maggot to they started getting their wings. They become flies. They flying around eating this and eating that, eating your food, eating your shit, eating this. They live their whole life until they croak. Unless we spray them, because I be spraying them motherfuckers, or I get the fly squatter. Bam! But if I knew that I might come back as a fly, I might be a little nicer to flies. As long as they stay out of my goddamn house. Maybe I'll just scoot them out, you know? So but we believe that we're gonna go to heaven when it where there's so many people in heaven. It's too many motherfuckers in heaven. It's overcrowded, baby. You ain't gonna be able to do nothing in heaven. Everybody is just in the veil, squeezed up. If we believe what people believe, it's like it don't make sense. It just don't make no goddamn sense. But they had to give us some hope to go somewhere so they could control us, which don't make sense because going to heaven or hell, nobody giving a damn no more. It used to control people, but it doesn't anymore. People believe in heaven, they the worst motherfuckers. They not really thinking about, oh, I'm gonna do good so I can go to heaven. No, the motherfuckers start preaching one life to live. I'm a YOLO it. I'm one life to live. I'm gonna live it how I live it. So they know Christianity don't control people no more. So that's when you know um they became a problem. Okay, it becomes a problem. It even becomes a problem for the Christians. But I ain't gonna talk about that, y'all. I'm about to go. Wait, I ain't never looked in the chat. Let me see who here. Like, I'm supposed to be sewing. Y'all heard me when I first came. What did I say I was gonna do? I said, I'm gonna be sewing and talking. Okay. Now listen. Let me come see who here. If y'all here, I guess I'll put the link. I never put the link in because I never came to the chat. Apologize. I gotta take down this nasty food from off my screen. Hubby got home and everything. That nigga said that's nigga dressing. That nigga said that's dressing. Lord have mercy. Y'all go look at that stream though. He'll get his views. That shit was crazy. He got 3,000 something. That shit was crazy. He do vertical. And people come over and he is entertaining, baby. But I'm telling you, that chat be entertaining. What's going on, Ellie? I don't know why I called you Ellie. Dolo. Mr. Bomb. What's going on, Lena? Also, by their belief, you're a spirit and not a body. So how could you take up space? Well, yeah. But if you just a spirit, because they beliefs is kind of crazy, right? It's just all crazy, crazy all over the place, right? Because if you're a spirit, you know, everybody just floating around. Like they say, there's a veil and all them spirits over there. And you go be in the Garden of Eden again and shit. And it's all kinds of beliefs that I've heard people say. What's going on? CDP, how you doing? Mr. Bomb, how you doing? Sun Kiss, how you doing? Y'all, that was my ramble for the day. Y'all know, y'all ain't got to agree with me. What's going on, Reese? I thought BP didn't exist in the old days because they read never on TV. Uh, Black people didn't exist in the old days because they read never on TV. You need to unmod Venus. I'm pretty sure she typed me for professing my love to Brownie Ellie. Who gotta unmod people? I don't even know what you're talking about. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Yeah, look, we got some super mods. If you're a super mod, the super mod, I think we got like two super mods. I gotta look and see who the super mods are because I forgot. I think it's two super mods. It might be two super mods. The super mods can take care of the mods if they get out of control. You can't get timed out, but not for a long period of time, y'all. Listen, no time nobody out for more than like 30 seconds at a time, or maybe a couple of minutes at the most. Please, I don't know why they time people out for they give people time out for a whole day. It's crazy. You know what I mean? So you could time them out and let them know that they're doing too much or whatever. But I don't do the chat. Okay, that's why I got a lot of mods, because they family, and uh, I'm cool with what they do. And if y'all get not timed, I don't give a shit about no timeout. If y'all get blocked, hit me up and I'll unblock you. But I'm not gonna be unminding people, and I'm not gonna be punishing nobody neither. Unless, like one time I had to punish somebody. Now I didn't like that shit. Because if I said don't do something and they did it anyway, I don't like that. Okay. Especially in my face. You know what I mean? It's like you saying, fuck you, Bob. We don't give a shit what you say. And I'm like, bitch, you better give a shit what I say. What the fuck? Oh, okay, hubby, I got you. You don't even be over here. Mr. Baum saying he's not a supermod. You see what he told me? He said I'm not a supermod. And that's my husband. So I got to supermod him. Okay. I'm about to supermod hubby. Okay. The reason you're not supermod because when you became a mod, there was no such thing as a supermod. Okay. But now they got supermod. So I'm about to make hubby a supermod because I don't want him divorcing me. Okay. I don't need him divorcing me. Y'all already know I can't handle it. Okay. Let me um let me go and supermod his ass right now. Managing moderator. You can block words, change chat. He don't even be over here like that. And he want to be a supermod. He don't even block nobody. He don't even time him out. He just want the control of the control. And I had to give it to him because he do control the house. Y'all. I know I be talking that shit like I'm the head. I never said I was the head of the household. Y'all ain't never hear me say that shit ever. But I do say that I'm a human, right? Hubby don't control me, but he kind of he do have some control. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. Ever since I saw his sexy ass and started messing with him, dating him. Actually, we wasn't dating. We was having sex with each other first. Okay, we was truly having sex first before we was dating. Okay, and he had a little control over me then. Okay, and that's how when he asked me to marry him, I was like, okay, but I'm not gonna be no slave. And he said, yes, you are. And then he started making me wear them sexy outfits. Like I have the candy girl, candy striper outfit, the French maid outfit. I have the he about to mess with me. He been controlling me in other ways, okay? All our marriage. He been controlling me. Okay. Now he didn't have full control, but kind of, right? Like for example, when he would say, why you gotta wear that? And I'd be like, huh, you know you like when I wear this. And so I would wear it because I know he liked it. Okay, just he tried to tone me down for others, but he know he liked when I wore this. He know when he liked me wearing skirts and shit. And then I remember when instead of telling me I want you to get naked, he told me why you gotta wear that. I'm gonna take it off you anyway. All he had to do is say take it off, and I would have took it off. But he can't. Okay, he said he got influence over me. Yes, he does. Okay, he does. He always gave me the right to speak. He never told me you a woman and I'm man. You know what I mean? Like I would disagree with him. He'd disagree with me. Now to be honest, you know when the men say the uh the the men used to be quiet and let the woman just do it. I noticed he started doing that, which I didn't like. Right? I don't like that because sometimes I would start an argument for the argument's sake, just the sake of argument, conversation, should I say? Right? Um, the men. I remember when my dad, my grandfather, and stuff, they would be like, "Woman, I don't want to go through this," and they would walk away. Right? But I always knew my grandmother. She was just trying to have conversation with my grandpa. Right? He wasn't arguing and fighting and calling him names. And he would just walk away. Now we women, y'all know we don't like that, right? When I remember telling husband, get out the house, go, you got to leave. And he started going to the door, and I jumped in front of the door and said, where the hell you think you're going? Just told him to get out. He wasn't supposed to be walking towards that door to get out. I'm like, where you going? Move out my way, Lavoy. Where you going? Where you think you going? You you don't get to go nowhere. We arguing right now. We're gonna discuss it. And then it got to where he realized that's what I like, right? And then we would argue sometimes all night long. Like we wasn't cussing at each other. Like our arguments are not cussing. It's just that I'm like, babe, look, after a while, I look at the time, I realize he gotta go to sleep because he gotta go to work. And he like, I don't care about going to work. I'ma go. I said, I don't need no sleep. We're gonna settle this. I'm like, babe, you don't argue with me enough. Go to sleep. I need you to go to work. And he be like, and then he mad because I done got him mad. I don't even know why he that mad. The argument wasn't even that serious, but I did start the argument. because we didn't really talk about nothing. Like the men just don't get it. The men don't get it. Like imagine being in a house and he got his own hobbies and you got yours, right? So y'all separate and y'all only come together to go to bed and make children and shit, right? Eventually, we women, we want to talk to you. And it, every time I try to talk, it's inconvenient for him, right? It's either when he about to go to bed or it's when he watching football or when he want to go fishing, right? And so, boom, I start talking to him and I say some shit like, you ain't never got time to talk to me. And then now that's the argument. See, that's the beginning of the argument. The men don't understand, though, that that's us saying, hey, you ain't spending no time. We don't even have conversation. And then he's mad because you mad. And you're not really mad. You just trying to spark up the goddamn conversation. And then it gets crazy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of you women know what I'm talking about. Some of you men, you probably is over your head. Maybe you're not understanding women, right? Because it's not like I could sit down and say, how that football team doing? Because even if he started giving me the answers, I don't know what the hell he talking about. I don't even know who played football, right? So do that to hubby. I used to like I would follow some of the people, Reggie Bush, because he was New Orleans Saint, I think, at one time. And then when that motherfucker went wherever he went, I don't even know if he still played football, right? Um, was that his name, Reggie Bush? Yeah, that was his name. And then like I can't really bring up the Saints because I'm a Saints fan, but not really because I'm not a football fan. But if I want to know who won, it'd be the Saints, right? I'd be like Saints win. But he's a Cowboy fan, so I can't brag about the Saints beating the Cowboys, right? Because then it looked like that's that's not right. So in our house, I root for the Cowboys unless they playing against the Saints. He roots for the Saints unless they're playing against the Cowboys. And then she said, I know Bob and don't care. he he tried to explain football to me, but what he don't know is I really care about understanding football. Because I'm not a stupid woman, right? If I really wanted to know what football was about, I'll sit there and watch it and I would get an understanding. In fact, I understand football because I used to play football. I wanted to play high school football, but they said I'm a girl and wouldn't let. But I tried out, and then they let me try out the first day, and then they wouldn't let me try out no more. Okay, but every time I sit when I wanted to be like ah the little lady who don't know shit, I would sit there and act like I don't know, so he can explain it. But he never came and sat outside of me and said, "What you doing? That's called sewing." Well, how you do that? Oh, let me see how you do this. See, and for me to sit there and say, "Oh, is that the quarterback? Oh, how many points do they make? Oh, is that the wide receiver?" That's me being wifely and trying to act like I'm a dancer in distress or stupid so I can spend time with my husband. That's what that was. Now, he met me and I wasn't a stupid woman, right? Um, I was very active until I started having them goddamn babies, baby. Okay. And so that was me, trying to get a conversation and trying to find something in common. Me going fishing with him. That's me trying to spend time. Goddamn, people keep calling it. Even though I did tell them to call me back. I don't know why. Every time they call, I tell them to come back. Okay, because I don't want to talk to them. But anyway, instead of me just saying, nah, not interested. Well, you bought me the sewing machines, yes. You bought me everything in the house. But that's not the point. The point is you never sat by. I said, babe, my husband be down there, he's sewing with his hand. Like he creating his own stuff. And I'd be like, babe, I got a sewing machine, right? I can show you how to use it. But we older. Our parents, my brother and the men, the boys, right? They had to learn how to mend. We used to put patches on our pants. Motherfuckers y'all don't even wear your pants out. Y'all ain't got no pants where you got holes and shit in them, except unless that's the design. We used to wear our pants when we were kids. They would get holes in the knees, in the butts, and our parents would put a patch on that shit. You patch up them jeans, baby. Okay? You patched up them pants. Uh, Especially if they your best pants. Y'all generation don't do that. Y'all generation don't even wear clothes more than 10 times. Yeah, motherfuckers. Y'all be y'all be buying pants, clothes and wearing it one time and then y'all forget y'all. My son's like that. Yeah, hubby so by hand. It be, I play sports, never like watching it. Yeah, I don't watch no sports. That's me trying to be with my husband. They don't understand that. Then they'll be like, the missus, she won't let me. Like one time I was down there one year and I was asking him, okay, what's happening? Because I was trying to spend time with. I think it was the Super Bowl. And that's where he get everybody, like the friends used to come by. Because we always had a big screen TV. When I met him, he had a big ass big screen TV, okay? In the barracks, y'all. He the only one. I don't think I knew anybody else with a big screen TV. You know, he had one already, so it was his when I met him. Anyway, so we ain't never had a small TV. I think the smallest TV we got, maybe the one in my room right now, right? 40 something inches and shit like that. But anyway, he um he would like when we first married, all his friends would come over for the Super Bowl, and I would cook for him and everything. I was like the perfect wife. And then I would sit there, right? And they would bring their girlfriends and shit by, okay? Until I was looking at a bitch who this bitch is at the goddamn Super Bowl party, and she ain't here with no nigga. Oh wait, she ain't here with no man. And I'm like, this bitch doing here. Okay. Now I ain't gonna mention her name. He remember. Okay. And I found out that they messed with each other before we got married, which I didn't care about. But then uh I was thinking, if this bitch ain't here with no nigga, then what's she here for? Okay. No, that was a 50. That your TV was a 50 inch. The smallest TV we got is in the one in our room right now, which is 46 inches. Okay. But anyway, I ain't gonna mention. Y'all listen, hubby had girlfriends before I met him, and I ain't never, had no problem with none of them. But now we married, and one of these hoes is she's at the Super Bowl party. And I'm thinking to myself, what is this hoe at the Super Bowl party for? Which nigga she linked up with? Everybody else who here linked up with a nigga. And I'm thinking, what this bitch doing right now? And I was gonna whip that ass, but I said, no, bomb, don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. And then after everything was done, I think me and him got in an argument about it. Okay. Now the truth is I could have just whipped her ass and I ain't had to say nothing to him, but I didn't. I was a good wife. You understand? Oh, I thought it was a 50 inch. Maybe I think your memory is a little wrong. But I could be wrong. I know one thing, it weighed 500 pounds, y'all. I got pictures of it. Okay. I don't know why I thought look, look, he ain't saying nothing about what I'm talking about right now, huh? You see how he ignoring me? Uh-huh. And I remember that time he asked me one time out the blue. I don't know, I don't even know, but he asked me, but you don't think women are attracted to me? I'm like, what? Why would I think women aren't attracted to you? Like, I'm attracted to you. Why would I not think women are attracted to you? Um, that's crazy. That's some crazy shit, man. No, she ain't come with Clarence. See, but he know who I'm talking about. Um, Clarence was there. All the men was there. Claudia was there. She did not come with Clarence. Now, her and Claudia was friends, but they wasn't friends like that after we got married because Um, and no, she didn't come with Clarence. She was the only one not partnered with somebody. I don't even think Clarence can, did he? Because Clarence didn't like me after you and I got together. I don't remember though. So if Clarence can, I don't remember Clarence coming because that was crazy. So Clarence was his roommate, was my husband's roommate, and Clarence is the one. Now I, when Clarence asked me to go out on a date with him, um, I remember my hubby now, which was his roommate, walked up there with him. It's almost like he was pushing him to ask me, right? Like he wanted to ask me, but he maybe he didn't know how. So they walked up to the barracks. We was in the same company, but they barracks, the men barracks was next to ours. Our barracks, my barracks was, we had men and women in my barracks. It wasn't that many men though. It's mostly women. Anyway, I remember Clarence coming to ask me out on a date. And as he's asking me to go out on a date, I'm looking at my husband, my now husband behind him. And I'm like, because I'm thinking to myself, okay, I want to go on a date, but I prefer to go on a date with him behind you. That's what I was thinking in my head. So I was like, nah, I don't think so. While I'm looking at him behind me, I'm like, nah, I don't think so. He's like, yeah, come on, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna do this and do that. I'm like, nah, I don't think it's a good idea. And then he said it again, and then I looked at him, my husband behind him, and I said, okay, like, because I didn't want him to feel bad, right? He's almost kind of like, yeah, it's gonna be good. We're gonna go together. It's gonna be a group of us. Da, 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 da. And I was like, okay. I was like, okay. But I was looking at the man behind him who I really wanted to go with, right? So cool. Anyway, now mind you, I never led men on. So if I wasn't interested, then I wasn't interested. That mean, like I told you, no, that mean I'm not interested in you like that. We could be cool, we could be friends, what y'all call friend zoning, right? But that's it, right? And I knew that was his roommate, so I know that's kind of weird, right? That's weird that I go out with you, but he's the one that I like. And even though people thought they looked alike, they did not look alike to me, right? My husband was taller, he had them lips, he just was, but I guess they kind of looked alike a little bit, but nah, nah, they didn't look like to me. Anyway, so we go out on a date. Clarence had just got his new car and everything. So we drive, we go on a date, and then we go into the movie theater. And as I'm walking in with Clarence, right, we got the popcorn or whatever. I don't even know what we went to see, to be honest. Um, I see my now husband with another woman sitting over there. I look at him. I was like, damn. I didn't even see that bitch he was sitting on side. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Can't remember anything about her. Even in that moment, I looked at him. I said, God damn. in my mind, I was like, damn. And then I sat on side of Clarence and we watched the fucking movie. You know what I'm saying? And see, these men today will make it seem like, oh, you women using men and you like could have went to the movies with me, lots of men. There was lots of men asking me to the movies. And I went to the movies with a few of them. That don't mean I slept with them. That don't mean shit, right? I'm nice to them if they was nice to me. But then in a date, I get a sense that this is not my type of dude, right? I'm not your type. Like I went to the movies with one guy. He was real nice. He started talking about church and shit. And in my mind, I was like, okay, he looking for a good girl. In my mind, I was like, he looking for a good girl, and I'm not her. Okay. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, we got his date, he nice and shit. And I'm looking at him like he could be the husband type, but I'm not the wife type for him anyway. I ain't gonna tell no lie. Okay. So he was nice, but I just recognized I wasn't his type. He never told me I wasn't his type. I knew I wasn't his type. Okay. He wasn't my type. That's just it. It don't mean that he was mean. It don't mean he was disrespectful. It don't mean he wasn't nice. We could have been friends. I know we weren't gonna be friends long, right? Because I know that he asked me on a date for more. So I might say we friends, but then when he move on and find him a woman, he gonna go about his motherfucking business. I'm okay with that. But anyway, Clarence took me out on a date, and then, but I saw him who I married, and I was like, okay. Now I knew that was a mistake me going on a date with him, but I could, like, I didn't want to be mean and tell him no when he kept asking. So cool. And then I don't know. Right. I ended up with his roommate because now he asked me something. I forgot exactly how that happened. And it ain't none of your business anyway. But anyway, what I will tell you is I remember knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. And Clarence opened the door. And Clarence opened the door with a smile on his face, like as if I was there for him. And I said, is Mark here? Yeah. I, I said, is Mark here? And he said, he looked for a minute stunned because he was happy that I was coming to see him. But then when he heard me say, is Mark here? He looked at me and he started calling me all kinds of bitches. He said, nigga, what? And then Mark comes and he jumps in the middle of us and he calling me all kinds of bitches and whores and he leave out. And that's it. Okay. Oh, that's when we went to see the Head and Rocks the Cradle. Damn, my husband got a memory. I didn't even I don't even remember. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't looking at that movie. Okay. Because I saw the way you looked at me. See, the thing that got my attention is when I walked in with Clarence and the way you looked at me, and I looked back and I knew that signal. I was like, God damn. Yeah, he was mad. Clarence was mad as hell. But that's men's fault. See, now Clarence will make it seem like I did something wrong. I never kissed Clarence. I never hugged Clarence, right? I knew I wasn't interested in Clarence. Clarence pursued me, and I said, no, thank you, right? I said it nicely. But the thing is, he brought somebody with him. And so now, when the way he was asking me, it was almost like he was looking back, and I guess he didn't want to feel like, bad, like it would embarrass him. So when I picked up on that, I was like, okay, like, okay. Clarence set himself up for that. Okay. Because I wasn't interested in Clarence, not then, not now, not never. Clarence was a nice guy. He just wasn't for me. Okay. I'm not even saying that there was nothing negative about him. He wasn't bad looking. He wasn't a bad guy. He just wasn't for me. So, okay. And I don't know why people think that's bad when you notice that. Now, listen, some people for you based on looks. Hubby was for me based on looks. And then I got to know him. And then he was for me in other ways, right? Um, yeah, he was for me in other ways. He said it was man. Did you and him ever fight or fuss, babe? I don't know if y'all did because y'all was roommates. I can imagine because then I was sleeping, I would be sleeping in Mark's bed, and his roommate bed was on the other side. Like it was all kind of weird, but you know, I y'all made that messy. But then when hubby, when we was married for a few years, and I listened to him tell how they used to share women and shit, you know, um, how like one woman would come for one, and the other one would, and I'm like, okay, well, I mean, we wasn't married, and I ain't give a damn. Okay. I know nobody was passing me along. Nobody was sharing, passing, like I wasn't his girl and then his girl and his girl and shit like that. But we were all young. I don't think, like, young men and women shouldn't be worrying about what my old ass is worrying about. You know what I mean? Like some of y'all not gonna be worrying about something. You living your life, having a good time. I hope y'all protecting yourself. That's what I say. Protect yourself, both from disease, which I'm shocked I'm gonna do a stream about that, y'all. HIV is running fucking rampant. rampant. Okay. I I and because I'm older and shit, I just never I always thought the information was out there. I always shared the information with my sons. I'm like, hey, you know, uh, but a lot of it has changed. Like the shit that I used to know is not the same anymore. You know what I mean? Like you were gonna die at one point, and then you couldn't have children. They would say you couldn't have children. Now they said that your viral load with the medication, they'll put the baby on medication. Like, can you imagine a baby having to be on medication from birth, from something they didn't even do? You know, um, you got to be on this medication while you're pregnant, which means you're giving the baby medication. It's a whole lot that I wouldn't want to think about. But if I had to think about it, I would, right? I would take the medication and shit like that. But I think people need to protect themselves. Okay. The first time I ever spoke to Bomb, an ex girlfriend, new boyfriend claimed that I beat him up. Me and her go to see Bomb, and she cusses. Yeah, I was a I was a cusser out of. Because when I joined the military, now let me tell you, I didn't cuss around my parents, grandparents. But remember, I'm in the army, so I'm not around no family members. And I'm very short, right? I'm short, light skin, and all that. People believe that light skin can't fight and all that bullshit. Shit, they got me fucked up. But anyway, I was mean. Okay, I I was purposely mean, like I was doing it on purpose. So I do remember I was in the club, and um there was this guy. So hubby had a girlfriend, right? Hubby had an ex girl. Well, it was a girlfriend who was his ex, and she was dating a guy who was dating me, right? He was dating me. Now, and when I say dating, I mean like we just went on a few dates. And then I realized he was pussy. Okay. Now, so I remember I think I went to get blood drawn at the hospital because we was all in the hospital company. I went to get blood drawn, and my husband now, and uh, but this was before I really noticed him because I remember it, but it was before I was like, yeah, damn, right? Because he was with another woman, and she asked me something about a guy, and I cut like a woman asking me about this guy. She's like, "You date so and so?" I'm like, "The fuck you talk like? Who the fuck are you? You don't ask me who I'm dating." Yeah, I was cruel. Like if I was your friend, I was your friend, right? If we was cool, we was cool. I got you. You got me. We good. But if no regular bitch can walk up to me and ask me about no nigga, like bitch, if that's your nigga and that's my nigga, then that's my nigga when he with me, and that's your nigga when he with you. I don't give a damn. I for real was like that. Like if that's your real nigga for real, well y'all married. Now if y'all married, that's something else. Y'all ain't married. Well, that nigga ain't your nigga when he with me, and I don't give a shit when he with you, right? I ain't come to you. I ain't come to you and ask you nothing about you and who you with when you with him. Okay? When he with you, he with you. But if you coming to me asking me about him when he with me, then you must be missing out and you hurt. I'll send his ass back to you when I'm done with it. Is the kind of attitude I had. So you couldn't come ask me about no man. Now, if that nigga was your husband, you could ask me, and then I'm gonna send that nigga back to you after I beat his motherfucking ass. Okay? Especially if he touch me. Now, if he ain't touching my body and shit, then that nigga, I take it up as loss. Oh, you tried to play me, nigga. You're like, oh, you tried to play me, huh? Okay. And I let that shit go. But if that nigga touched my body in any motherfucking way, and he was married, I would bash his motherfucking head in. Okay? Because these niggas, these men, okay, because I don't want to call them niggas, these men, they play too much. But society is the reason, right? Because it's okay for him to have multiple women, but it's not okay for a woman. And so I used to think like a man. I used to feel like I was thinking like a man. I'm like, these niggas want to play games, then okay, right? I said I'm gonna play with him. And so that was my thought. I always thought I should have been born a boy because I feel like I'm not gonna be out here being used and abused by these men, right? So I'm looking at how women are acting, men are acting, and I'm thinking I'm not gonna be no woman who's just sitting up crying like I'm all cried out mm, 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 over you. Oh, you. Yeah, fucking no. I'm like, I'm not being all cried out over no nigga, right? Got me fucked up. I'm too young. I'm too young to be cried out about them niggas, so I ain't gonna take them serious. And I think Mr. Baum said it, I said it too. The reason we got married, y'all, is due to me moving. Like it's almost like I was gone and I came back to visit him a couple times because I really liked him. But then I think that last time I was there, I was like, I think it was for Thanksgiving. Was it Christmas or Thanksgiving, babe? Can't remember. I think I think it was I think it was Thanksgiving. Didn't I come for Thanksgiving and Christmas? Or did I just I know I came for Thanksgiving, but I thought I came for Christmas too. But I'm not sure, right? Anyway, I had already figured, okay, my mom and dad had a talk with me. They was like, hey, our phone bill is high as hell. What you doing? So the phone company was hubby and I was on the phone every night. And if he fell asleep, like if he called me and he fell asleep, I couldn't hang up on him. Like the phone wouldn't hang up. But if he called me collect, right? He called me collect. Sometimes he called me straight. Sometimes he called me collect. And my mom would let him call me collect, right? And so if he called me collect and he didn't hang up that phone before he fell asleep, that phone would not hang up. I could hang up the receiver and it didn't fucking matter. The phone wouldn't hang up. I could pick it up an hour later and he'd still be on the other end snoring and shit. Okay. And my mom and dad had a conversation. Hey, we know you dating. Who you dating? But you gotta make some decisions. So when he asked me to marry him, I think he asked me, then he asked my mom over the phone, and then when he came to Louisiana, that's when he talked to my dad, right? But oh, you want me to drop the link? Okay. Hmm. Well, I gotta get the link. Sorry, y'all. Invite and copy link. Okay. Yeah, the phone bill was high as hell. They had a conversation. His phone bill was high, and my mom's phone bill was high. And they was like, so the last time I was there, I kind of knew like, okay, this is gonna be the end. Because we ain't gonna be able to talk and I'm gonna just move on. Okay. And yeah. Yeah. Did I pin it? I did not pin it. Let me pin it. Reese, look, girl, I was like, I like him, but we far away. And back then we didn't have no internet where we could still keep in contact, FaceTime and shit like that. There was no cell phone. My mom's phone bill was high as hell. Shit, I had to help them pay it. I had to, I promised to help pay the phone bill, but then they let me get over it because when he asked me to marry him, and I remember my mom said, "You sure you want to get married so young?" Like, yeah. I, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but it was all kinds of things going on with me though. There was things going on that hubby don't even know that were going on with me. So um, I dropped it, man. I don't see you. You got to see. I think when you try to sign on, you be under my account. And I'm like, which aren't you on a new computer? You're not on the older one, are you? You're on the new one. You don't have to download the app. You could just hit go in browser and then put in a name and it'll let you come up. That might be what you're doing because I think you're under my account. And I think Zoom don't let me come up in two names no more like that. Anyway, yeah. His bill was high, my bill was high. Um, I don't even know, y'all. I wasn't in my right. I'm saying it now that I was in my right mind, but I wasn't in the right mind. Like, I wasn't. I don't know. It was almost like our generation. All of us got married. Everybody got married. Like our generation are married people. So when they say that marriage rate dropped, they're talking about people who thought that was what they were supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like you, you went to high school, graduated, and then you got married and started your family. You could have gone to college, but even then you was married going to college. You know what I mean? Most people got married even if they went to college. And even if they went to college and graduated, they got married. It was almost like that's how life was supposed to be. That's the steps you take. And so because of that, our generation got married. Like when I got out the army, when I not out the army, when I went into the army, like before I went into the army, I was like, okay, what's next? Now, because I didn't want to get married to nobody in Louisiana, that's why the fuck I went in the army. Right? I'm like, oh hell no, I ain't married nobody in this motherfucker here. Nobody. Okay? Nobody. I'd be to marry my own cousin and shit. Fuck out of here. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It would have been easy for me to marry my cousin. It was so everybody my fucking cousin. Hey Brownie.
Uh, oh, Hey, Bomb.
How you doing, sis?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Girl, I'm all over the place. As you see, you saw that food, girl.
I wouldn't even describe that as food. That's like a Thanksgiving nightmare.
Girl.
That's like a meme that people circulate on Thanksgiving.
Green beans, tomatoes, potatoes. Come on. Girl, he didn't shred the chicken. He just stuck the whole pieces of chicken.
And he ain't even bad. Like my dad, when my dad makes stuff and he don't shred the chicken either, but he make the chicken, and then he put it under, and he puts the chicken under, and then he puts the stuffing on top. So like you'll pull out like a drumstick and some stuff. It's cool. That's how he
Okay,
do it.
okay.
But
Now,
like that, he don't slice up the chicken and put it on top. He put it under the stuffing or the dressing so the dressing can cook with it.
yeah. Now, yeah. That okay. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen people might use turkey also that way.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, okay, okay, yeah, I see that. But he ain't put no other. So he don't put no meat in the dressing at all.
Who?
Your dad.
No, he put chicken in there. Like he put like some of the chicken is like shredded up, and then he puts like, and then he puts chicken at the bottom also, and then
Yeah, because I don't really put chicken in dressing. Like I boil the chicken neck and but I have turkey and ground beef and then so that's the meat. But usually that's like I said, I'm about to stuff bell peppers with that. It's because it's a whole meal. Uh, this is like a side dish that go to whatever. But so maybe that's now that I think about it, I ain't never seen no dressing without no meat in it. I mean, I seen where you can have it, so you can have a roast chicken with stuffing, and yes, or even dressing, like you said. But I thought he was making okay. Maybe I'm a so I see. I don't see that shit that he made though. That I'm thinking is he about to make a dressing. He didn't say he making chicken and a dressing. He was like, I'm making a dressing like it's a meal. And like our dressing got meat in it, baby. I like and like I said, I would only boil the chicken neck and then when you boil the chicken neck, you take the meat that's on it and because there's a little meat on there and you put it all and it'll be in the dressing. And I put some ground beef in the dressing or turkey. necks or turkey legs, in the dressing. So there's meat in there. So that's the difference between a stuffing. Also, stuffing don't really have meat like that. So the stuffing can go underneath, and you put a gravy on the stuffing when you're eating a turkey or chicken or whatever. But a dressing is actually it has meat in it. Um, yeah. So that's the difference between a stuffing and a dressing. Stuffing, you usually take the stuffing and you stuff the chicken, so you don't have to have meat in the stuffing. But a dressing, the difference is it does have meat in it. I think Reese, you asked yesterday what's the difference between stuffing and dressing. Remember, he said it was a dressing. Now, mind you, I'm from the South, so it could be different depending on where you're from, right? So let me look it up. Let's look it up. Let me share the screen while I look it up, so we all could be on the same page. Okay. I'm gonna put in cornbread. First, let's look up a recipe. Cornbread dressing recipes. Okay. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Turn on where? I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to turn shit on. If it ain't on, it don't need to be on. Somebody coming up. Somebody coming back. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what this look like, y'all. This grandma Southern style, what they call it? Cornbread dressing. Okay,
That
let's
looks
see.
good.
Yeah, see.
I
Now let me
think
see
I,
what you
I think I think the
go ahead.
difference is that dressing is made outside of the bird, and then stuffing is made inside the bird.
Insert the bird. Yeah. Uh, let's see.
So dressing gonna have meat in it, and then stuffing ain't gonna have no meat because it's made inside the bird.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let me see what they say. Let me see what she got in this. Let me see what the stuff at. That look good, but it look dry. But you supposed to put breadcrumbs on it so it get a little crunch at the top. But I was a little wetter. And yeah, no, for the so you use chicken or turkey stock, some eggs. They look like they got 5 eggs in that shit. Yeah, they got chops. Oh, sweet onion. I thought that said sweet corn. I'm about to say what the hell. Oh no, this Pepperidge Farm, girl, it don't count. No, I'm about to say what the hell is it? Why they call it Grandma Southern style, but it's Pepperidge Farm? They say put the herbal pack in. I'm like herbal pack. What is you talking about? Um,
That's the one JP need right there.
let me see. I'm gonna put in New Orleans. Let's see, New Orleans. Let's see if we can find something.
That's the one JP need right there. The one with the herbal pack.
I'm gonna put Louisiana cornbread. Let's see what they say.
Okay, that look good. That's how I'm used to dressing looking.
Yeah, see, it's a little moist, but I don't. That look like it
Yes,
was
that don't look like it's
baked.
cooked though. That look
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm about to say. It's not even baked yet, look like. And then, yeah, okay. Let's see what they say. Some flour, baking soda, sugar. They got some canola oil, celery, bell pepper, onion. Wait,
honey.
what happened? And wait, what happened? Onion, 2 pounds of ground turkey. See it? And it could be the breast of the thigh. It don't need to be the whole goddamn chicken. That 10 pound, 8 pound chicken, and also ground beef. But I prefer turkey and the broth. And so yeah, we have meat out. So I think that's what you like you were saying.
Yeah, I never had it with ground meat.
Yeah, it's good. Oh man, you talk about. Let me tell you the bet you ground brown the beef and some Italian sausage. That gonna give it that's the secret in my families, right? It's 2 kinds of meats in there, plus the turkey shredded up. Like I said, the chicken it'll be the neck or the turkey neck shredded. So you don't really see these things, but they're in there, right? And so, like you said, a dressing is an actual side dish. But it could be like a meal because it's got meat in it. So I usually
If
take
you got
mine.
dressing, you got the
Huh,
side, you good to go.
say it again.
I said if you got dressing and it got meat in it, and you got another side, that's a meal.
Yeah,
Or
we it and then it be moist and but it don't be wet like it's soupy. But when you bake it, it still be a little moist and you dig in it and it's just. But I usually stuff my bell peppers with it, and that's when I add shrimp to it. So it be beef in it, Italian sausage in it, and the turkey neck meat in there, and the chicken neck meat, and all my vegetables and everything. And then it has some shrimp that I pop in. Um, after bake the dressing, then I pop it in onions, put the shrimp in, and put them in the oven for sprinkle it with breadcrumbs, and that shit be good.
yeah, that
They don't
sounds good.
last. Yeah. But that shit that he had, where he just put the chicken in there on top. Like I never saw that before.
The chicken
Maybe
look
that's why
dry.
she was saying. Maybe that's why she's saying don't. She was saying don't cut the chicken up because I guess she. But that would have been a stuffing. Even though like he would have did it and then put it in the chicken, and then it would have been
Yeah,
a stuffing. It would have tasted better because then it would have got the flavors from the chicken, right? All in there.
yeah.
Oh man. He called it a dressing though, and so a dressing and a stuffing is different. But let me see what they say. Cornbread
It's just that it's that
dressing.
comfort food, but I don't know. There's nothing about seeing that brought me comfort. I was uncomfortable.
I was uncomfortable too, girl. So this is what it said. The main difference is cooking location. Stuffing is cooked inside the bird, while dressing is cooked in a separate pan or casserole dish. And
Okay.
so that's why. So he kept saying he making a dressing. He never said I'm making a stuffing. He said I'm making a dressing.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could you could see the difference in some of these things. I would say that this one right here, the second one is a dressing. See, it looked moist. You could tell it got meat. It holds its form. This one too, but this one, yeah, I think all
Stuffing
those.
is more breadier,
Yeah, like this last one right here, I would consider that a stuffing.
but they made with like the similar ingredients too.
Yeah, because you do need broth and stuff to flavor it up. Unless you buy that Pepperidge Farm, and all you need is some butter and water, girl, and that packet. Okay. See, that's what he should have got. You right. He should have got that, and they would have had a good meal, quick and fast.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell happening? Man, all kinds of shit happening in the Zoom. Girl, I think some. Let me
What
see.
happened?
Think they hacking through the Zoom. I don't know what the hell going on. Zoom is acting crazy, pulling up my name and host name and all that shit.
Mm.
Girl, no telling. Somebody. Anyway, don't matter. They can't get nothing. Whatever they looking for. Mhm. They be trying to be slick. But anyway, girl. So that was a mess. And then my husband mad at JP. He mad. He waiting for JP to come back over or something. Because I was over there last week on his channel, and now I took him as joking, but apparently the men don't think the same. Because he was like, he asked me, um, did I have a DNA test for my boys? And I was like, no, I had no DNA test. We were married. Like, he was like, suppose them not your boys. So I put up pictures, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he said that one in the middle don't look like that's for your husband. And I was like, so I'm pulling up pictures of all of us, me, my son. I'm like, he looked a little more like me, but yeah, he looked like his dad, right? And he was like, nah, that might not be his. And my husband was in his chat and he didn't know it. And my husband
Oh,
was mad about that. Now I told hubby, babe, he was just joking. And hubby like, nah, he don't play with me, with my family like that. I was like, okay.
well, you know how
I
that can
said, okay.
go.
Yeah, he's like, He's over there talking
JP,
about suppose that's not.
need to stop talking crazy. Your son's like almost. Your son's in a mid to late 20s. Talking about some. What? That's what?
That's what I was like. I was like, it don't matter. I said
They grown
he would still
man.
love them, even if they're not his. But I said there is no doubt that, like, I don't know. I get what men don't be knowing, but we women do be knowing. Some especially if we know. Like I wasn't messing with nobody. There's no chance. There's zero chance my kids are for anybody else except their dad. Zero. I'm okay with hubby wanting to go get a DNA test right now. Okay, I don't have no
Well,
problem.
that's JP world that he live in, where people like okay, like regular relationships and healthy interactions. When two adults got sound minds, you shouldn't have to get a DNA test if y'all are in a relationship or married and y'all are committed to each other. It should be an understanding that you know it ain't gonna be no possibility that it's gonna be anybody else's baby.
Mm-hmm.
But JP deal with degenerate
Right.
shit. So when you do degenerate shit, you got to sit
You're
there and
like,
question if a baby
you're like, he
yours.
ain't take a DNA test.
It's
Girls, they
surprising.
look.
It's shocking. Like,
Don't just no girls look just like him. His old dog look like
just
him,
like
like his
them.
twin. Just
The
like him.
mannerisms and
Shit.
everything. They be making his faces.
Yep.
I'd be like, oh,
So
sheesh.
yeah, but I'm like, me and hubby was married, like we lived together. You know what I mean? Like husband and wife do. So he knew where I was every night. I knew where he was every night. Uh, I'm like, there's no doubt. I never even fixed my mouth to say them and his children. Even when I was thinking about leaving, taking the kids with me. I was like, oh Lord, I know he ain't gonna let me just take them kids without a fight. I was to go back to
Mm-hmm.
Delaware. I was to, but he loved his kids just like I loved them. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why staying married, the people who sensible, unless you're getting beat and really mistreated, who else just stay married? Some people get divorced for no reason at all. They be like, I'm bored, he boring, she boring, and they get divorced for that, girl. I would have been divorced a long time ago for that.
Yeah.
Remember, even because it was me too, wanting to get divorced because I felt bored. Because you believe, the church tell you bullshit like, well, don't cheat, so you want us to get divorced. So they kind of, it's not about cheating, but when you realize you're bored and you might want to find somebody else to be exciting with, people get divorced.
Yeah.
So, so if I was younger today, I would be scared to get married. At the talking points today, I would be scared to get married.
It's not a lot of men that believe in those type of talking points, though.
I don't
Like,
know.
the men that I meet, they don't. Well, that the men that I entertain, not some.
Mhm.
Let me put it that. They don't live by these type of talking points, and I think every man has like a misogynistic element to them to begin
Yeah,
with. So I like them to just be more honest with it, so I can know what I'm dealing with.
yeah. No, I
I
think
don't need to
most
be trying
men.
to play the fence,
Yeah, no,
and
I
I
agree
don't
with you.
need you to be like super red pill like either. Like, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Most men have men thinking points, right? Because they're men, and that's how they was raised, or that's what they believe. And it's men are men. We men. We stronger. We just okay. Nothing wrong with that. Um, I don't think we. I think some of the women used to get mad at some of the men who thought that way. And I'm like, but he's a man, y'all ladies. It's okay. We think differently. They think differently. Nothing wrong with it. But I was thinking, hey, this red pill is not that big, but I don't know if you know it, but mega is a red pill concept.
Oh,
So
I,
back,
I, I've seen red pill men in the wild. I've talked to a couple of them, not off of YouTube, in real life,
mhm,
and that's a red flag.
yeah, because
If I'm at your house and you like put on something, And then I'm like, all right. And I click on your YouTube and I see any type of look. I need to see sports, music, a couple podcasts, whatever else, like got the man interest. But if I
Mhm.
see any inkling of any relationship, red flag.
That's red flag number one, huh?
Yeah, that is red flag number one.
Yeah. No, I agree. Shit, I thought it was safe out here. Maybe when I first came and heard about red pill, I was like, most of these men don't believe it. But now, having a conversation with one of my sons, I'm like, he's not even on the internet like that. Where he get this shit from? Girl, that's when I realized, okay, he even touching my household. But you gotta understand, men when they start talking about we stronger, yeah, men are stronger in a sense. That don't make them smarter, and that don't mean that a woman can't give her input. But
Well, it's not a competition between men and women. We work together to achieve.
right,
So once a man or a woman don't get that mindset to begin with, then it's already imbalanced. Like
right. No, I agree with that. 100%.
if
Work
if a
together to get.
man think that all a woman is someone to be there to give them in-house coochie, like you don't
Mhm.
see any value or anything that a woman can add to your life. So y'all can't ascend together. Like it's not gonna work.
That's a fact. You are 100% right.
And if you
That's what
can't
these
see
men
a
talk
man,
about.
and if you can't see a man past what he can do for you, like
Yeah,
you, or if you think that you don't need a man and all of these other things, you can't be in a relationship with a man and have the mindset that you don't need a man. Like
that's a fact. I need mine. Look, I remember one time the ladies, some of the ladies got mad when I said I need mine.
I do too. Look, I ain't never had a friend that was gonna cash at me on demand until I can start calling up y'all and asking y'all for 50, $100, $200 for whatever, and y'all just send it no questions asked. Like, nah, I'm cool. I need my man.
Man, listen. Just saying that you have a man. You know how we women, even if we don't have a man, we'll lie to some of the men and say, I'm married or I got a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
It's protection to a degree, right? When some of these men will leave you alone as soon as you say, yeah, I'm married. You
Oh,
shouldn't have to
but
say,
I tell them
mm.
I'm pregnant.
That
I
don't
get
mean
to
they
rub it
care.
on my belly.
Mm. Girl, they ain't stopping when I was pregnant, girl. I remember I was so excited when I was pregnant. I was waiting to show. So I started buying maternity clothes early. I went to go get some maternity clothes, and this man had found he was like, I'll take care of you and that baby. Oh my God.
Oh, when I was pregnant, it was been coming at me too. But I was like, no, I was a modern pregnant woman, so I had on a crop top and little short shorts.
And
I
that's
wasn't
keep it.
wearing no maternity clothes.
Um, I put the maternity, I went and bought the maternity clothes right away. I was looking to look pregnant even before.
I
Um,
was I was I was excited because it was a period where it was warm, and I was excited to have my belly out and be pregnant. I like seeing that. Just it looks so cute when women be having their belly out and they be
it do
pregnant.
look cute. Yeah, I
So I
like
was
it.
ready
It
to
look
have
cute.
my belly out.
I wonder when Mitch come gonna show us her belly because she hiding that bitch. But we all know she pregnant.
And Cardi B,
Yeah, girl.
she absolutely pregnant.
Girl. She had to doing her court thing. She had on this corset. You could tell she had it trying to she had on the thing on her stomach, hiding it. She pregnant than a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be baby number 5 or 4.
Four, I think, yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Mm-mm-mm. Good thing she gonna keep money because baby daddy number one ain't shit. But the second one, at least he wealthy football player. You better get that
I don't
money.
know if he. I don't know if he
He's not a
like
big football player.
No, he in football. He a big football player, but you know he was called. They had caught him on a yacht with three other girls and Cardi B passing them. What was that stuff? Did he got caught with pink cocaine?
I don't even know. I heard
He
that
was
he
on
just had
the.
a baby too, huh? With somebody else?
He just had a baby and he accused of sexual assault on a man.
A man?
A man.
Oh.
Look,
Girl.
I don't know.
Today's society. I was talking about these women on here over there messing with that woman, man. And these man women fighting over competing against a nigga with titties. Mm-mm. Girl, you ain't seen none of the video clips that's out there?
What clips?
Oh, you ain't seen none
None of what?
clips
Of what?
of people shaking their ass and stuff like that.
Oh,
People been put.
I seen those things.
Oh.
Lord have mercy. I
I'm
can't.
like the way you were saying it, like I was like, oh shit, am I exposed to something she don't know?
I
I know
know.
y'all seen them. Everybody wanna act like they ain't seen them.
Look, I'm not knocking it. But goddamn, like I can't do I can't be out there like that for the free ski
Mm.
or at least for my own benefit. Shit.
That's right. See, listen, if my rock came and said, "Bomb, here go a video of you. We know you ain't make no money, you dumb hoe. You just gave these fans for free." I might be a little embarrassed. I don't think so though. I'll be like, I'm grown, bitch. But I'm for some man who I'm cash apping, I ain't cash apping that nigga and sending him no sexual anything. If I
Yeah,
gotta give you money, you don't get to see nothing on me like that.
yeah. You gotta have a little bit more inclusivity.
Cause look, it's more about him, right? Sharing it. It's
Mm-hmm.
weird. He's sharing it, and then people gonna run with it. Like that, it's all over the place. You know what I mean?
And once
People
it's
know
on the
about it.
internet, it's over.
That's right. Somebody had it on the page, and so by the time I got it, other people already had
Once it's on the
it.
internet, it's over. That shit over with. I can't be doing shit I know I've tested the waters in the past, and I've been better. I've been better at behaving online, so I get it. But
No,
goddamn, you
I
can't do it for
understand
the.
if you grown, and but now everybody is older, right? We're not in our 20s no more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now we gotta think of different. We think, oh, we can have fun, but we need to know who we having fun with. Like, is this fun that I have with him? Is he the type who gonna share it, put it out there? When we're younger though, we don't
Yeah.
think about that, right? We think we
No,
dumb and we just
I always thought about that shit. Cause I
mm,
don't know, you gotta judge. That's a part of being selective over a man that you deal with. Like, and when you talk about women dealing with men in real life that ain't no good for them, that's how it start. So I always paid attention to things like that because I always expected, a man to deal with me and handle me a certain manner. Like,
mm-hmm. No, I understand.
move that way. Like, I don't care how much I like you. Like, that ain't going. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm not even gonna give you the opportunity to brag or to tell on or to report to somebody else the Ellie experience. The fuck, hell
Right.
nah.
Soon as he exposed himself that he that type of man, you wouldn't deal with him, right?
Not at all.
Right. These men out here exposing themselves. And the other women start talking about the woman he exposed, and I'm like, you gonna be nuts. He don't respect women.
Because the man
And
out you if he do that to one woman, you would assume that he would. I would assume that he would do that to any woman.
Right, right.
I wouldn't say that I'm better than any woman to where he wouldn't do that.
No, I agree with you. He showed who he was, and but some of the women be thinking I'm better. I look better, or I'm better, so he gonna treat me different. I'm like, no, he don't like women. First of all, to do what he did to her was outrageous for a man to do.
Yeah,
So, secondly, as soon as you get on his bad side, anyway, you next.
yeah.
And the person after that next, and the person after that next.
And we've seen
Everybody.
this. We've seen this on YouTube.
Hmm.
We've seen these patterns with these men and them exposing women and images getting leaked. And you would think that at some point they would learn. Like, hey, like, but they always think that they better. Like, no, girl, you a woman on the internet to this man. And at most, he don't. You ain't that nigga ain't valuing you like that because you paying him. Like,
Anyway, he devalue. If you gotta pay him just to give you some attention, he don't
right.
even right. He don't really fuck with you that like that anyway. Right.
Especially when he's supposed to have it like that.
Right.
Especially if he that nigga. If he's supposed to have it like that, you ain't supposed to be trying to pay him for his attention.
Right. That's crazy, man.
I
So I
can't.
just need the women to wake up. Wake up, open your eye, and and have some self respect. So you know
They
what I mean?
always gonna have conference. You always gonna have this side of women that wants to compete for a man and not
Right.
their man. Like how you was talking about how you would compete for your husband. Like
Mm-hmm.
no, they want to compete for a man, not their man. Like
Not that big. Yeah. I
if
told you. Look. Hey, Solid.
Hello.
How you doing?
All
hey,
right.
It's good.
Hey.
Yeah, I think I told y'all a long time ago. Like I don't go to my husband's job. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to see who there. They don't need to see me. I already know how women are. I know how I was, but I never competed against nobody, no motherfucking husbands, right? I don't play that.
mm-hmm.
But honestly, if you dealing with him and I'm dealing with him, then let the best bitch win as far as I'm concerned. And but
That
women,
ain't even a like for me. That ain't even no competition. If
you
you
know,
dealing with them and I'm dealing with them, you already done messed up.
I know that's right. I know that's right. Okay. Unless this nigga ain't shit, and I just drop him, he mine. Okay. But yeah, women are like that. Women will compete against you. She don't even really like to do. Like for example, let's say they see my husband, they like him. He's funny, right? Because he's funny. He crack jokes and all that. People like him. And then as soon as they meet me, they be like, "Oh, look at her. Oh, that's his wife. Oh, okay. Let me see what he's about." They would start trying to fucking deal with my husband just because of me. That's some crazy shit that women do. Like you saw, it's called compete. You
That's
know.
when they want to taste you.
I think your phone came on silent.
Oh no 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 no! I'm here. That's just funny. She said you want to taste you. That's funny.
Yeah, that's when they want to taste you.
Oh oh yeah, I see what you mean.
When they meet your husband and they like, oh shit.
Mm.
Oh, I see the video came on. There's some. Oh
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
oh okay.
I wasn't sure if he knew or not.
Oh, no
But
no not.
go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something.
No no. I
Oh.
have been in situations like that. I have been friend zoned, and she hooked me up with her friend, and then the friend go back talking to her. Then now she want to mess with me. I was, oh. So,
It's a benefit to the men, you know.
huh.
That's
But
another. I can't date within a friend group either. Like, I gotta find me like he gotta be outside of my friend group and the people that I know. and I gotta bring them in. I can't be talking to the like, are we all friends and we all hang out and kick it? Like I wouldn't want to talk to nobody in that group.
Yeah. It get messy, don't it? It can get
Yeah,
messy.
like you said, you was going over there with your husband. He was laying in his bed and his roommate right there.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. That's I know women are like that. I know for a fact that I don't need to bring no problems on myself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. And the older you get, the more clever, you know, you gotta be real smart. So these young women definitely would like to be able, like they'll find out I'm a stay-at-home wife, you know? They would love that. Some of them, you know?
Yep.
He's nice, he's really friendly, he's funny, to everybody but me, you know, because like I said, I used to have to have arguments just to have a conversation. Um, but yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, shit, I want to be a stay at home. But I'll take it.
No.
She gonna get her ass whipped. She might take it from me, but I'm gonna whip her ass. She gonna." Um,
Now, I dealt with that before, but that's why my name is silent because I'm quiet. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be like a start of an argument over something stupid. I'm like, what? And like, but I didn't understand it. But that's
well, I
what it
was take.
was. She wanted some conversation.
Hmm.
I'm naturally quiet. Like, you know.
I
Yeah,
be
we don't
starting
like that
fights.
all the time. Go
I
ahead,
do
brother. What
that.
you say?
I said I be
Hmm.
doing that. I be like, you ain't saying nothing to me all, and I be petty with it. I'll mention it after we get done arguing. Like you wasn't even trying to talk to me until I start arguing with you. Like now we having a conversation.
Yep.
But she was, I don't know, maybe petty or toxic. She would leave something in my room and swerving down somebody else's. I was like, that is yours. Like,
She was
like no,
gaslighting you.
You sure she wasn't on drugs? God
no,
damn.
no. It was the stuff. Something. It was the, you know, what I'm saying, to see what I would say. Like those
Oh,
your
okay,
fence.
yeah.
Like,
She was trying to see if he was guilty, if he was going.
Right,
yeah.
right. Okay. Yeah, I never do that because
No, she went so far as one time we had lunch, and you know she worked with people, so she got in the car and she had like a piece of hair, and she gonna pick up the hair like, oh, who hair is this, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what? But yeah, she was used to go crazy. Yeah.
I used to get in the car and be like, who been in the car? And if he said nobody, I'd be like, I'm short. This shit is all the way back. Somebody been
Yeah,
sitting in
yeah.
this. Somebody been sitting in this seat. And then he got, "Look, calm down, Levine, calm down. Remember when Tavis was in the car, we went fishing? He put the seat back. I'd be like, okay, all right, don't play.
I was looking for something in the car. I had to move the seat back. I had to move it at, you know. No, somebody else.
Y'all men be telling, see, y'all think the men be thinking they smarter, right? They do the dumbest things, like they'll be with a woman and then they'll go take a shower. But you been at work all day. You told me you was at work. You come home smelling shower. You just told on yourself. You know what I mean? You wearing cologne that I know you ain't got. You smell like her. Women are real sneaky. They will put something in your bag. They be wanting your woman to know. They be waiting. Sometimes they be waiting. They be cheating with you, and then all of a sudden they want you, right? They want more of your time, but you going home. They'll fix it where you don't go home no more. They'll put something in your bag where you and your wife or you and your whoever fighting.
They'll put some glitter on. Glitter
Hmm.
is a sneaky way.
Oh yeah, that sticks to your ass for
That
days.
glitter is a sneaky way to get a man caught up. And if your woman ain't a glitter girl and you is messing with a glitter girl,
You caught.
you caught.
Yes. A woman who you think not caring, maybe you think she ain't noticing. We notice. You can smell another woman on you. Like, you know what I mean?
Or
Y'all
you
just
find a
I,
different hair. It'd be little
I,
women find little shit. I
little shit.
a hair.
I
I'd
don't
be
do
like, hold
nothing
up,
because
my
my
hair
memory ain't good
curly.
enough.
I was like, I ain't wore weave. I ain't wore no weave in 2 years. Who the fuck?
He got weave on him, huh?
22-inch hair is in the car. What the fuck? What's been going on? What you doing? You gotta be on that level, detective.
Ain't that something though? Because if I put another man in, like if I say, "Oh, I had to pick up a coworker," but I'm supposed to let him know, "Hey, I'm going to pick Chris up. He need me to bring him to work," and then he say, "Okay, right, cool."
Mm-hmm.
But I can't find out you've been picking somebody you work with. You better tell me ahead of time.
Right.
I'm not.
Shit, and
She ain't got
then
to
he
call
better
me
than me.
and
It's like
ask me, but huh?
Chris, but I was like, Chris, but I catch an Uber or you ain't getting your fucking car.
I know. See, that's how you men are, right? Um, you men will be like, nah, but then y'all willing to pick up y'all coworkers if she ain't got a ride. What kind of shit is that? So we want to treat
It's
you
different
the
when
way
you're a
you.
man.
How is that
But
different?
no, no, but no. At the same time, yeah, I feel you on that. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, if you could pick up your coworker, I could pick up mine if he need a ride.
If you gonna look, if we doing all of that, I can just drop both of y'all off.
I do that. So I don't mind. I remember hubby. He was like so and so say her car because she called the day before earlier that morning. The phone rang at like 5 in the morning. I was like, who was that? And he said so and so say her car broke down and she needed a ride. Okay, right? It wasn't no sneaky shit. It wasn't. She didn't wait until he was out the house. All that kind of shit, right? Cool. I'm good with that. But let me have found out that he gave her no ride and he ain't never let me know. Now you on some sneaky shit, right? But if I say, hey, babe, Chris called. He need a ride to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna pick him up on the way to work. Okay? Okay. But if you find out 3 months later that I was picking up Chris to bring him to work, you won't be mad. You're gonna be like, why you keep your secrets? That it gotta be something else. And so that's how you men get caught. Y'all get caught because y'all want to keep secrets. And it's dangerous to keep a secret on a Scorpio because I'm gonna tell you, I might know it and I don't say shit. Not until I have the proof. But by the time I say something, I have actual proof, and I might pistol whip some motherfucker about it. It might be
And yeah,
my own husband. Okay, I would get on a motherfucking chair. Y'all know I'm short. My husband stand 3, 4 feet taller than me, y'all. I'm on 4'11". He damn near 7 feet tall. Okay, uh, I will stand on the chair and pistol whip his ass. Okay, look out of here. Okay, we ain't gonna be playing that bullshit. Hey, Taylor.
yeah, because we be thinking it's nothing, but it is something. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
because if
happened to
it's
me some
nothing,
years. It happened to me some years ago. This is some years ago, and I just saw somebody I went to school with. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, I'll give you a quick ride real quick. I didn't think nothing of it.
Hey, Bum.
About the time
hey,
I got to
Taylor.
her house, about the time I got to my girl house, her mama called her. Oh, I saw him in the car with some other. I was like, yeah, like, but I wasn't thinking it was nothing because it was just a drop off and keep going. But
Right.
See,
I didn't
this,
think of like, oh, let me call her. Hey, can I get this person a ride?
see, this is called being too friendly, and I don't like a friendly man either. Cause look, you
So how would you feel if you was out there, you saw somebody, and he was, oh, I can't get a ride because I got a girl.
No,
Sorry
you
for
could
you.
call your girl and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
my friend is on side the road. I'm giving her a ride." Why is she in the car? You can do it.
no. She could call somebody else.
Oh, you got
And
different gigs.
your coworker is not your responsibility. Is she gonna give you a raise, a promotion, and you being too
But
friendly?
I did learn my lesson because so that happened when I was in Indiana before I went off to the military.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in Georgia, a similar situation happened. I saw somebody I went to high school with. They was like broke down on the side of the road, and they said, "Oh, they already got AAA coming." And she kind of did a thing like, "Oh, like a hug," because we haven't saw each other in a long time. My mind's like, "Remember that? What happened? Don't hug her." And I was, "Hey, you good? Oh, she good?" And I got back in the car, and then no lie, I got back to the house. Oh, you was on the road helping somebody? I was like, damn, good I didn't hug her because it'd been a whole nother situation. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
No, you can't be too friendly out here. You look, if she calling a coworker That means it's a bunch of other people that she could have called before she called, say, coworker. If that woman ain't in danger, because it's not anti-woman. If the woman is in danger, then you need to help her. That's different. Like, but if she in danger, hell no, nah, she's safe at home. The fuck.
Now I see that point. As long as hubby let me know, cool, you know. But if he be sitting in that car, he really got to work sitting in his car out there for a minute or two, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. I be thinking to myself, he don't know I seen him. Okay.
Gotta decompress. You gotta calm down. You don't go always straight in the house.
Yeah, he better come straight hitting his motherfucking house. Okay. Um, I'd be like, "Oh, you just got here?" He'd be like, "Oh no, I was sitting out front for a minute because I was listening to the radio." Now if he said no, I just got here, all hell about to break loose. But not in the way like it just means that okay, it's time for me to go through his phone. It's time for this. It's time for that. For this. Nobody want to be played stupid. Like it's not like I was looking out the door and looking for him, but I looked out the door and I noticed he was there. Like, oh, he's here. That's God right there. That's God saying, hey, look outside. Because I don't, so God must look, they say people say, God gonna provide. And then when God give them the warnings and everything, they don't listen, they don't look, and they don't pay attention. So I'm just saying,
See,
I
I'm
got to
toxic
put
because I want your location. I ain't never gonna have to call you and ask you where you at because I should be able to just look and know where
just
you at.
look.
If you made it to work, I don't have to text you and interrupt you at work. I could just look and see that you made it to work. If you on your way
Yeah.
home and you ain't past the store that I like, I'm gonna text you and tell you to stop at the store because I know you about to pass it. Like I'm not gonna ask you.
You can see. Yeah, yeah.
Like I'm not, but I share my location too, and it's not toxic. I'm not gonna be pulling up where you at, searching for you and stuff like that. But to have a peace
Mhm.
of mind to know where your loved one is at is not a bad thing.
No, that's not a bad thing. It could drive you crazy if you already suspect shit. I remember that time I went outside her job. I had the gun and everything. Girl, I don't know what the fuck got into me. I should have known that's when I was about to start in the park. I had the gun and everything in the parking lot right next to his work. And I sat there, see who was gonna get in that car with us. And I always think about what would have happened if somebody would have got in that car with us.
Mom,
Who
you
was I
was in
going?
the bushes.
I was like I was in the bushes. I was in the next parking lot. I could see the car, and I sat there and waited. I know that's fucked up, huh? Listen, I'm a woman like everybody else. When
See,
you
I'd
start
rather have his
suspecting shit,
location and just know that he coming home. And if he gotta stop somewhere, I could just call him and ask him where he stopping. I ain't trying to sit outside the job with a strap.
yeah, I made sure I was got there before he got off work. I wasn't there all day. I knew what time to get off, and I was there like 30 minutes ahead of time. And I sat there and I watched him get in that car and pull off. And then I called him. I said, "Hey, babe, I'm at the store. I'll be home after you." But
Getting
I was
ready
right
to
there.
bust.
Huh?
I said you was getting ready to start busting.
Yeah, girl, I was gonna bust. I don't know what in my head something, but I don't usually get like that. But I was like that. That happened just like a couple of years ago. I was outside that job. You better not play with me. That's all
Making
you gotta
that
do is
woman crazy.
hell yeah. It's something
Niggas,
that made me. I don't know.
niggas
It's
are
something
unlearned.
that I noticed. You know, that made me think. Oh, he think I'm stupid. Okay. You can't marry a crazy woman and think everything gonna be sweet. Okay, you better
I know
play
that's
base
right.
about it. Hell
I know that's fucking right. Better go on play with somebody else, hoe ass nigga.
yes, yeah, man. Don't play with me. It was something suspicious. I don't even know what it was, but
I think y'all be overthinking too. Like
Not
Overthinking,
really.
no.
Not really. Y'all
Y'all
be
be doing
doing
shit.
shit. Y'all be doing
Yeah, yeah.
shit and acting
No,
Mm-hmm.
dumb.
no. I can be doing nothing. I could be telling you a story and like
Y'all be
you
doing
you
stuff and playing
point
dumb
something out.
about it. See,
If
if
you
y'all
gonna tell us
see
a
me,
story about another woman or something, you brought that on yourself. What you about?
No,
if
but no, it's not about another woman. It's about you.
Nah. It's not no overthinking. I remember one time I was at home, and this is when I was staying home, so I'm cooking all that stuff. My ex come in, and he got a strange container, and I'm like, you ain't. First of all, like my containers is glass. Like, why you coming in here with a plastic container? What's going on? And then he was like, "Oh, my coworker cook gave me this." I looked at him so
You
crazy.
should throw that shit away.
I'd have threw that in his face.
I looked at that man so crazy.
Tell that bitch go make you some more.
Oh
Yeah,
no, nobody better
I'm
not.
funny when it comes to my food. I don't make me. Especially I
I was
can't see
like,
make.
so your coworker made it, so you gonna bring that in here and eat it? And I looked at her crazy.
Hell yeah, that will get you hurt for real. You know what I'm saying? Why you want to bring another bitch food here
Yeah,
For
nah, we
real.
ain't playing them games.
and talking about she made it for you? Why she make it for you? Did she make it for
What
everybody?
you cooking this? What? Hell nah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. No, that's motherfucking man. She trying to cook for you. They say wait till a man's heart is through his stomach. You
So
better
I
take that
remember at
nasty
one
ass food back.
time I used to when we worked on Saturdays when I was at another job. It was a short staff, so I would buy the donuts for the whole crew, and I did it a few times, whatever. And then next thing you know, she was like, "Oh, you must be buying it from them bitches up there." So I'm like, "What are you talking about? Just buying donuts." She tripped off like I was just buying it for talking about, "Oh, I want to buy it for that one woman, but I'm buying it for everybody, so she can't tell the difference." I was like, "Oh, this mother crazy."
Well, you gotta do it differently. You gotta tell a woman, like, hey babe, it's my turn to buy donuts for everybody. But if she found out later, yeah, she might.
And I told her I said I'll buy donuts for the crew. I told her she knew about it. She said, "Oh, you
Mm.
doing it too much?" So like, I'll get my
Listen,
military
we got
discount.
trust
You know,
issues for a
When the
reason.
last time you brought her some donuts?
oh,
Oh,
she was getting everything that she wanted. Shit.
But
no,
what was
when
her donuts?
yeah, where was her donuts? That's what you want to know.
So
We got
whenever she
trust
wanted them.
issues for a
I
reason.
see you buy everybody else donuts, and you ain't buying me no donuts. I'll be mad.
Mm-hmm.
We got trust issues for a reason, silent. So um no, you may not be doing nothing in theory, right? But um sometimes them dreams be very vivid and them
Yeah,
instance.
I got in trouble for dreams too. Like what?
Yeah. If I dreamt something, nigga, you did it, okay? I wanna know
Tell
why.
us that tell us that you guilty if I drink it.
Exactly.
Goddamn right. Mm-hmm.
Listen, if y'all see me pop out with a motherfucker named Erhan or Abid or Hosea, just understand that I tried with you motherfucking niggas, okay? Just understand that.
No, nope.
I tried.
I have not gave up on my black women.
I
I
tried
will
with
not.
you niggas.
Hey, you know what? That's so funny you said that because my brother tried to tell me that. He tried to tell me that that's why I have not found the one of my dreams because she probably white and I don't mess with white women.
She
That's
probably is white
insane.
though.
I'm cool.
She probably is white. I swear. I
No,
listen. I she
I don't
probably
mess with them pink toes.
she
Not at all.
probably
Hey,
Latina
pink
or
toes, he
something.
ain't right. That shit.
She probably Latina.
Nah, no, I can't give up on black men.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, um, at my age now, of course I can't give up, because I got one,
Damn,
so
bomb.
but if I wasn't married and shit, I think, yeah, I would have opened it up. Because they got nice people in all groups.
You locked in,
But
mom. So you
huh?
gotta. I said you locked in.
Yeah, I'm locked in. I got the family and everything. We good.
It's something about black love. I can't.
I do like
I
black
haven't.
black men though.
Maybe I
I,
ain't met a. Maybe I haven't met ignorant. Like maybe I need to like if I was to meet like worse black men, maybe. But I don't be like they. None of them are horrible. They just had a faults as men, but they not bad men.
no, I agree. I think for the most part in real life, I've seen some real cool. Like the black people, are cool. Like why? That's when I learned about this ratchet shit. I never knew this exists. If you would have asked me like before I came on YouTube, I would have been like, "Nick, black people don't live like that." And then motherfuckers on here showing that they living like that. That is, I don't know.
But it's not normal, and you can't. I can't take it as the norm when I know it's
So
not.
I
Because
agree.
even being out here in Chicago, and I be meeting some rough niggas like
Mhm.
some ankle monitor,
God
shiesty
damn.
ass niggas. I be meeting them, and they don't never be rude. They'll never be disrespectful. Like even when they try to talk to me and I turn them down, the next time they see
Mhm.
me, they speak to me. They don't harass me and be
Right.
like, "Why you ain't hit me up?" Like they don't. They just operate like you would
Regular
think
people.
normal people would operate.
Right. No,
So
I
I
agree.
don't like. It ain't never been a time where I was like, "Nah, you can't get my number," and one of them cussed me out, and none of that. Like it's never in. So I just don't have that view of of black men as a total because even the ones that they would say the worst, they don't even act like that in real life that I've seen, at least towards me. Like they don't act like that.
Men are men at the end of the day. That's how I see it. I'm just trolling, y'all. Please don't take me
Oh, we
serious.
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's National Appreciate Black Love Day.
Oh, it is?
No.
Oh, she's trolling too.
Yeah.
Girl, I don't be knowing I don't find out what day it is until the next day after. They be like, yesterday was National Ice Cream Day. Like, what? National Pancake Day.
That shit people make up.
They got National Brownie Day, and I always celebrate that day.
What day is that? What month? I think
Brownie for my brownie.
Let me check. I,
it's every day for you, Brownie. National Brownie Day every day.
it's like my second birthday.
Yeah.
National Brownie Day is on December 8th.
No,
Oh,
that's the
okay.
day. That's the day before my birthday.
All right. I see you,
Oh,
Tay.
she's a Sagittarius, baby.
I am.
Gotta
My
watch it.
birthday this week.
Oh,
Oh,
happy
sorry,
birthday,
Oh,
baby.
happy
Silent.
Yeah,
birthday.
happy early birthday, Silent. You're Virgo?
You a Libra? What you are?
Yep, Virgo.
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 Yay.
Okay,
I'm a
Virgo. Yeah.
Virgo
My
too.
birthday on the 20th.
Oh yeah, Brownie just had her birthday, y'all.
I know I'm getting older and older each year.
Happy belated birthday, Brownie.
Thank you.
Happy early birthday to Silent.
Thank you. I'll be 43 this year.
All right,
What
the
you
big
say?
four tree.
I turned 31.
31. You my
Oh,
son's age, my oldest.
turning 29 this year, and I'm crying.
And you my youngest
Uh,
son's age. Ain't that something? Everybody
Hmm.
up here except Silent is one of my children's age. God damn, I could be your mother, Brownie, and I'm your I'm your long lost mother. I'm sorry I gave y'all up for adoption, but it's okay. Because I'm gonna take care of y'all now that y'all older, okay?
Absolutely.
I accept it. I
Yes.
accept
No, Taylor, you can't be my daughter. You gonna be my daughter-in-law. I told my son about you and everything, girl. Okay.
See,
I,
You
Or
know
check.
what, Mom? In theory, like when it comes to this whole relationship and commitment shit, right?
Mhm.
In theory, I can allow it, right? But when you start talking about it up in personal, I be getting a little, I don't know, I be getting a little anxiety.
Probably should write it
Got
back
you
up.
got
That way
commitment
you don't get in
issues.
trouble. Well, you don't have to write it up. Excuse me, I'm not your boss, but
What the hell is that?
I think he's talking to somebody in the background.
We could hear your
Oh,
whole conversation, Silence.
and you,
Oh,
yeah, you gonna have to mute us because they gonna hear me, and I was about to say something. Okay.
oh no, y'all in my ear, y'all.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
meet y'all though real quick.
No, I
Okay.
don't think I
Say,
got commitment issues. I don't know. Like I, I don't know what it is. I got to figure it out. I got to journal more about it, and then I'll let
But
y'all
what it
know.
is, it's because I expect some grandkids, okay? And I know it's gonna work out. You're gonna give me some beautiful grandkids. I already see a girl already. The first one gonna be a girl, second one gonna be a boy. Okay, I'm gonna introduce you. Uh, look, hubby say now we got two daughters. No, one of them is our daughter, and the other is our daughter-in-law. We gonna my son Mark. He might be here. You want to talk to him? Tell him silent in the motherfucker.
tell about the run.
Tell him.
Taylor
Tell
got
him.
You
commitment
said, do I want
issues.
to talk
Taylor,
to
it's
him like
okay.
right now? Shit, not now, Bob. Maybe maybe later. Well, shit. Listen,
Tell
I
him.
just have to, there's just some things that I gotta. All these goddamn crackheads out here, Lord, I see. I can't
He
even
ain't no
drive.
crack. Listen, y'all could talk on the phone, got nothing to do with me. And if y'all don't work it, it's okay. But I already saw the grandkids. They're gonna be beautiful. Okay. Hubby asked me to check the chat. What am I supposed to say?
I bet
Um,
they are, Bomb. You just let him know that I just got some, I got some issues right now. You know,
okay.
I'm a
Uh,
little, I'm a little unhinged and a little thrown.
listen,
Um,
he need that. He need that. You need him.
no,
Like,
he
listen,
don't, Bomb.
he need that excitement, and he gonna ground you like Mr. Bomb grounded me. And you like me, like I said, you like my daughter, right? We crazy, but we stress. We got a lot of doubts, but you got it. You got it. Okay, the grandkids gonna be
Uh-huh.
beautiful. We
Yeah.
got it.
Now,
Okay,
if it don't work out, I'm dropping them kids off with him, and then
you could drop them off with me. We got them. You gonna always
I'm gonna
have.
pay y'all, and I'm gonna pay y'all child support.
You
Okay?
ain't even gotta pay us. We gonna take care of them. We got you.
And I'll come visit them every other weekend.
You could come and visit them whenever you want. And look, Leaky be here. If his mom want to come see, if she wanted to drop them off, I even told my son. I said, hey, if she tired of them, let her know she could be the visitor. We don't care. We good.
I'm,
Oh,
I'm
Hassan, say hello. Hi, Hassan.
I'm taking your word for it, Bob.
We
Hey,
got you.
fine.
We love some grandkids. We love some grandkids. Okay, the more the merrier. But we're not
Taylor, you
gonna
gotta
have
settle
we don't need
down.
no grandkids with many women. It's gonna be one woman. I'm trying to talk my grandson mother into giving us another, right? We don't want no mixtures. It's okay. We want our son. We want the son, the brother, and the daughter to be the same mother.
And what she say?
Well, she thinking about it. It's my son who had the problem because he don't like crazy
You
women. But I'm
thinking
like,
about
she's like me. We Scorpios too. She a little feisty. Look, hubby say we. Who is we? Oh, my grandson had us drop. Listen, this weekend I ain't gonna lie because legally I forgot legally come every week. Legally is he had me playing wrestling with him and playing shooting shit like we were invisible shooting each other all day Sunday
it?
from
We had a good
nonstop.
time.
He talked nonstop. And then he run down there talking to go and say, go shoot, go shoot Papa.
And
He said no, and then he want to be up here. And then when he finally go down there, he get on his nerve for 3 4 hours.
not 3 4 hours, Lord.
Girl, it's
Not
nonstop, girl. It's
3 4 hours. Like, God damn.
it's nonstop.
Ricky said, y'all his
It's
grandparents.
hilarious.
Y'all working for him.
Yeah, he like, listen, I'm the main character. He's like, it's main character energy over here.
Oh man, Mika Leak is something else. He
He's a
talkative.
Leo, right?
Uh,
Is
yeah,
Leaky a Leo?
yeah.
Yeah, main
Uh,
character energy.
Mm-hmm.
He got
him and him and
he gonna be
him and his daddy. Their
he
birthday
gonna,
is a week apart. Not even a week apart. 3 days apart.
he's like, listen, y'all hear from me.
Yes. Yeah, he went to go poison his daddy. I mean his papa. He said, I'm going to poison papa. So my husband had made fried chicken and mashed potatoes. Legally put a piece of the chicken in the mashed potato. He made mashed potato balls. He made them into balls.
Hmm.
He said, and this is the poison, my mom. I said, okay, go poison papa. So he put a piece of the chicken in the mashed potatoes. And I told him, he fed it to me first. And I played like I died. And then I told him, go give his pop some poison too. But his pop play with him differently. I play like I died. Pop don't want to fake dead. Okay, pop be like, you eat it first. And he's like, no, you eat it. Oh, it's 4 days apart. Okay, their birthday 4 days apart. Yeah, man. Um, shit. Recently had me up here the whole. He woke me up talking about, damn, damn, my mom, you dead. I said,
Dang.
God damn, I ain't wake. Yeah.
How you gonna kill me in my sleep, boy?
Pop had done already made breakfast for me and him. He done already ate the breakfast. I'm asleep still. He came in here and killed me in my sleep. And since waking until he left about 8 p.m., me and him was shooting each other. Hiding. I like. Soon as he left, I fell asleep.
I know that's
I
right.
kept trying to get him to go to shoot his pop. Mr. Mr. Baum said, can't trust that kid trying to poison me. I said, he poisoned me. He said, Mom, I'm about to put poison in it. I said, okay. He said, yeah. And I faked ate it. He think I ate it, but I put it in trash. Even though it was just mashed potatoes and chicken. And then I said, go poison your pop. Okay. He said, okay. Then he came back up and said, I said, you poison pop? He said, I tricked you. I tricked you. I'm on pop side. So apparently I sent him down there to go kill Pop on my behalf, but then he come up to kill me on Pop's behalf. He, yeah, he was a spy and a double spy and all that bullshit. Girl, that boy is a lot.
Um,
He's a lot. And he loved me because I played with like his dad give him the iPad or some shit, right? But he'll come in here with me and just be talking all day. And I'll be like, uh-huh, really? Okay. And his papa, ever since he was born, been trying to give him NyQuil. He ain't taking no NyQuil no more.
mm-mm.
He too smart. He outsmarts everybody in here.
Give him some
He,
melatonin.
now his dad do give him melatonin. He go to sleep.
That melatonin
He,
will knock you out.
yeah. It won't knock me out. I wish it would. But his daddy had to be on melatonin when he was little. Oh, wow. Yeah. And it's because of me, because I'm a night owl
Mm-hmm.
and not able to sleep. So my kids, remember, Leaky Leak used to be up all night with me, remember?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my bad habit.
I can't believe that boy is in kindergarten. That is crazy. That
You mean first grade?
is he in first grade
Yeah.
Yes.
Graduated kindergarten over
Yeah.
summer. He the same age as my daughter.
now? Shit.
It get
Oh my God.
no,
That's
man.
crazy. Time
Some of
goes.
y'all was here when I was excited. Look, they thought I was gonna be mad when she was like, "Yeah, your son." She called me on the phone and told me, "Yeah, I don't know if your son told you, but I'm pregnant." And I said, "Really?"
Remember that
And
shit. Because them
you
niggas,
remember that?
Obsidian's raggedy motherfucking ass was talking. He said something. And I'm like,
Oh
dude,
yeah,
how the hell you, like, what, why you say that? Like,
oh yeah, because he
like,
was talking about how you gonna be a bastard. Isn't that what he said? So, your grandson gonna be he wasn't even born, y'all. And you were
That's
talking about
crazy.
he gonna be a bastard. I was like. And I said, why would he be a bastard? Like his daddy claims him. They don't even know what words mean. Okay. Your daddy ain't got to be married to your mom, but your daddy got to claim you. Like he got to be like, yeah, that's my child. That's my child. So we had that discussion. That's crazy. But even let's say he is like, why would you say that shit? So
That's
that's the destruction of the black community. These old ass niggas, right? And some of these ragged ass old ass bitches too.
That was an
speaking.
ugly thing to say at
Yeah,
that
speaking of
time.
for an unborn baby is crazy.
They used
Yeah,
to be
that's true.
wild, Brownie. They used to be
Yeah, I've seen.
Girl.
they used to be crazy over here just saying like that's what kills me. That's why I say we've literally seen the goalposts be moved and talking points evolve over time. Because first it was women having children out of wedlock. Now women ain't having enough children, and who cares if you're married? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Like okay, so you just want to be mad about something? All right.
Yeah, man. That's when I realized like there was a lot of women who, used to be against me when he said that shit, everybody over there jumped on his head.
Yeah, that's
Except
too far.
I was like, damn, he ain't even born yet. I don't even know if I knew it was a boy yet, but I think I did.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was bragging. I got on here. Soon as she told me about it, and my son hadn't told me. See, she did rat him out. And so I came and told y'all first before I approached him. He came downstairs. I guess they was arguing back and forth or something. And she was like, I don't know if he told you, but I'm pregnant. And I said, really? I guess she thought I was gonna be mad or something. I was like, are you okay? Everything good? You need anything? Then I came because I was live in the kitchen, but y'all didn't hear it because I went in the bathroom when she called. And then I said, yo, I think I'm gonna be a grandmother. And then I went and my son came down. And when I did, I said, boy, I need to talk to you about something. He ran outside. I think they were arguing. And then he came back in. I said, that girl told me she pregnant. Is that true? He said, I don't know nothing about it. He looked like he was scared when he said he didn't know nothing about it. I was like, well, I guess y'all need to find out, right? Like, he looked at me. I said, so I'm gonna be a grandmother. I'm really gonna be a grandmother. He was shocked to see that I was excited. I was like, and I think it made him feel better because he looked like he was scared as shit to tell me she was pregnant. But because I did tell him, hey, that girl is fertile. You know what I mean? She already had a 2-year-old daughter. I'm like, she's fertile. I said, you're an adult. Y'all good. I said, but if you don't want no children, y'all got to do what y'all need to do not to have children.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing, Mom. You have a sense of like family and all of that stuff. So you appreciate those things in life. And these niggas is ignorant as hell on here. So they don't have those things. They didn't grow up in loving households. They grew
Mm,
up where the mom gonna cuss the son out and try to fight the baby mama because she pregnant and do all the most. They don't have a place of, organic wholeness where it's coming from like, love.
yeah. Shit. I told her, I think she had mentioned that they breaking up or whatever. I said, well, look, if we got to move him out to move you in, just let me know. We're going to make sure you good through the pregnancy. And she said, I told him he could get a DNA test. I said, well, that's up to y'all too. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But if you tell him it's his, so I asked him, I said, you think it's his? He said, yeah. He had no doubt. But she did say you could have a blood test if you want. I don't know how hubby felt. I don't even know if he cared, to be honest. But shit, I was excited than a mother. I was told y'all I wasn't supposed to tell nobody. I had told y'all as soon as I found out. Called my mom. I said, Mom, I think I'm gonna be a grandmother. I knew the sex before they did. They brought me the results sealed up, because I guess people want gender reveals. So they'll lock if they don't want to know, they put it in an envelope and they brought it to me so I could know what it is, so I could prepare for the baby shower.
Mhm.
And they wanted to know. Trouble one said, no calling a black male. These black men know they had grandmothers and aunties that told them the truth, told them to stay out of trouble, feed and clothe them. That's true, Trouble one. Like I always told my kids the truth, because I didn't want them to be like they listen. I ain't gonna lie. I would kick my sons out before I kick them grandkids out. Okay, because they
As it
adults, right?
should be.
Yeah, hell yeah. If my sons was the type that don't take care of their kids, I think I would disown them because they would be mad that the girlfriend dropping off the keys. I'd be like, but these my grandkids. They your kids. Like you got to do your part. But I don't like. I would really. Um. Yeah, my grandson come before them now because he's a child, right? But I love them all. And then I realized I got to tell them all I love them because, girl, they got jealous. I was doing leaky toe. I do leaky toes since he was a baby. He's do, Mom, you gonna do my toes? Every night, I'd be like, I already cut all the toenails off, leaky. There's nothing for me to.
Cut
And
that
he
boy.
still. I've been cutting his fingernails and toes since he was born. I used to go in there in the middle of the night and grab him out the bed, and she would wake up and to go to feed him, but I would have him in here feeding him already. I done fed him, changed his diaper, and everything, put him back to sleep and everything. He in the bed with us. She had to knock at the door to get her own child. But I told her,
That's how it should be, though. The
Yeah,
grandbaby.
yes,
or that's community and family. Like I said, a lot of people don't understand that now. So to
yeah.
have that is valuable. Like,
No, it is. Like I never went to daycare as a kid. I never
Hey,
experienced that.
Dimples. Yeah, because she had just had the baby. So I didn't want her to feel like she gotta wake up and do it. My son, like the baby would be crying, they'd be in there snoring, both on sleeping. And I would hear him, I hear everything. I would go and get him, change him and everything. And I let her know I'm not trying to be his mom. I said I'm just his grandmom and
Hey,
we
Dimple.
all love him.
Yeah, that's how
Told
it
her to
should.
heal. Yeah.
You
That is
know,
how it's supposed to be. The kids not supposed to be in daycare. Strangers shouldn't have your kids in. And how we leaving our kids with strangers? Like we don't even
yeah,
fucking know these people. They just at a building and they look as safe as I guess they can look. What do
and them
dangerous people
background
look
checks,
like?
they don't be doing extensive background checks like they should be doing too. They'll
yeah.
have any and everybody working up at the daycare center.
I couldn't put my baby in daycare. I stayed with her until she went to school. I refused. I remember when I was pregnant, I was reading an article in the news and was talking about how this lady set up a fight club between the toddlers.
Shouldn't be laughing, Lord Jesus.
And I was like, the thought
A
of it
whole
is
fight
funny, but
club.
then I'm like, I'm pregnant. I'm gonna be a mom. What if I put my baby in the daycare and they have my baby in a fight club?
Lord Jesus, that is horrible.
But
Oh,
she was recording and getting money. Oh my god!
yeah, no, that be I would have listen. Me as a mother,
Hey, let
I
them-
would I would have stumped that a mud hole in that bitch's ass
yeah,
because
you.
how the fuck
I can't
you gonna
let
have
you play on the
toddlers
baby like.
fighting?
And then just the thought about daycare, like you gonna miss all your kids' milestones, they first steps, they first words. Most of those things are gonna happen during the time that they probably at daycare, which means a stranger is gonna be experiencing those like times that will never like once they start saying their first word, they're gonna start saying more. So that first you want to be there for that. That's a turning point. That's a milestone. And I didn't want to miss any of those. And I ain't want no stranger that wasn't gonna give a fuck to experience that either.
I'm still stuck on the Fight Club. I'm sorry. Like what the fuck? You got toddlers fighting. Like, what does that even look like?
And you could probably like little kids like that, they be getting mad. So you can see I can picture in my head them little kids fighting. And and the
Just go.
person that's supposed to be watching them just encouraging it and hyping it up.
No, that's crazy. Yeah, I think if or when I have children, you know, I don't think I'll put them in daycare. I
Nah,
don't know
keep
what
your
my
baby
circumstances will be, but we'll see.
keep your babies close, especially while they babies. That's you can't get that time back.
I know that's right. I'm looking for a few pictures
Make sure
because
you maybe by a solid individual too, that's not stressing you the fuck out and requiring your ass to go right back after to work after you had that goddamn baby, because that's wild.
And make sure you just got a man that's want us to be a good father, regardless or not on if y'all are together or
Yeah,
apart, or if you giving him coochie, where he just a good father, regardless, because that's what he wants to do and be.
it's true.
Because that shit ain't gonna work.
No, it's not. It is not.
I done been around women and they baby daddy try to come around, and they baby daddy ain't trying to come around to be with the baby. He trying to come around to be with her.
ain't
Yeah,
that
he trying
something?
to fuck. That's how it is.
What the fuck?
He trying to fuck, and if she won't fuck him, then it's fuck his kids. I don't, if I don't have access to her, then I ain't doing nothing for the kids. That's bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit, man.
That's a trifling ass mentality, and men be having that, and women be and they
Allowing it.
the fuck hell no, nigga. I ain't seen you in months, and you
You
talk
mean I
about you want
gotta,
to come over for the holidays, and you want to spend the night so the kid can wake up to both it. Like what?
I gotta suck your dick for some diapers? Like, is that where we like what?
God damn. Here
Oh,
go Mr. Bomb and his grandson.
oh.
Oh,
Let me see. That's when we went. He was just, I think it was one, and we took him to eat. I think we went to Chili's, which I don't know why we went to Chili's. Look at him.
Hmm. He was so chunky.
He was chunky. As soon as he started walking, though, that shit went away. Look at him and his papa.
Them little cheeks.
That's his daddy, his papa, and him.
Hmm.
He be claiming he gonna drug him with NyQuil. Look, he loved this little boy.
oh,
He loved that little boy. Okay, look at him.
precious.
Nikki was chunky, huh?
He's chubby.
Oh, okay, I think that's it. I think yeah, that's it.
He's
Uh,
chubby.
he loved that baby right there. He loved him. But so I told his daddy, he's like, he chubby. I said, yeah, he chubby. I said, but when he start walking, it's gonna go all the way. And that's what happened.
Love chubby babies. I just want to bite them.
I wanted my
Bite
daughter to
them.
be chunky so bad, and I was just breastfeeding her, and she was just never chunky. She
Yeah.
was always lean and strong, and she wouldn't get chunky. She wouldn't get her little rolls. Her little cheeks never got super chubby.
Yeah, his ass is just chubby. And then we all got the chubby cheeks, you know. Um, his daddy. But yeah, he was because he wasn't even eating a lot. But I was giving him I put cereal in his milk early. Then I took him off a bottle really early. Cause I was trying not to mess up his teeth, like I
Hmm.
remember babies having the milk teeth. That's what they call them.
Oh yeah, where they scattered.
Yeah, where they teeth get messed up on the front
Yeah,
from all. So he wasn't even on the bottle that long. I was started feeding him food, girl.
yeah. Their
And
teeth get like, especially with the not only the bottle but with the pacifier.
yeah,
When they start
I
getting
never
teeth.
gave him a pacifier, even though they give him to him at the hospital. As soon as he got here, took it from him, and I told her, I said he don't need no pacifier. I said he'll get his comfort somewhere else because they didn't know babies ain't always had no pacifier.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But now they give them to him in the hospital, which is why. What if they're not drinking nothing? What they sucking for? You know.
A good
So
question. I
it
always
does
assumed
matter.
because they were teething,
It's
but
the soothe. It's that motion is like a soothing motion for them, like the little sucking, because it's like a nerve thing.
okay.
Like,
But that's what they say. But I don't believe it because I didn't have no pacifier. Not until my sister was born did these pacifiers become a thing.
but like
They
even
wasn't.
it's like even my daughter, she when I had her, like I breastfed, and like she would just want to comfort nurse. Like sometimes, like she would just want to be there. Like, and I'm
Yeah,
like, you need to get up off me, and she just wanted to be there. And I'm like, I'm not your pacifier. Like, so they get comfort out of that motion, and usually out of being held and being close.
yeah, they like that. Yeah. But even then, back then, before me, babies wasn't comfort like that. People didn't hold their babies and shake them. Them babies used to be in them beds.
They just if they were hollering, they would just be hollering until they get tired.
Yeah, and they till they learned. Yeah, they said they were they got to comfort themselves. They got to get out of that. That's how they used to do it. And then we started, babying them, I guess. Right?
Spoiled,
Like,
please.
and because of how I was raised, because my mom did kind of comfort me, I'm always shaking somebody. Like I'd be in the bed with hubby. And I start rocking him like he a baby, y'all. I do this to Lee. I do it to everybody. I'll just be laying hugging. And now hubby does it to me. I've been doing it to him for so long. Now when
He
he
be
hug
rocking
me,
you to sleep.
yes, he start rocking. Because I done done it to him so long through these years that now he does it. Vicky have to ask me, Mama, why are you rocking me? I- I'll be like, you don't like it? He's like, yeah, I like it. I say, okay, why you ask?
Right.
But I'm just so used to doing it.
Right. It's a habit, It's like a
Yeah.
it's just a
So
thing.
we give them habits without even realizing we give them habits. So the second of the pacifier isn't necessary. And that's why you end up with a lot of big kids because they think food is comforting, right? As soon as the baby cries, you give them food. But you don't have to give them food every time unless it's time for them to eat. And so Lena said I carried my babies on my chest or back in those carriers. Yeah.
I love me a carrier.
Like those carriers. They
My
look
back is all
comfortable.
fucked
Yeah,
up.
she was like 3.5, and she was big, and I used to just pick her up and put her in the front.
Lena said all my babies got chunky for breastfeeding. All my little nubs. I love me some chunky babies.
No,
Ashton is in love.
D Payne said I gave Mr. Baum shaking hubby syndrome.
Ashton, why are you listen, I know you in love with me, Ashton. I know it. But leave me
Hey
the fuck
Ashton.
alone, nigga.
he likes that.
Leave
I
me
ain't even
the
see
fuck
Ashton.
alone.
Where you at? Let me see. I gotta go up.
I
Oh,
don't
I
even be
see.
talking to this nigga. He's so uncouth
And he's
and
like, cuss him out, Taylor.
ill mannered. He has like he just,
Hmm.
I don't even be saying nothing and he'll just say some shit to me and I'm like, dude, what is your problem?
Hey King Pix. Hey D Payne. How y'all doing? Y'all doing good? Ashton probably gone. Ashton messy as hell. You know that.
Ashton knows me.
Ashton funny as hell, baby.
That nigga.
Ashton is crazy. Man. Anyway, which one of y'all going live?
I'm
It's,
not gonna lie.
it's Monday, bomb. I'm going home.
I mean, not Taylor. Brownie. I thought
Mhm.
you were doing it live last week. Did I miss it?
I did it Saturday, but my internet was all janky. I need to fix my internet so I can go live more.
I
But
think it's all about internet janky. Mine janky.
Did you put that video on private, Brownie?
Which
yeah,
one?
Okay.
you want to
I
see? I'll take it off for you. But yeah, it's on private.
Okay.
I don't delete no videos that I do on my channel. I just put them on private.
Because I had fell asleep a little bit while y'all was going through, because I was thoroughly entertained.
We was
Um,
talking about JP going down to the courthouse to
that
get
was
his
funny.
bartender license. Did you see that last week, Mom? Did you see that?
He went to get what? Oh, his alcohol license?
Yeah.
Girl.
I was thoroughly entertained. I ain't even gonna lie, that shit was funny.
What you call him just put up a video on JP. Did y'all see it? He made a song.
Uh-uh.
Let me go see if I can find it.
I was cracking
DJ
Mom,
up.
he ended
Wichita.
up getting searched at the court. He left the courthouse when he was questioning them about his record. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw part of it. And then
That
he told me
shit
he got
was
in trouble there.
hilarious.
He left, and then he came back. And when he came back, they searched him because the employees felt threatened because he kept mentioning how he have a concealed carry license and how he have a gun and keep mentioning all of these crazy charges on his
Yes.
Yeah, he was
I
bragging
can't
about it.
believe I can't believe he can't remember the charges. Like he has that many charges, like where he don't remember. Like that's wild. That is
Uh,
wild.
he thought they were gone. He thought after so many years they fall off like your credit. He was like, that's supposed to be gone.
That shit
Like,
was funny as fuck. That's when he kept talking about that $700 that they owe him for that bankruptcy. He was stuck on that. That's the part that was killing me. He's like, y'all owe me some money. That shit was so
dude.
fucking.
They don't even owe him no money because that nigga pay his fines. Then that's not all that shit.
That was funny.
Let me see if
But
I
I
can
was cracking
find.
up at the fact that, like, they would literally, they're like, oh, you need to go to such and talk to this person. And he was just going literally from department to department.
They were sending him off. They were sending him anywhere. Look, go talk to Jessica downstairs.
I would have done the same thing. I ain't even gonna lie. I'd have been like, listen, nigga, I ain't got time to be dealing with this. You done irked my bad last nerve. Go talk to Mary. Go. She'll be able to help you more. oh, oh gosh.
They were very professional.
They were very nice. You could, but it was on their face. It was written all over their face that they was not here for it. They were like, "Oh my god, this nigga ain't leaving." Like, what?
That's why he couldn't get his ass back in that building too. They
Oh,
thought they was like, hell nah, do not let him back. We
It's
felt threatened.
crazy. Okay, y'all, this shit is crazy. Here we go, y'all.
Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Whoa, whoa. Now they swerve. Whoa, whoa. Before you know it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Somebody got murdered. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Whoa, whoa. Now they swerve. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Whoa, whoa. Now they swerve. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Whoa, whoa. Now they swerve. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Niggas throwing up gang signs. He throwing up his gang sign. Whoa, whoa. Now they swerve. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered. Somebody got murdered.
Oh my god. Bob, you gotta
Okay,
hop on that.
Now check this shit out. He was on the stream when the police pulled up.
Recently?
I don't know when this happened, but he was on the stream. Let's see, here it go.
It's 12:30 in the morning. Oh yeah. Some people have to wake up early and get to work or whatever. We're not. What's your first?
Just the volume down. Okay. I'm not saying stop doing what you're doing, just bring the volume down a little bit.
What's your first name?
Hello. All right, so there you go.
That nigga is on the stream, and
So
the
they called
police.
the police on him?
Somebody called the police on him, and I think the stream must have was loud, and so
The stream was loud. He was loud. He was in there yelling
So
and
say
screaming
what
and
kind of
cussing.
what kind of apartments is he living into where like okay.
Taylor, if you up at 2:30 in the morning screaming on a Tuesday, I'm calling the police.
Listen, mind your motherfucking business. If
You
I
need
ain't
to shut
love
up.
for nobody,
No, you
I
need to
done
be
been over here
quiet.
louder than a motherfucker
It's
late at night. Y'all know it. Nobody
it's
called on me.
quiet hours in your lease. Can you please abide by the quiet hours?
listen, I be blasting music sometimes, so I be listen.
Me too,
No.
Taylor.
I don't be
I just,
calling. Listen, when they be playing that mariachi shit, I don't be bothering them. I be letting it
But
ride.
that's different from yelling and cussing and talking crazy and screaming
Yeah.
like on the internet.
I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, hey, me personally, I wouldn't have called the police on him, but you know, some people are different.
And then he probably do it day in and day out.
He
Like
probably do.
it's not just
Like
a Friday night thing.
it'd be a Wednesday. People gotta go to work, and this nigga hollering at the top of his goddamn lungs in the dark.
let me drop the link for
That's
that
Why
said
you gotta
DJ
call the
Witch
police?
Doctor, y'all. That
that's
shit crazy.
They don't want to call the police, but like you try to sleep, and it's the third night. This nigga been up yelling and screaming, and you got work in the morning. This nigga ain't got work.
That shit crazy. Man.
Who let the
Jeffrey,
police in?
it looked like he did, but I don't even know. Like, I didn't see the whole thing, but I looked at it. It looked like it was live just the other night. I don't know if that was live or DJ found it. I don't know if it was in the past and he just added it. I don't know. It looked like it was alive though.
Okay.
So I don't know if this just happened or not. But I was like, damn. I was a little confused.
I'm a little confused too.
I ain't never am somebody that had more run-ins with the police on
No,
a
but they
regular basis.
On a regular basis. Like,
on a regular.
that's wild.
Like
Man,
constantly. And it's not like he outside doing nothing crazy. He in the house.
DJ mixed that shit up good, just like when he did the Robin M song that I made. That shit was funny. That shit is crazy.
That is crazy.
And he put that little kitty cat there talking about pussy. Oh man.
Just a mess.
Man.
Hey Bob,
See, that's when
do you have any opinions about that Charlie Kirk dude that got shot and killed?
I mentioned that earlier. I got no hair in the world for him. Zero.
Okay.
Like we putting two.
You know what's crazy though? What's really boggling my mind is the fact that you have specifically other Black people that are mad at other Black people for not being upset. Like, they're not saying anything disparaging, but they're just like, oh, well,
Oh well. Yeah.
things
Like
happen,
yeah. My parents passed away. And my dad in 2019, my mom in 2018. I didn't ask everybody to be caring, right? And white people didn't care. Nobody cared. And that dude, I didn't know him, didn't like him. The little bit that I knew about him, and didn't fuck with him. So why would I care? Like I don't care.
Thank you. And that's my thing. Like, nobody, like, I'm not saying nobody deserved anything, but at the
Mhm.
end of the day, like people are indifferent to shit every day. Like no one give a fuck about, certain people dying. Like nobody cared about George Floyd. Nobody cared about Trayvon Martin. Nobody cared about any of these other
Mhm.
ones. So like, we shouldn't expect people to care. Like it's just part of life. Like some
Yeah,
people are just not gonna care, and that's within their right not to care. No matter how
yeah,
egregious we believe the shit is, you just don't expect people to care, you know?
right. And he definitely didn't care. He talked bad about George Floyd, you know. And they
Yeah.
started spreading lies saying he didn't die. He died from fentanyl, even though that wasn't the truth, and all kinds of shit. So I'm just
And then
saying,
two, we're going against this man's wishes because he said he don't believe in empathy. So
that's right.
why am I going to grant him something that he didn't even believe in? Like
And
people
I know that's right. That's
people
how I
give
feel.
me like,
He said it was a weakness. Empathy was a weakness. That we was expecting white people to empathize and sympathize against us. So he said it was weakness. So black people are saying, okay, we're not empathizing and sympathizing. So most of us just don't give a damn. And then they keep bringing it, like right now, it's like 5 topics from people live right this minute. I'm like, shit, we gotta let that shit go.
My whole thing is they never talked about him. He was never brought up until he died. Like
Right.
exactly.
I didn't even know who he was. I had to Google who he was.
I've seen him in passing, like with that Turning Point USA shit.
Yeah, but that wasn't nothing that like that stuck around with my algorithm.
They
Right.
all look alike to me. Like him, Ben Shapiro, they all kind of like favor each other. So I thought they done capped Ben Shapiro. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm like, damn, you know, they got Benny. Um, but you know,
They got Benny.
like they got Ben. Like that's crazy. But I don't know. I never really, I never cared to follow him. I mean, he sounded like every other, you know,
Yeah. Plus, he
white
said like
male.
people gotta die to keep the First Amendment. He said people gonna have to be. So he happened to be one. He said
Right.
so. He got like they they want to keep the First Amendment, which I don't care about. Right? If that's what they want to do, that's what we do. But they got school shootings, and they don't care about that. So
Exactly.
it's
So that's the
it's
thing.
weird. Did y'all see how he passed? I'm not talking about the shooting, but what he was talking about right when he got shot. He was
Yeah.
talking about that young man had brought up gun violence. And then he said, is that to mention gang violence? And as soon as he said that, boom,
Pop. Yep. They shot him right in his
God
neck.
damn, it was rehearsed. And his own people did it to him too. They tried to blame it on black people. Did you see that? They had to close down black university
Yeah,
HBCUs
I saw that. I thought
That
that was
was
crazy.
wild to me. I was like, how the hell this happened in Utah and you closing down HBCUs?
because that what his name, one who got sued for all that money, he mentioned uh he mentioned getting back at black people, and he mentioned where can you catch them at black churches, and then he mentioned he mentioned churches and black universities, HBCUs, and when he did that, that's like a threat. So they was trying to blame it on black people, even though they know ain't got no niggas in Utah shooting no. They didn't know that was a white man. We all saw the
Ain't no niggas like that in no
They
Utah.
could have guessed that was a white man. Like
Well, yeah, like I'm like, this is definitely a Caucasian man that did
you
had
could
this.
see his
Caucasian
hair and everything.
crime
You could see
all
his
over it.
yeah. You could see that it was a white man. They had a picture of him, and they were blaming it on black people.
Ain't nobody going to
I
Utah.
wouldn't even
No niggas in Utah.
I wouldn't even need to see a picture to bet money that it was a white person
I
that did.
know, we ain't doing all that shit. We might do
Oh,
some drive by, I guess, in our own community. We too. It seemed like we
Niggas
scared to
ain't
go in
going
other
all
people.
the way to
No,
Utah
we
to
ain't
get
going to no Utah.
We ain't going to fucking Utah. The fuck? What the
D
niggas will
Payne said
catch you
Carl
in New York.
Malone moved to Utah a long time ago.
yeah. Like
Carl Malone, is that a? I know the Malone as a rapper. Who is Carl Malone?
Carl,
Is
is that a the boxer baseball player? Is that
yeah,
I
we
gotta
don't
look
know.
it
We
up.
women. I know we women, we don't know. Let me see, Carl Malone. Let me see, Carl
But
Malone,
that's what's killing me when I'm seeing, because I
basketball player.
don't see anybody celebrate his death like that, but other than other white people, and they're being very egregious with the shit. I don't
They
see
do a
black people
job
like that
over
in
it.
large numbers doing that.
Yeah, because we don't do that. We don't wish people dead, and we don't praise over their dead.
So why are
But
these coons mad because we not upset? That's what I don't understand.
I don't know. Oh, they soliciting our thoughts, right? They going to us. What do you think about this? And then when we be like, we don't care, they mad. And I don't know why. I don't like that happens all the time.
Yeah,
Okay.
like yeah, it's just like, he wanted to be famous. Here, like he wanted to be famous. He wanted to be provocative. This is what it comes with. Like, you know. Now, allegedly, he started running his mouth a little bit too much about, I think, the Israel thing, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
that's right. And he was against Trump. He wanted them files released, and that's when he got popped. Ain't that something?
Right. And then I need Candace Owens to shut her motherfucking mouth, girl, because listen, you are not white. No matter what you think in your fucking mind, you are not white, ma'am.
They
So,
already tossed her to the side, but you know who they going after now? What's his name? Tatum. Brandon Tatum. Girl, them white
oh yeah,
people.
they said they spit on him.
Yeah, he said yep, he went to Israel, not Israel. What's the name of it? Yeah, Israel, right?
Well, somewhere.
And they spit on him.
Oh,
He told it. And then the other people talk, you they like you cooning ass nigga, you shouldn't have told people. You against us. Like, yeah. He made that big mistake and now they
oh,
drag him. Because in that country they don't like black people and they
no,
invited him
they
because
don't.
he's a he's a they paid these people $5,000 to do one video on conservative video.
Yep.
And then they gave him free trips. So he ended up going over there and got spit on.
And got spat on.
Yep.
Nothing they
That's
think about you, nigga.
oh. He said it was a kid. If a kid did it, then you already know their parents didn't do it because they knew that it was gonna be media. But
Right.
the kids like Kathy,
Right. Yeah.
American. It could have been because he's American. And, I don't even know why. Who cares? I don't know why he thought he could go over there. Like what,
Thought he was special.
girl?
Thought he was a special Negro that got special fucking privileges.
He looked like he was hurt. And now they ripping him. They calling him all kinds of ends words over there now. The
Mhm.
conservatives who used to rock with him. He got to get back in their good graces some kind of way.
But he better get his lips to be moistened and work on them gag reflexes and get his
I
Girl,
know
knee
that's
pads
right.
and get the
Get on them
motherfucking knee
knees.
pads, nigga. Get them goddamn knee pads and get to guap guap 4,000.
mm-mm-mm.
Make sure you spit on it, nigga. Make sure you spit on the tip. Quack, poof. And then use them hands. Use both hands,
Become
nigga,
the
not one.
Watu woman. Now, what her name was?
Not
Watu.
sure.
Watu woman.
You use
Watu.
both hands, nigga, not one. Use both of them motherfuckers. And get to pepper grinding.
Oh my
I
goodness.
just taught you something. You welcome.
That's right. Take her advice. She know what she talk about, goddamn. Watu. Two hands. And you got to know how to motion them hands too, man. You got to, okay? Oh, you're going to have to use all throat. That's all.
Yes. And if you gag a little bit, nigga, that's okay. Because they like to
That's
hear
okay.
that.
They like
They,
that. They
they
love
like to
that.
hear that gawk quack sound. So you
Mm,
good. But you better not use your teeth, bitch.
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry. Let me
It's
stop.
okay.
the Taylor that stepped into the role.
We be wilding out. But she ain't lying. They found out that Americans are spreading propaganda for a whole nother country. and getting paid for it. But they knew that during the last election and all that shit was happening. They had a list of them. The list came out of all the YouTubers and the people on Snapchat and all these other programs who got paid through Russian money.
Mm. We all
But
kind of, but we kind of knew that too, though. It
yeah,
was we
see
were calling these
what his
motherfuckers
name
bots
is over
for.
there, huh?
I said we were saying these people were bots for a reason. These people been pushing agendas and saying things. If you think about it, but a lot of people don't think about what they watching. They just kind of watch it and consume it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't think about shit like that.
Just like all of this, the gender war shit. That's the same shit.
Oh yeah. Gender war stems from red pill, which is MAGA. That's MAGA.
It all stems from the same stuff, though. It's all funded by the same source.
Yep. Back in 2015, they even earlier than that, they decided to get the men against the women, to get an agenda, and then they could have all these angry young men and older men angry and angry at women, angry at black and brown people.
Mad about shit that ain't even happened. Yeah.
That ain't even happening, yeah. Because now we're being racist towards them, and now they're losing jobs that they never had, never even could qualify for. Because if you
Oh, that's
brown, they're not
crazy.
sure you really deserve the job because you black and you affirmative action, which equals DEI.
You know that nigga Hood Conservative, he took his
Okay.
ass on I think he was on Witch Doctors
Uh,
panel and said basically that, there's not gonna, he just dropped off his daughter to college, and you know and he's upset because there's not gonna be any jobs for his son, but there's gonna be a lot of jobs for her because she's a woman. And basically, these women are out here just taking these jobs from these men, and I'm just like what the fuck is like this, this is so sad.
If they
Like,
had men jobs, they wouldn't be
wait,
crying about this shit. Men want to
so
sit in offices, go out there and build some shit, be a plumber, do some construction, go do some man shit if you worried about a woman taking your job while you sit in the office chair, trying to put a
this is
but
this
the
is the thing,
problem
right? So he dropped his daughter off at college, but his son possibly not gonna go to college, which means that's why she gonna have jobs that he not gonna be able to get, right?
exactly. The
Yeah.
problem is though, Brownie, is that a lot of these niggas think that they like you don't got no type of education, ain't got no type of fucking, you just got a GED, but you think you're gonna go somewhere and start off making $100,000 a fucking year? Get real. That's not how the real world works. That's not how life works. You gotta have skills. You have to have skills, and you constantly gotta update your skills. That's why a lot of these certificates that people get, it requires continuing education credits. So
yeah.
after a certain amount of time, you gotta recertify that certificate, and take so many hours of certain classes. Like,
And you know what else though, Taylor? They got to know how to communicate, right? So if they don't know how to communicate, then they're not gonna be able to communicate to no computers, no AI, no that shit, right? If you don't even know how to communicate with other people, you don't even know how to read and understand what colons. I said this all earlier, like they don't know what commas and colons. Girl, they be reading shit and don't know what they're reading. They stop period at a goddamn comma and they think that's the end. I'm like, no, you gotta finish reading it. No, bomb. It just says this. I'm like, it says that, and there's a comma that says and something. So to be a racist, you gotta be this and this. And they said, no, you just gotta be this. I said, no, it don't say that. It says you gotta be this and this.
they're ignorant, and if they want to be ignorant, that is so fine. You just gonna be left behind, and
Yeah.
nobody's gonna feel sorry for you. Nobody, nobody's gonna cry for you. You just gonna be left fucking behind while you sitting here complaining about how this woman got this job over you, bitch, because she's qualified. Next.
That's right. She went to get the education. And so, because the truth is, if a black man, right, black men who got the education gets the job over the black woman, because they like to, especially if he's married, right? But they open it up to women, and it's not just women, aren't just black women, right? I mean, black women, women are white women, Asian women, who might get it even before we get it. That black man will get it, but he don't go and get the education so he can get it. So they angry that there's a collective of black lawyers who are women and black judges who are women. And even the white conservatives, they putting up rules to stop black women from being judges, y'all. These women are getting their education and becoming powerful, as far as they go and get those jobs, and they trying to limit them from getting it. We got hit the hardest anyway. Black women got hit the hardest with this DEI shit.
Yeah, over 100,000 jobs and counting. I
Yeah.
can't remember the last number I seen, but I know it was high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but you
My hubby lost his job. I ain't tell y'all how. I don't usually tell. I hope he ain't heard me because he don't like me telling. Hubby worked a federal job, his second job, federal job.
mhm.
They just let him go, even though it's against the law, because they just renewed their contract. But that federal shit, Trump is fucking people up.
No, he is. That's the thing. Like, people don't understand, when it comes to federal work, like, people understand by working for the government federally, you're not going to be making a whole bunch of money, but you go for, the pension, or, the 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 being
The,
able to, the protection that.
it's there. You gonna get paid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And
The,
it's not like and it's not like they hide people's salaries, because you could go on the website and see what a GS11 makes, what a GS12 makes, depending on where you live at. So it's not
yeah.
like they're hiding it, and it's like he's firing these people and eliminating these jobs, but they're not replacing them at the
Right.
same time. And a lot of these, depending on the agency, a lot of these jobs require, the work still has to get done. So there's going to be backlogs of things that are not going to get done due to the amount of people that they fired. So people are going to get burned the fuck out. And then good luck trying to get anybody else to work for the government after he's out of office, because now people are like, I might as well go work in the private sector and make double of what I'm making now, since there's no job protection.
Yeah. So, Trump is old enough because he's old as fuck, right? He's old enough to know what the federal government did to this country. The federal government giving jobs, they created jobs, which created wealth, right? Because you got to understand, they the most employers, right? The employers is the federal government. They employ more people than mostly all companies here in the U.S. They will employ, even if you're not a worker for them, they'll employ contractors who also create jobs. That's what happened, right? So our country, it used to be like, how many jobs would they have? How many companies could rise up and be selling the same shit another company sells? The federal government bringing jobs. And he dropping all these jobs, and some white people mad right now, girl. They at first they said he gonna make the country better. And then they're like, but they've been out of work because he claimed he's the best deal maker and he should have made a deal by now. It'll be a year before any of this shit. And hopefully, well, I'm going to just say what happened. Well, I ain't going to say it. Fuck it. Karma is a motherfucker. That's all we're going to say. Okay,
Indeed.
karma going to get us all. And some people deserve it more than others.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Motherfuckers trying to hack me because that nigga don't know how to, he don't know nothing about nothing. They were like a businessman. He was a failed businessman. He was a failed president the first time. They just wanted to forget that shit. They wanted to act like everything was good. Nothing was good. You know what was the people got them checks, and now people going to jail for them checks that they got. They
Mm-hmm.
they still chasing people with PP. Look, I had to go in there and ask my sons. I said, hey, y'all didn't get no PPP loans, right? I'm
Yeah,
just because all the young people, a lot of young people was just cool. Oh, say
they
y'all
were
ain't
just grabbing them, no employees, ain't
Yeah.
had no
sure.
goddamn business. They
I,
I
was
somebody
asked them,
had brought that across my. I was like, that is a scam. I was like, y'all got to pay this money back. I was like, this is a scam. Like, this gonna get y'all. This gonna get a lot of people locked up and make a lot of people lose their benefits and they Section 8 and all types of shit.
yeah, girl, and they lots of them in jail, girl. Or to serve their term. Hi, Brownsville, how you doing, my brother?
Hey,
Hey,
peace
Brown.
and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can y'all hear me? Am I coming through clearly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, peace and love to y'all queens, man. Bomb Cherry Juice, Taylor, and then Brownie Ellie. I was just coming to,
hi.
say peace and love to y'all. I seen y'all was live. I was supporting my cousin. He in a battle right now, on his channel with some folks. So I seen y'all was live and I just wanted to, say hi and,
Oh, can we show some love before you go over there and
show
help
some
him
love.
out, huh?
Yeah, nah, I ain't going, cause I'm on my way to pick my son up.
Uh-huh.
So I got a little bit of time. I don't really have time to get online right now, but when I seen you was live, I just say, hey, I wanted to, hop in and say peace and love. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Is he still live there? It looked like he was up there with somebody, but I don't know if that's a video or what.
Yeah, I think he's on somebody else's show,
Is that
and
the
he's just,
Angry Man? Oh, Lord.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
I, Lord, I wouldn't. I know. I couldn't.
He got to stop arguing with dummies. I know he be thinking he doing something, but
No,
yeah.
Yeah, man.
I wouldn't be going back and forth for Angry Man.
I don't know. You know, Sharon gets a kick out of just, provoking people to different emotions and things like that. So,
Oh
that's
yeah.
probably what's happening right now. But I myself just came back. I was in the Caribbean. Just came back this morning, early this morning. Just me
God
and my
damn, your
wife.
ass travel more than anybody I know. I need some tickets, okay? I know you got some deals somewhere. What's up?
Yeah, man. I'm just, me and my wife. We've been together for a very long time, right?
Mhm.
So it's important, to keep your relationship fresh, to keep it, fun, and
Mhm.
and what I implore men to do is to continue to treat your wife the way you was treating her when you were dating her and trying to win her as your wife. You know
Wait,
what I'm
wait, stay,
saying?
wait a minute. Mr. Baum, you need to come up here. Brownsville got some advice for you. Okay? Go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah, I think that's important. You know what I'm saying? To continue to date your wife. You know what I'm saying?
Dayton.
Don't just stop dating her or stop treating her special just because, she agreed to be your wife. No, she should still feel special. She should still feel valued. And you should enjoy, spending time with her, just you and her. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. Obviously, our lives are busy right now because we got two teenagers and they're in a lot of activities, right?
Right,
So
right.
sometimes it's difficult for us to find alone time because we're always, going to this event, that event, this practice, that practice, et cetera, et cetera. So we actually have to, plan those opportunities to where we can get away and just have fun and just date the way we did before, we got married, before we had children, before we expanded and built upon our life, to just value one another. You know what I'm saying? Because none of us know how long we're gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, and I don't know if people paying attention to this, but a lot of people are getting out of here earlier, right? Um,
Uh-huh.
I suffered a lot of deaths in my family recently, and I felt like they didn't live a long life. If you're dying in your 50s and early 60s, to me, your life has been cut short. And I'm seeing a lot of that now and experiencing a lot of that. And, what I'm encouraging people to do is just, hey, take some time out, enjoy your life, stop being so consumed with social media and the internet and all that stuff, and just go out there and touch grass, touch sand, and, live a little. That's all.
Okay. No, I agree with you. Y'all in a travel group or something, or y'all just go by yourself? Y'all got like, is there deals that you or a travel agent that give? Cause y'all been many places, so hubby don't want to travel, but we gonna have to travel. Okay, or I'm gonna go by myself. Which ain't. Is it safe for women to travel by themselves? Remember, you told us about an island that you recommended. Remember?
Oh, it's a few, but one of my favorite islands is Saint Martin, right?
Mhm.
I love Saint Martin. I love Saint Kitts and Nevis. Um,
It was
really,
wait, it was one that you said where most people don't go, but when you got there, they treated you like you was one of them. You said most people don't know about it, um, like that.
so
So
yeah, that's Saint Kitts and Nevis.
okay, okay.
Saint Kitts and Nevis is an island. Who they're a proud people. They got their independence. So, um, and it's a beautiful island. They got mountains and it's a beautiful landscape and beautiful beaches. And it's just a lot of fun. You can go out there and have a lot of fun. You don't got to worry about, anybody doing anything to you. Um, they got like these monkeys out there, uh, so that's kind of different and neat. Seeing monkeys and diapers and different things like that. So I love seeing our people, you know, um, doing things fruitful and being successful, and they're proud people because they got their independence, so they don't have the UK or the USA or anybody else controlling their government and controlling what they're trying to do. They control it and they run it, and it's just beautiful. When you go out, they prioritize you because obviously more people from the other side visit those islands and countries. So when they see us, they appreciate it, and they kind of treat you with a little bit more favor, right? You don't have to wait to sit down and eat. Um, you go to a beach, you're gonna get discounts, you're gonna get priority, because they feel like it's important to them that you feel like you're family, you feel like you're at home, and that's what I appreciate.
Yeah. I forgot. I think it's one of our sisters who be over here. She told me she used to live in Belize or one of them countries. And I found a sister here on YouTube, and she live in Belize. And they don't have a lot of nothing, right? Like they have to walk to water this spot to get fresh water to drink and bathe and things like that. Do you think we fought too gone to do things like that if we had to, like go back to nature, go back to simple living? Are we too far gone for that, Brownsville?
Yeah, I think we are, unfortunately, um,
Yeah,
because we have gotten spoiled by technology. We
yeah,
have gotten spoiled by you know uh, the microwave society in which we live in. And so if anything was to happen, that's what it's going to come back to. Um, what kind of skill set you have to survive. You know what I'm saying? And we're not ready for that. I don't think we're built for that, because we ourselves, we haven't passed down certain traits that our forefathers had, such as being builders and being inventors, foresting the land. I see you doing a lot of that, and I appreciate it. I see you teaching people how to do things that our people did years ago, such as gardening and making your own garments and things of that nature. Um, Unfortunately, it always comes back to the survival tactics at some point. I'm just hoping I don't live for that for that time. But who's to say? You never know. But you are a person who does kind of teach um those kind of necessary skill sets that we need to have if we're gonna survive. And so, I commend you for that.
Yeah. Our kids, though, like when I look at our kids, they supposed to be the future. We're not giving them the things they need. And our dumb asses are dumb, right? Because we putting on plastic as clothing, which is bad for us. They just found out that drinking water out of water bottles. Did y'all know how dangerous that is? They just notifying us of that.
Right, the
Water,
different plastics.
yeah. Remember when sodas and things used to be in a bottle, like a glass bottle? Remember that?
Right,
And
right,
that was safe. And then somebody came up with this plastic bottle thing, and now all of us got pieces of plastic inside our bellies and shit like that in our stomach. In other countries, they find these things earlier. They notify people early. It's other countries that doing the studies and coming up with this shit. Americans, we are slowly dying due to technology, but we'll keep saying, well, we'd rather that than give up the technology. And I'm like, when did we do that? Like they used to think about their children, their grandchildren. We no longer do that. We don't think about them no more. We be like, oh, it's just easy for us to do this and do that. We eat. You don't know what you're eating when you know if you don't grow your food, you don't know how it's grown. Monsanto murdered murdered the whole country too, right?
right,
They they
right,
using seeds and putting shit in the dirt, and they done ruined the earth up to a degree. Um, our country is really bad. Like other countries, they figuring out they using technology to better their country. We use technology for industries to make money, which make our country worse. I saw where over there in Africa, right? Over there, what's the name where they say people go over there to get shitted on? I'm sorry, to get pooped on
In Dubai.
in Dubai. These people have no water. Like they didn't have water, right? They don't have enough natural water, lakes and things like that, African things like that. These people build water underground. They using technology to figure out. In Africa, they are now building and turning deserts into greenery, right? They learned how to grow grass and trees in areas. They've been doing this for years, and I think they just got through planting like 1,000 trees in a day or some shit like that. They know how to do it, right? Through education and figuring out how do they do this. So Africa gonna end up being sustainable again in 50 years. They're gonna be good over there. And we over here, we're gonna either be underwater, our home's gonna be on stilts. Like we're gonna what's the name of it? I think it's called Water World or something like that. Y'all ever seen that movie? Um,
Mm-mm.
I think it came out in maybe the 80s or 90s with Mel Gibson. And I think people had to live like the flood. It was flooded area, which has been happening all over the world. We just don't be knowing why people are migrating to the U.S. and other places because they shit is underwater due to the climate change. People don't believe in climate change, but their areas is underwater, y'all. Americans and the UN had to go and give some temporary shelters to these people as the water rises. Their areas are getting underwater, so there's no jobs, no nothing, and nobody want to take the people in, or they agree to take so many people. People dying trying to get to live their life somewhere. We think they just want to leave their country. Why would they want to leave a country if it's sustainable? They don't want to leave their country, but they want to live, right? I, they want to live. They want to have a family and have grandchildren. And shit. They want a life, and all we think about is they should come in our country. I don't know what's going on with humanity. Nobody should be able to sell me no land in America, right? And then when I buy the land, they tell me the land don't belong to me. Hubby say Water World came out in '95. Okay. Um, if I buy the land's supposed to be for me. But then they tell me I don't have rights to the minerals or the water underneath. So I can't. Why can't I go in my land dig down and get me some water without paying the water bill. You can't even, what's the name of those things? The panels, solar panels. Did y'all know those things are illegal if you do it yourself? Like they want to have a company come out and you still gonna be connected to electric companies still because they still want to get paid. And your ass can go to jail if you go and put a windmill out there. You go put a windmill out in your yard, you go dig in the ground and get your own water. All that shit is illegal, even if it's on your land. What 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 y'all think about that shit right there? Yes. Kevin Costner, that's who Hubby said it is. Who I said it was, y'all. I think I said Mel Gibson. Hubby said it was Kevin Costner in Waterworld. And I think they was living in a world that was filled with water because, because of climate change. They was talking about that shit way in the 90s and the 80s. And
I,
now people deny climate change. Anybody up here deny climate change?
no, I hope
Nope.
not. In my
Oh,
few short 31 years on Earth, I can recall climate change.
yes. I don't know how they deny. They just said, oh, it's just things that happen through time. I'm like, that's called climate change. It's happening way sooner due to industries, right? What we put, the pollution we put in the air, messing with the ozone, all that ice. Imagine a place that's just ice. When it melts, it got to go somewhere. Where it's going to go?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dimples.
Hey, baby.
Yeah. What about you, Brownsville? You deny climate change?
No. That's evident. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? We see it pretty much yearly, right? How the temperature you know has changed so dramatically. Um, pollution, emissions from the vehicles and airplanes and all that stuff is real. It's hurting and affecting um, our atmosphere. And we're polluting our oceans as well. And I don't know if any of y'all have been out there on the water lately, but it's kind of pathetic now. We used to be able to see, so 20, 15, 20 years ago, when I was out there on the ocean and when I was traveling back then, we used to be able to see a certain fish called the flying fish, right? And they were very prominent, right? They would be jumping out of the water, flying for a while, and then going back in.
Mm-hmm.
Now you barely see them at all when you're out there. They still some there, but it used to be plentiful. Now it's not anymore. Um, so yes, it's definitely real. Certain things that we do definitely affect our lifestyle in terms of our natural resources and atmosphere and all of that.
You know what's the
Remember,
worst thing to the my bad for
no, go
whoever
ahead.
cut off. You know what's doing the worst thing that's gonna do the worst thing to the environment?
What?
AI. AI take up so much energy. And if you look up the data centers that they're using to run AI, they're like miles. They're like huge. Like you see how big the Amazon buildings are. They like multiple
They got
times bigger than the Amazon buildings. Like, and it's
they,
just servers in there running 24/7. And
yeah,
China,
Delaware fighting. Delaware, they got one they trying to put right here, and the people fighting. They say it's gonna cost a lot of water, electricity, and the state gonna have to pay for it. And I was like, damn.
because it runs up because those servers get hot and then they have to cool them down. So that costs energy to cool them down. So like China, how China's like advancing fast with AI is because they're using coal and they're building their servers underwater. So
See,
there's
smart, right? See how intelligent these people, like I said, the people who have to, because they so far from, they got seas and stuff, but they don't have fresh water. They turning salt water into fresh water. They figured this shit out. right? And then they driving the water underground, so you can't even see all them pipes and things that get and they sustaining their humanity, their people and everything. And our asses, our roads. Have y'all ever been in a state where they ain't working on the roads? And every time you go there, they still working on the same fucking road year after year after year. They can't even fix a pothole long enough for it to last 5 years, let alone 1 year. Just wasteful money. So when the government said we wasteful money, we all understand that. But it has nothing to do with what he's doing, right? He should say, hey, when these contractors get these jobs, make sure that they're doing the job correctly, and it has to at least last 5 years. Well, I shouldn't have to fix the same piece of road every year, right? The same pothole keeps coming back. They just found in Louisiana that them people was using uh bamboo. They was putting bamboo under the and then topping it up with cement or whatever, what they call blacktop. Bamboo bends, right? Is very flexible. That's why the road keep breaking. Because it's not stable.
And you know they have the solutions out there for better roads and all of those
Yes.
things.
In other countries, girl, these people, you could drop off your car. You could stop your car goes and get in this thing and go all the way, stand by itself, girl. And these motherfuckers in other countries been ahead of us. I don't know why we act like we the best, US the best. You go in other countries, China and all them motherfuckers is years above ahead of us. Am I lying, Brownsville?
Hell no, you ain't lying.
Ah, you right.
Hell no, you ain't lying.
Hey, Dimples. Dimples
Hey,
said
man,
something. What you,
we've been
I,
too damn distracted, y'all. Can you imagine one day we might have to buy air?
girl, that was on that TV show, and that shit looked real. What's the name of it? I like the
I,
first one, but they remade it. With the one who played I'll Be Back. What's the name?
Arnold
Arnold.
Schwarzenegger, Total
Yeah, remember
Recall.
Total Recall. Remember y'all? They had to buy air, and the people who
Yes.
didn't buy air, they ended up with being all messed up. Um,
That's crazy.
and come to find out the air was free. So if they could bottle air, though, they would make us pay for it, just like they do water, right? Water, y'all. The water table is in the earth. If I can hire somebody to dig down enough and I'll be able to get water. And you could pump it right in your house. You don't need no water company. Why they selling us some shit that if I can go in the back and get it myself?
Why? Because America is a corporation. We are not
Well,
supposed to live like this.
what you mean America's a corporation?
Hey, man, everything's about money. How the fuck something
Oh
that's
yeah.
free you got to pay for?
You mean that we are what's the word when it's about money?
Consumers.
No, I know what you mean, but that our country is run on money, like you
Capital,
said,
capitalistic.
capitalist. Yes, thank you.
That's it.
Okay, yeah. But this corporation thing, where the U.S. is a corporation, I can see what y'all say. The government, the federal government, does have to, you know, be a industry, right? Because they hire people and employ people, and they, you know, but they not like what they call him, what his name was, the one who believed in he can go and steal somebody's house by squatting in it. What his name? Brownsville. He was over there with us, or over there by Sharon. Mum,
Oh, you talking about Otis?
Otis, yeah. Otis would have your ass in jail telling you that that we are the laws that we have since gone away from long time ago. Okay. Otis think he could find a house, go live in it, squat in it, and he think it could belong to him.
Oh yeah, he's on that sovereign citizen kick.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that shit right there. Have your ass in jail these days. Okay. hmm They be reading fake ass law book that somebody sold them. Be crazy. No. He really think that traveling. I'm not driving, I'm traveling. I don't need a license. Like, yeah, but the federal government is different. See, they confuse that the federal government and the states are the same, but they're not. They're separate. The federal government has, the final say, but you got to really take them to court, the state court and things for the Supreme Court to get involved. So, but your state can make up their own constitution and their own laws. And that's why you have your lawmakers, and that's why you should vote them in and vote them in, on what they're going to vote on. They can make up a law that say black people is illegal to be black. And if they pass it, then that'll be the goddamn law. Now, then the federal government have to come in and say that's unconstitutional. You can't do that. Okay. And so people fighting the wrong government and they don't know. The local government is the one you need to be concerned about the most. But right now they fighting the federal government because the federal government could come in and fix the states. Like these states like Texas, Louisiana, and Florida, they doing some illegal shit. But they're able to do it because the federal government has been kind of dismantled.
So, what y'all
Hopefully,
queens think of the crisis we have that's going on here lately? This white on white crime crisis.
it's been a terrible, terrible thing. White on white crime is horrific, and we need to get to the bottom of it. What you think, Dimples?
I'm just, I always question what the fuck the pigmentation of your fucking skin have anything to do with crime.
Well, that wasn't a question. The question is white on white crime.
Yeah, I know that. I know white shit. It's always been white and white crime.
Okay, good. Now, Bonnie, what you think about white on white crime? What you think?
I'm talking about what like Charlie Kirk, like
Lord.
like the Kennedy incident. What? It's a lot of white on white crime that happen every day.
That's right. That's why I said it's a lot been happening, and they need to get to the bottom of it.
It's like this, y'all. They be like, oh, yeah, man. See what happened? A white mother killed another white mother. It's the blacks. What the fuck did we do? Why are the HBCUs being targeted? Then there's this video of these white men about some white men fight back. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, they were trying to blame. Yeah, but
Yeah,
you know why they do it? Because we right now are doing it. Brownsville asked us about white on white crime,
And
and
it's
then
not just the Charlie Kirk incident either, right?
right,
We've had a lot of school shootings lately.
yes.
right, same
And
day
it's
that thing
been
happened.
right based around white on white crime. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's an issue that isn't discussed enough, right? That's an issue that isn't addressed enough because, when they talk about things like sending the National Guard or Marines to Chicago and DC and New York and LA, what they need to be doing is figuring out how to send those entities to these white areas to
Like
where,
Utah.
like Utah and other areas, that has a high concentration of white people who are becoming more radicalized and attempting to do harm.
Let me ask you this, Brown, because I could be wrong. Wasn't it Utah or one of them states like that where a white guy had called the fire department? He started a fire in the woods, and then when they went to go to let out the fire, he was picking them off with his rifle. Was that Utah? Where was that? That's one of them
I
white.
know what you're talking about, but I forget the state.
I think it was California.
That was California where that happened. I thought it was like a Utah or one of them white radicalized states where them militants, them white militants are up there. Went to California though? Well,
I don't know.
no. Anyway, they didn't talk about that long enough for us to really know. That's why. But that shit just happened like a couple of months, huh? He they went to go try to put out a fire that he started, and he was in the woods shooting at him, started shooting at him.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a couple of months ago.
Yeah. And they let it go like it ain't nothing, like it didn't happen. So there's no reason to talk about gun laws because they have the most guns and they got them. They, and they brag about them. They walk the streets with them. But if I walk the streets with mine, they stopping a black man. They've already showed this on videos. The black man got the gun. They want to know where he going with the gun. The white boy walking with the gun in the same area,
Oh,
and
I
they ain't
remember
giving no
that.
shit. Huh?
I remember that. He had a strap
That-
on his shoulders.
Yes. What you legally can have a gun in certain areas, right? Especially down south. Like I could be in New Orleans, in Louisiana, not so much New Orleans, right? Because the states are big and different cities and things have different laws. So you might not be able to go in a city and be walking around with a gun wide open across. But where I'm from, right, which is the Bayou area, I could walk in Walmart with the shotgun or the rifle, right? Walk right in. I've seen people do it all the time. Hunters and my dad, whatever, they walk in. Now that used to be back in the day. Now a black man walk in with a gun. We saw where a young man picked up a gun in Walmart and he don't even know he dead. If we, you know what I mean? Like he was on the cell phone with somebody and they killed him. It was a toy gun. He wasn't pointing at nobody. He picked it up and was walking. That shit is fucked up. They ain't talk about him long enough because
Oh,
it's happened. Was it around Mike Brown or somebody had else got killed? So his story kind of got swept under the rug. But it was like maybe 20 people, black men, who got killed by the police around that time.
You talking about Tamir Rice, I think.
Yeah,
no.
Tamir Rice. Was it? No, I'm talking about there was a young man walked in
He was at
Walmart. This right,
Walmart.
Oh, the
and
one.
he
Oh
go
yeah, I
ahead.
remember the dude that was in Walmart. He walked in Walmart and they started firing off at him.
Yeah,
No, but it
for nothing.
was, yeah,
Go ahead.
selling this gun. I forgot it wasn't a real gun. I think like one of them pellet guns. I forgot what the name of them type joints, but they were selling it at Walmart.
No,
And he
cause
was
no, some Walmarts they sell guns at that. Well, back then they
right.
did.
Yeah,
So
But
I think it was a gun that was out of. Was it? He was.
it was a toy
I can't
gun.
remember. It's real vague. Let me look up the
yeah,
trailer.
somebody called the cops. A white guy, of course, called the cops. What happened was he grabbed the gun, and you know how you looking at it, and you like pointing it, not pointing at the people, but just like pointing. Someone called cops, said, "There's a black guy." You know how that goes. Cops came in, 1.1 second shot.
Yeah, he
His
never
name was
pointed at
John
nobody.
Crawford.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it. Crawford.
yeah. See, we don't even know his name like we should because it was
It's
around the
so
same
many. It's
time.
so many names.
Right around that time, there was. What year that happened? You see it? Was that Mike
That
Brown? Was that
that happened in
2012?
2014.
2014,
Yep.
okay. So yeah, so people was fighting for Mike Brown and went to Tamir Rice. I think that's around those times, and his
It's
story
Quan
came out.
McDonald. It's a
Yeah,
bunch.
it's a bunch around that same time. So some of them got swept under the ground, but I think the one we should have focused on, Mike Brown was a bad one because that was a kid. Okay, he changed my son didn't go to college because of that shit. I paid him. We bought him a car so he don't go off to college. He was going to New York. He was gonna go to New York to go college, and I was like, "We'll buy you a car, and you go to college here locally." Right?
So,
He
Bone Cherry, let me
graduated.
ask you this, right?
Hmm.
Because you kind of grew up, well, not grew up, but um, the area where you raised your children, right?
Hmm.
Would you say it was like a middle class area?
No, I where I raised them. Uh, to be honest, no, it was the hood. Like people considered the hood, but to me, I didn't think it was hood. It used to be a real bad area, but by the time we moved there, they had made some change. They were about to burn, they were about to tear that whole development down, and it was so bad. But the question you ask is, was it a suburban area? I don't know. It was in a suburban area, but it was mostly black people. And I don't
And
know how
in
to answer
Delaware?
that. Yeah, in Delaware. Delaware got a shitload of black people. I don't know, like Wilmington, they like shit. Baby, there's so many black people here. It's crazy, okay? Um, Yeah.
Because
Women
I
to
guess the question I wanted to ask, and I
mhm,
want, you know, people to ponder on this, right? So if you're raising kids high school age in a middle class area these days to where it's diverse. Let's say it's a diversity amongst Hispanics, whites, blacks, etc. Right?
uh, yeah.
What's happening in those schools now is the drug dealers are not black, they're white, right? The people
Mhm,
that's trying to sell your kids or give your kids pills or drugs, they're not black people, they're white people. The people
mhm.
that's trying to give your kids alcohol, etc., they're not black people, they're white people. So when I say um, we need to be examining white crime, I'm talking about not just the murders, just in totality. Um, it seems like that's becoming a bigger issue in general. And I just wanted to see if anybody else was kind of experiencing the same thing.
Oh yeah, that's always been. But they highlight black people, but white people, you'd be shocked at some. No, well, you wouldn't because what your job has been and is. But um, they just always made it seem like we the criminals. But you know, um, man, people look bad. Some of them, every time we compare, and I said this last time on my stream, for some reason we compare poor whites, poor blacks to wealthy whites. Why do we do that? We never compare apples to apples, like even if they're different races, at least be on the same economic plane. So if you compare poor blacks to poor whites, they mad because it looked like we doing better.
Well, in all actuality, we are,
I
right?
know. Yes.
If you compare the class like you described, you'll find that the black people are more empathetic. They're more disciplined. They're more spiritual. You can go
Mhm.
down the lines, and you'll find that it's not really an issue as much as the national media or the talking heads on YouTube, etc., would express the true issues are, right? I think it's kind of skewed to kind of make us think less of ourselves. And I really think we need to start having those conversations, just beyond what happened recently, but what's actually going on currently. Because I do believe that we as a black community are continuing to progress forward, and we're continuing to be successful and find success despite um you know whatever hindrances or whatever things that they're trying to put in our way to slow us down or to stop us. um and we really need to just start building upon those conversations, and like you said, have more conversations about what we should be doing in order to teach our young people, different survival tactics and things of that nature to prepare for what may come in the future in terms of a scarcity in natural resources and all of those different kind of things. Um, but Queens, I gotta go. It's been a pleasure to speak to y'all. Hope all of y'all are doing well and feeling
Mhm.
well, mind, body, and soul. And I wish y'all to have a good night's rest and
You too.
nothing but health, wellness, and success as we continue to move forward.
You too. You
Peace
too.
and
You have a
love.
good one. Okay.
You too.
Your hubby gave me this information. He said, okay, so John Crawford III died August 14 by being shot by a police officer, right, in the Beaver Creek Police Department. He was shot inside a Walmart after he picked up an unpackaged BB pellet gun and continued shopping. It, it was a toy gun. It was a BB gun, a pellet gun, right?
Yeah, that's what I
That's
said. Yeah.
yeah. And another shopper falsely claimed that he was pointing at customers. So that's what I was saying. He never pointed it at nobody. There's a whole video of him walking around that whole Walmart, right? Because they was talking about claiming the person who charging the person who made the false ass claim, right? And that young man picked up the gun. He was on the phone and he never heard the police say put it down. Like, because soon as somebody said put it down, remember they had a lot of, I'm not sure if y'all ever saw the video, a lot of cops come in, they all pointing guns, and then somebody said drop it. And before they say finish saying drop it, another cop had to shot him and he was on the ground dead. That
That's the
is
same
crazy.
thing they did. Yeah, that's the same thing they did to Samir Rice.
Huh?
I said the way how you said that's the same thing they did to Samir Rice.
Oh, I don't think it's the same day, is it?
Not the same thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because before he was a kid, they knew, even the person who called on the kid, on Tamir Rice, should I say, um, they said it's probably, like I heard the phone call, they said it's
Yeah,
probably a
it's
toy,
probably
but
a
I just
toy
want you to know.
gun.
Yeah. And they went there and the cop shot him. And see, that's what Black Lives Matter, it was like, hey, Black Lives Matter, can you at least make sure it is what it is before you shooting kids? Where else kids would play with toy guns, right? Toy guns that look like toys. Now, I saw a video, and let me see if I can find it, of little white boys, y'all. I'm talking about one of them was 6 and the brother was 8, and they had a real fucking gun. And the mother called the police and said, my kid's out here with the gun and they won't give it back to me. The police had to come, right? And they made sure that when to put undeadly shit in so they could get them guns from the fucking kids. They pointed the gun at the police. These was the fucking kids, but they survived. You see what I'm saying? They shot a beanbag at the kids, which made the gun. These motherfuckers, when it comes to their children, they want to preserve their lives. They want to, even when they criminals like that, they still say, well, we want him to be rehabilitated. We don't want this to affect him life when he grown. Let's give him some of the community service and this, and so they could go back into society and do better. But when they black and brown, oh, he's a criminal. Throw away, put him in jail, throw away the key. There's nothing that could be good of this person, even though they like 12, 13 years old. Right? That is crazy. So when these kids are wilding out, um, it's a lot of white people wilding out. I grew up and they was wilding out, even in my time, like we had to behave. Our parents taught us. We even knew not to ask for shit when we go in the store. We had to behave. It would always be some Johnny up in there, Johnny acting bad, Johnny crying, Johnny get what he want. We When they was harming themselves, self-harm, it was Johnny and Cindy, Rebecca. Okay. And they always was committing crime, destroying shit. And they would say, well, it's just young folks having fun. And we would go to the skating rink and end up in a fight. No stabbings, no shooting. And we was criminals. They'd go to the skating ring or swimming. They drown one another. And they just having fun. It just got out of hand. They having fun. Don't destroy their life. It's always been that way. Okay.
Yeah, remember
And
what they call that? What they call that? Affluenza. They call it affluenza. Remember the dude that he raped that girl at college behind the bushes and left her there,
oh yeah.
and he got
Influenza.
off because he had a bright future ahead of him, and they said
Mm-hmm.
he suffered from affluenza.
Flu, huh?
The affluent flu.
Yeah, ain't that something?
All the excuses.
All the excuses. All the excuses. Don't ruin his life. Your honor, don't ruin their life. Okay. And but a young kid stand there. The only reason some of the kids, because got off because the law is if they kids under a certain age, but then they want to they want to charge them as adults. You know, how is it that our kids get charged as adults. They can have they like there's young girls who murdered people, purposely set out to murder people. And because they was underage, they didn't get charged as an adult. When they turned 18, they had to release them, right? They had to release them and then they get wiped away. They usually change their name and live their motherfucking life. Possibly to kill again. But but yeah. So yeah, white on white crime, it need to be spoken about. When they start talking about black on black crime, and then we take it and start talking about it, we make it real by talking about it, like acting like it's real. Crime is crime, right? And yes, the crime gonna happen in your area because that's where you live and the people you around, and they have crime too. Them white people be on met, they breaking people homes and steal and they kill their own parents for the insurance money. They just caught a little girl. She was acting like, she was hurtful that her mother died. And this went on you on the internet. And that's how they ended up catching her. Right?
Mhm.
Um, she was talking at the funeral and shit or something like that. And they said it was her who did it. Her and a few of her friends or some shit. I don't even know. Killed the family. They want to go be with their boyfriends. The mothers and fathers tell them no, and they set up to kill the family. But that's a immature thinking. Like killing your family ain't gonna you're gonna be in jail. You're gonna be away from the family, but you're gonna be in jail. So that's how they get off, right? They say, Your Honor, they had to be mentally unstable to think that killing their family was the answer. If black people do that shit, it's crazy.
Yep,
Huh?
they thugs, they criminals, they animals.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be an animal to kill your family members.
Child,
Um,
can't make this shit up.
and so and then they obviously trying to blame us for some shit we didn't even do. They've been trying to egg us on since Trump got in office. They want us to riled up and be mad. They've been saying things, trying to light the fire, but we smart other than that, right? So we just not falling for it. It's crazy, right? And now so they had to go against other brown groups. And then we got these Africans who want to sit over here and talk about us as if they us. Most of them not even over here, girl. Some of these they not never been in America want to talk about African Americans.
You see them on YouTube.
Girl, they girl,
That's the
girl,
quickest way to make me click off a video. It'd be like Black Americans feel this and this and this about this, and then you click on it. It's an African talking. Like what?
girl.
It's
This
about black Americans don't have no identity.
girl, this one, they clips be good, right? They grab the clips from what is called over there? Twitter?
TikTok.
No, not huh?
TikTok.
TikTok. Yes. They grab the clips and put them all together. So I watch. But I never want to hear what the fuck they gotta say. Like, could barely understand them anyway. They don't speak like us. So they done gathered all and they making money by acting like they got something to say about it. Girl, shut your fucking mouth. Just grab the clips and everybody would do their thing. Make your money that way, but I don't want to hear you. I can't even understand you, girl. Shut
They
the
act
fuck
like
up.
they got
And
the
it's a lot
inside
of them
scoop
not.
on
Even the
Black
African
Americans.
men doing it. They making money off of this, girl.
They act like they got the inside scoop on Black Americans, and it's like you're not even here. You ain't never
Right.
gonna be here. Like you don't understand the issues that we have because you're not here, and you're not from here, and you ain't been here.
Girl, I'm thinking about taking the idea, grabbing the clips from them, and then redoing it myself. Girl, cause I'm just saying, like, it's starting to get on my nerve. I'll be watching me watch the little clips because I'm not on TikTok. So, which I'm kind of glad. I think it's so active over there, and people got these long thoughts and they short clips, right? They're usually short. You could be spent all day going from, even when I go through shorts here on YouTube, I could be going through shorts all fucking day. And time flies by so fast. 1 minute I'm laughing, 1 minute I'm crying, 1 minute I'm mad, 1 minute I'm happy. And because the clips, they keep coming. And that shit have your mind all fucked up. So I decided I'm not gonna go to TikTok unless I'm gonna go and do content, because I heard they getting paid over there. Shit,
Yeah,
I heard.
I heard
I
they
was,
TikTok. They said it's good. That's quick to grow your channel and grow your page like that over there.
yeah, because they got them
Because
little
it's so much
shorts,
active. Yeah, it's so active and people go through it. I can't support TikTok. I feel like it contributes to people's brain rot. It's too much. I need my content in long form so I can at least practice my attention span. I
Listen,
can't.
this is what we should do, Brown. Let me come. Let me run this by you and a few others over here, right? See how we doing this stream right now, or when we over there by you or Taylor, whatever, right? We
Mm-hmm.
all come together and we do a stream like we normally do, and then you clip up your portion that you want to put on your TikTok, and then everybody make money off of one stream, like whatever you said here or whatever I said, and you thought it was funny, you clip it and put it on your TikTok, and see, we need to come together to make money. Cause I do think now I'm not doing this shit right. Right?
You know who need to take their ass over to TikTok with this ghetto shit? Jay Prince.
Jay Prince.
He need to go
Well, they
right
would
the fuck over there. And he will
he'll
blow
get
up.
cancer. Yeah, he'll blow up. They cancel him. But he would have a whole lot of following, but it'll be the same type of following he got, but it'd be more. I think you're right.
I don't know if he can
Yeah,
handle that.
he wouldn't. It'd be too much because you saw how I'm not sure you was here. What happened the other day over here with Venus? Venus came over and he asked her a question. She answered. He didn't like that answer. Well, she said he was cooning.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're gonna say, Bomb Cherry, I'm not gonna be. I'm like, dude, don't get me involved in it. Like
If
y'all
Jay,
too
I
grown.
feel like if Jay Prince had more attention than what he had now, that he would he would be the quickest. He'll be on the quickest track to a crash out and the police because he don't know how to manage and control his ego and his mind and keep himself cool and under wraps. So I feel like if he just randomly had 2,000 people in his chat, that nigga would jump off a building.
Yeah. I think he can easily. He's so entertaining to a degree where he would get the people, but at the same time, he gotta. He keeps saying that it's real, or and he's all over the place. So people would think that he's joking. Like most of it, like I would thinking he was joking, and then sometimes I'd be like, I don't know. When he said that all black women should die, and he raising little girls, like
And then it affects him in real life. Like
yeah,
you saw how he was talking about somebody was reporting his YouTube activities to Chili's corporate, and that's how he got fired from his job.
hmm
Like you got people calling your job to get you
girl.
fired, showing them
Well,
YouTube videos.
yeah, he's sharing that. I told him he got to stop doing that. You already know. I had conversation with Jay Prince behind the scene, girl, trying to
We all told him that.
yes, and they got people on here really doing that shit. Like, girl, they've been trying to find out where my husband worked for years, trying to get him fired. They have called where he worked. They just don't know, right? Because they call so many places, and they trying to get him fired, girl. My husband not even on here talking about nobody on the internet, right? I'm doing all the talking, and I ain't never called no motherfucking body's job. Okay.
No, I'm not
Um,
nobody job.
I would never do nothing like that. That's like I would never call no unless even if they said, look, I'm stealing, da da da. Somebody else gonna have to do that. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Like if they put it on the video, but he was at his first day with YouTube right there with his Chili's hat. He told everybody where how many Chili's they gonna be in his area. So people was gonna call. I told him that. I said, hey, you got people out for you. Why they out for you? I don't know. Right? He didn't really do nothing to where they should destroy him and watch him and destroy the kids, right? I
I
don't think
mean,
he
but
did nobody nothing like that.
we seen people do more for the
But
way he carries on and he acts. He draws a lot of negative attention. So it's like I was saying, like it don't even gotta be nobody that watch you regularly or that even interact with
right,
you. be a random person that come across your stuff and you talking crazy, and
Yeah,
they the type of person I'll call. And
no,
you,
you're right. Because he's vertical now. He has hundreds of people going in his streams every time he go live now. He got 3,000 plus people watching. Like it ain't nothing because he's vertical. So when you're going through the live, his shit show up right there. Even if you don't know him, you can find him. Hey Taylor, welcome back.
Hey,
hey Tad.
hello, hello.
But I just feel like
Somebody,
if he got more attention, he would crash out. It wouldn't be sustainable for him.
yeah, somebody said, but Jay Prince showed his channel, no, showed his manager here that he had a YouTube channel doing his interview. I was like, damn, why would? And then if he say
He's
those
a
things
damn
about,
fool.
that's crazy as hell. He might have ratted himself out.
Yeah, he a fool. He's a damn fool.
If he did that, he ratted himself out. Nobody had to call. He did it himself.
Did he get fired already?
Girl, yeah, on the
Yeah,
second day, girl.
he
How he
got
get
fired on
fired
his
on
day
his
off.
second day?
On
On
his
his
day
day.
off,
How?
they
But
told him to
how
come.
though?
They was trying to get him to come in, and he was like, "I'm scheduled to be off." Maybe they trying to get me to come in to work, and then they was like, "Oh yeah, like somebody was reporting somebody sent in videos from your YouTube channel or whatever," and then he called back. And then his manager was like, "Yeah, it was good working with you."
Damn.
For one day,
I'm
god damn.
sorry. God damn. So they
Oh
didn't even.
my.
So what they fired him for though? Like,
They said corporate was doing an investigation on him.
damn.
And you know how he acted online. They already
Uh, he got to be more
it
careful,
was nice
man.
working with you.
You got to be more. Got to
That's
learn how to
crazy.
be anonymous to a certain degree. Like, so don't tell these people where you work at. That's your. That's
Girl,
your.
he had the hat on it. He was talking about first he was saying he gonna work this. Then next thing we know he was at Chili's, which shocked me because I thought he said, and then he was at his interview, girl, with the camera on. They started telling the rules of everything. We was able to hear everything. That in itself was reason for him to be fired. That video alone.
He's a goddamn fool.
I was in the chat saying, "Hey, you should turn the camera off. You should stop the stream." I don't know if he saw it, but I was like,
He don't care, Bomb.
of
That's
course
what
you
it
don't,
is.
because I ain't gonna tell him nothing that gonna hurt him, harm him, right? Um, but he said he gonna be himself no matter what, and I'm like, I
Being
don't
yourself has you
It's
unemployed,
not live
nigga.
stream.
Like,
They call your job. You at work
exactly.
and you
He said,
grown. You not 15 or 16. You 40 with kids.
he's just very
kid with
childish.
three
Like,
kids. And I
childish
think
as fuck.
he don't know, but like women, right? When we have children, up until they turn 5, you can sit at home and chill with them. But when they become school age, you got to get a job. There ain't no woman who just sitting home with school age children sitting on welfare, y'all.
You got
Unless she has a medical issue.
or the
Now
kid
she,
got a medical issue.
that's right. All the kid got me. They stopped that so long ago, y'all. These men be talking about shit they don't know. Cause
They
they
know
didn't
Up until
nothing
the
about
baby
it.
5. When the
they
baby start kindergarten, that's it.
that's it. That's it. That's right. And we lucky that they let that because at one time, you had to go to work and you had 6 weeks. But welfare, make sure you're good with the baby, attached to the baby and things. So you don't have to have your kids go to daycare with strangers when they're so young.
No, that's
And then
not.
I
That's not.
asked him, I think he got fired from his other job because he wondering how, like, he's at work, showing everybody he's at work. They ask where the girls or they at home. They know they home with no daycare. So somebody gonna call his
Stupid.
job. He got little ones and they home alone. And
Was
you
that
do a
so? Was
welfare
that
check?
at the job that he had to leave? He had to leave because the neighbors had called the police.
Yeah, he said the neighbors called the police. Did the neighbors call the police or did somebody else call the police?
He said, I think he said the neighbors had called the police because the girls was in the house loud and it was late.
Oh. So what do you think they're gonna do? They little girls. They not teenagers.
He don't have no good sense. Like he just I don't know. Um
He was trying to get his neighbor to check on him or something. It was weird. I think they said it was like a male neighbor or something. Oh,
Oh
weird.
my God. Yeah, somebody just said, I was like, why would you have a male? You don't
thought
really
they
Why
want
would
was
to check
you
trying
on
to
your
know
little
the
girl.
male?
validate.
Anybody, anybody checking on your kids, you don't know.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, who you don't know. And I asked him, I said, hey, I remember that day he went into the neighbors. They invited him in. They said they were Native American. And I said, do they have a teenage daughter? Right? Or an elderly woman would say they'd have an elderly woman. Get to know her and ask her, to watch the kids. But they watching the kids is not the kids being in a whole nother house and somebody going to check. That's not watching kids. Kids
That
can
is
burn
not
shit
watching
down.
TV.
I asked him what would they do if he not there, if fire. And you know what he asked me? He said if he was there, what would he do? He said he'll just walk out. I said, suppose the fire is at the door.
So he
He
You
was
and
gonna
your
in
walk
the
out and
other
big
leave his
eye,
room.
kids?
huh?
Put the fire
He
in the
gonna
main
walk out and leave his kids there?
No, no, no. He was just saying if he was
Oh,
there with him in a fire,
like he
he
couldn't
would just
help
walk
them.
out so they could just walk out. I said, but suppose the fire
damn.
is in the front at the door and they do go to get out and they realize they can't get out. They kids, they don't know what to
Just no
do.
survivor skills.
Or what if the door is closed? So when the door's closed, you can't tell if the house is on fire.
Right.
So
You
one of them get up and realize that the house is on fire, but then
open the door.
it's already a crazy fire. How are they gonna get
Right.
out?
That's what I told him. He said, how would he get out? I said, you a grown man, you will figure out how to get you and the kids out. Yo, you probably go break through a window.
He
You
like,
gonna
what
figure it
about
out.
me?
And so,
Nigga, he has no he has no sense of urgency. Like
the kid,
even at a point if he is in danger, he's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, nigga.
man,
Oh,
they had a black woman, African, uh, uh, her kids. She was at work and left her kids there, and they both were special needs. And they called her to tell her that her house is on fire, and both her kids in that dead,
Jesus.
dead.
I
Special
was
needs at that.
I was scared to leave my kid. It was one time like when I was a stay at home mom. She was like about that 3-4 age where they take them long naps, and
Hmm.
I went out to go to McDonald's down the street and come back, and I was gone for maybe 5 minutes. I act like I was gone for 2 hours. The way I bust back in my house to make sure she was still sleeping undisturbed and nothing happened. I couldn't imagine leaving no kids in the house for an extended period of time alone
Yeah,
overnight.
I ain't never leave mine in the house. They got in that goddamn baby crib, that thing, that was snapping the car seat spot. Now, what I did do is I walked in the store. Now, I didn't catch you, you go to jail for that, right? Even if you walked. And then that one time I went to work to go get something that I left, and my oldest, who was only about 5, and the youngest, he was about 2. Like he was still in the baby seat and shit. The oldest, who was 5, took the baby out the car seat.
Lord.
And they both outside in the snow. I walk out, man. I was so my my oldest took the baby out, and they walk around the car in the snow when I get back. It felt like I was only gone a few minutes because you think, okay, I'm gonna just go in there, run in, get what I get, and come right back. But I forget I gotta go through this door, I gotta go through that door, I gotta have my key card to get in. Then I'm going in. I had to ask a question. I probably was in there for 3 minutes. But
You can't trust
shit,
kids alone. You gotta
girl,
No,
be there at the minimum. Even if you got a good kid, you gotta be better to make sure they don't knock themselves out. Like
girl.
at the
No,
minimum.
there was a white woman out there who I worked with. I didn't know her, but I seen her because we worked in this call center. And she was out there just looking at me, shaking my head. I felt so embarrassed. I was like, "Oh my God, y'all out the car!" Was I going long? I was gone long enough for them to get him out the car. I never did that shit again. Never, never. I realized my son, like the baby is smart. He didn't even get out by himself. Like the oldest always took care of the youngest. That was his baby. Like when I was pregnant with him, I told him, "This your baby." I never wanted him to be jealous of a baby. When he came to the hospital after I had the baby, he didn't even want to talk to me. He wanted to see his baby. He wanted to hold his baby, and that was his baby. And he treated them like that's his baby. Lord have mercy, man. I'll never forget that. I was so scared and embarrassed. I don't think hubby ever knew. He might know now because I'm telling the story, but I don't think hubby ever knew. And everywhere I went, they was with me. You know, or they was with
Other
their
than
dad.
picking out food that like them few times, nah, I always keep her with me. If I get out the car, if we in the car, I don't leave her in the car. If she in the house, nah, I don't leave her in the house. I don't leave her in the house.
And JP so mean to black women. It will be the black women who gonna come and help him, right? With the girls, make sure their hair done and things
Those
like
the
that.
only women that help him with them girls.
But once they hear his talking points online, they're not gonna want to mess with him.
I don't even agree with that, Bomb. I think they'll still mess with
No,
him.
they mess with them. They still support them.
Yeah.
I don't see
Um,
no, I'm talking about in real life. I'm not talking about the ones online. I'm talking about the ones who gonna actually be there to do their hair.
No, they gonna mess with them too.
But they ain't nobody messing with nobody doing that girl's hair.
No,
The ones
their hair been done.
no, his sister, and then he gotta pay her, and then the little
Oh,
girls doing their hair. So that's why
he got to pay
the
his sister to do his new.
yeah.
Oh wow, that was so much for fucking family.
look,
Oh, because if I knew my brother had daughters, they gotta
she
get their
got
hair done.
six. No, she got like 6 kids herself. She ain't got
Yeah,
time to be doing hair for free.
he said for 4 baby daddies. I
Yeah,
was
she
like,
got a
damn.
bunch of kids herself.
Yeah,
And
so
she
that
probably
makes
need the
sense, right?
money.
She got enough. She got to do enough hair already, and so yeah, I guess And if she need them, but if even if I had 10 kids and my brother had, and they need their hair done, I'm doing my girl's hair. Bring them over. I do their hair too. That's if you're family and you really fuck with each other like that. But if my brother was talking that shit about black women online and shit like that, I wouldn't deal with him on some real shit.
I'll be like, you better go contact that nice white woman named Miss Lily to do their hair.
I know that's right.
That's what I would be like.
Somebody
And that's
say
damn
his
petty.
sister mad at him because he owes her money.
Well, pay her
That's
her fucking money then, nigga.
I know that because my brother, I don't think I've ever given my brother money, and if I did, I gave it to him. It wasn't like he loaned it, and he's giving me money, my sister giving me money, and giving them money, and that's what family do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't, even with my friends, if my friends say they need, can I borrow this? If I got it, I give it to them, right? I say, here you go, because I don't want to lose no friendship over you owing me money and can't give it back. You know what I mean? I've
Yeah.
seen friendships get lost. You tell me you paying me Tuesday, and then Tuesday come, I'm expecting my money back. You can't give it to me. Now we got a problem, right?
I think
Because
it depends.
gee, they got a lot of people. They got problems. They got people who ain't trying to pay you back, and you see them getting their nails done and shit, and they still owe you $10. You
And it sounds petty, like $10, $20, but it's to me, it's the principle of it all. Like,
exactly.
I currently have a friend right now to where she only contacts me if she's gonna ask me to borrow some money. And how I feel is this: I feel like if you have a whole man in your motherfucking house, don't ask me for shit.
Mm.
That's just my opinion. Like, don't ask me for any, especially bullshit stuff like toilet tissue and dish
Toilet
soap. That
paper.
nigga ain't buying you toilet paper and like why you and you sucking and fucking on this nigga, and he can't buy you dish soap or toilet
Oh,
paper.
oh, toilet paper. No,
That
she
shit
got a
pisses
job.
me the
She
fuck
better go
off.
and get that toilet paper from the workplace. What the hell she talking about?
No, that shit be pissing me the fuck off, bomb. And it's just like you can't. So that you doing you sucking and fucking on this nigga, and you have to, and he rationing out toilet paper and dish soap to you, bitch. And then you asking me for stuff, and then like, but and it's something that's like you're not ever asking me, oh hi, how are you doing? How's work going? How's life?
Yeah, I'm not your
It's
personal
just
Right.
babe.
Oh
it's
no.
like it's just like, oh, I need money. I don't like that
Mm-mm.
shit.
Yeah, I don't like
Cause now
that
I'm
neither.
feeling used.
That's why
I
I
don't
let
like that
motherfuckers
either.
know I'm broke. I'm the broke friend. Don't ask me for shit. I ain't giving you shit. You know what I mean? Mm-mm. I ain't got no money.
I got the tendency to be generous when I got it, but for me, if I give you something, I don't even want it back. Especially if it's something petty, like if you need $20, you can have it.
Right.
Like you ain't got to worry about paying me back $20. Like we cool.
Right. See,
Like,
that's what I said earlier, right? I said we friends. I give it to them. You know, when it's not
but
ten
I
dollars, ten
wouldn't
dollars.
if I give you $500 and you tell me you're gonna give it back to me on Friday and you don't give it back to me on Friday, I'm gonna be side eyeing you
Girl, if I
because
give you
that's
five hundred
beyond.
dollars, I must be dead in the motherfucking grave. You must have got it from my insurance because I ain't give nobody $500.
The last time I loaned somebody money, I went to the bank with them when they cashed their check.
See, the motherfucker be disappearing. The check be
They
gone.
sure do.
We
Or
worked
they pick an
together.
argument with you so they don't have to pay you back.
Right,
We
girl.
worked together,
Hell
and
no.
I tagged along to go to the bank. I was like, "Look, I don't give a fuck. Like, who else you gonna pay or who else you about to owe? But I need
Mm-hmm.
my shit."
They
So
talking
we
about
got
I
in the
needed to
car.
get some food. I need to get some food, so I can't pay you but 200 to 500. What? Like, bitch, I
Mm-mm.
gave you my brick money. You told me you were gonna give it back to me so I could pay the rent by the 10th. You mean to tell me you ain't got all my money? Now we got fucking problem. Okay. She need to call the police because I'm somebody about to get his ass
Not
beat.
call the police. Like my thing is like, don't listen. I don't know. It's to me it's all about the like it's the way you go about things, and it's like how often you be asking me for shit. Like if you asking me for shit on a consistent basis, like you clocking my pay period and shit on a consistent basis, I'm just like no, like I'm not, you know. I ain't doing this shit. Because now I feel used and now you pissing me off. And now you picking an argument with me so you ain't gotta pay me to fuck back. Nah. Fuck you.
Right. Hey, French Point Gardener, she said, never ever lend money you can't afford to lose. And that's my point. Listen, I got a whole husband, y'all. Can't loan nobody no $500. You know what I mean? Like, shit. Unless I gotta talk to him. Now I ain't gonna lie, if it's family, like sister, brother, and they said they needed, they tell me what they needed for. They're gonna tell me the truth, right? They're gonna tell me I may not be able to pay it all back right now, but I'm gonna get it to you, da da da. And then I talk to hubby and we get it done. But I didn't have nobody in my family ever, you know, uh, dog me out like that. And I don't want to
My
lose no friend over no. I ain't losing no friend over $500, so I ain't giving it to her. Yeah,
with
it's
my
just it.
with my family, the way I grew up, if like let's say I asked somebody for 500, my dad would be like, "Oh, like if you borrow 500, you got to pay me back the whole 500, but I'll give you 300."
What?
What you say again?
If I asked him for 500, he would give me the whole 500, but then I would have to pay him the 500 back. But or he could give me 300, and I can figure out how to get the rest of my money, and he'll let me keep the 300.
Oh, so wait, he'll give you 300. You got to figure out the other two, and you ain't got to pay it back. But if he give you five, you got to pay him the whole five back.
But yeah,
Why can't he just give you five and you only pay him two back?
that it's dad logic. I don't know. I just be like, give me the three. Yeah, I don't know. It's his logic. So I always, yeah, I get like if you need it, I'll give you half of like I do that with people. I'm like, if you need it, like if you really need it. Like
Yeah.
if a friend called me and like I just knew she was going through it and she was like, Ellie, I need $200. I'm like, mm, I'll give you $200, but you gotta give me $100 back. Like, cause if you really, really need it like that, then you probably paying me back ain't gonna help your situation. And
Yeah,
if I'm your friend, I want to help you so you can have it, but I need some of my money back. But I'll give
like
you $100 and you can keep it.
mm, like right now he's over there and hasn't paid rent because
I'm sorry.
people promised him the money. So, but trying to tell people in the chat, you know, that what he's saying or maybe his understanding is not right. Uh, churches do not give you the money. Like church, not if I go to get help for the electric bill, no church is giving me the money. Right? They're gonna call the electric company with me right there, and they're gonna make a promise to pay on my behalf. But they only gonna do that if I come up with the rest. So say I got $1,000 electric bill. They about to turn me off. They saying I gotta pay $1,000. So what they'll do, they'll say, well, we can give you 500. And then they like, how you gonna get the other? And I gotta come up with the other money. And I could go to other churches. And once I come up with how that $1,000 gonna come about with their money, they ain't giving shit, right? They not because they could promise me 500 on the bill, but I still get shut off because I'm supposed to pay 1,000. So people had said that he went to a church and they wrote him a check. And I was like, they wrote him a check. They said they wrote him a check and he went and cashed it and then he spent it. And I was like, what?
How?
I was like, wait a minute.
How?
They gave him the money? Because think about it,
That
they
don't
could
even
have
make no
that don't make no
sense.
sense. Right? Because
Since when is churches writing niggas checks and just getting it to them?
they don't. So what probably happened because of I don't know. They said they saw him go to a check cash place, cash the check.
They
Now,
probably, but they could have, because that could be a part of it. But he got to spend it on what he's supposed to spend it on. Like if you go and show him, like show them the paperwork, maybe they did do what they agreed to, but they helped you. And beyond that, if they did what they agreed to, and you misuse your funds, then you misuse their funds. That's on you.
yeah, but they wouldn't do. So the reason they wouldn't do that, right? Because they could have helped somebody else for real. Suppose I'm a drug addict.
Right.
I say I got the
Yeah.
bill. I go and get the money, and then now I done wasted it. I'm still getting on the street when they could have gave that money to somebody else who needed and
Exactly.
somebody who could use it. So if I don't come up with the rest some kind of way, then they not giving it to me. They're not gonna call and they send the checks directly to those people because they know they got drug addicts and we could come up with fake documents and we can also be on it to the electric company and they give it to me and then I never give it to them and then I got they 500 that they could have gave to Taylor to her family.
He fucking up
So
the
I was like,
he fucking up the plug is what the fuck he's doing to where them churches
right,
are
if
now gonna
But
start
he had
at requesting shit from him.
before. When he was getting reminiscences from the church, somebody on from the internet called on him and told the church that too.
God damn.
Damn. Goddamn.
Oh, and that's
And then
why
they
he
called. I
shouldn't
think
be
they
on
said
here
they called the
telling.
food pantry on. They would call him about the food. They called the food pantry, and he didn't got so many things. They didn't call
Damn.
CPS. They didn't call Department of DHS.
Goddamn.
I wonder if them people know he recording because I wanted to ask him like where's his camera at, right? Because he's asking questions. I saw him go in the social services and ask that man all about Trump and everything. I don't know if that man knew he was being recorded. And I'm like,
They can't answer those type of questions. Like
well, the
they
man he didn't really answer, but he answered without so like he wouldn't have answered at all, you know what I mean? But his still
Mhm.
answer was like, yeah. He didn't really, give an answer, but
Right, because you can't like if you work in the government, you can't be like when they say things to you like, "Oh, Donald Trump is this or this and that," and you're like, "Oh, ha ha ha," and then you carry on because it's just like you can't comment on certain things like that. You can't have an opinion. Like that's the thing. You can't have
right.
an opinion on it. So he
But
put
they
that
but
man.
you can, right? But if you don't know you being recorded, you be done lost your goddamn job. That and then he walk up to strangers. I'm like, do they know they being recorded? But the
It's so
camera is so
crazy.
steady, it cannot be in his hand. Uh, so maybe it's in his pocket or something.
Wow.
I be wondering, do they know? And it's not illegal what he's doing. It's just kind of immoral a little bit, maybe. If you're walking up to people having conversations and
You're not
recording
supposed to
them
be
and they
tough.
don't
I
know,
don't think you're supposed to be recording in government buildings like
You're
that.
not.
oh, you're
You are
not.
not.
Yeah, you're not in there. But yeah, that's illegal, right? Uh, well, no, you can record in government buildings, but um, yeah, you can record in government buildings. That's
If
out
they
there.
catch
That's
you,
public.
if they catch you recording in government, I mean, at least the building I work at, you can't record in there. And if you do, you're gonna be
Mhm.
asked, hey, to leave or to stop recording, either one.
Because
Because
Right,
it's
it's
other
but
people's
they don't have to
information.
leave. So
because
you
it's
as the
And
PI
worker,
because it's
to
PII. That's the thing.
like, I don't know.
We're
I
giving,
think for the privacy of people around you,
yeah.
no. Okay, wait a minute. So
just because you want your
y'all, if
situation
you work
blasted
there,
all, I
you
don't mean
can't
everybody else
record.
want.
You a worker, but I can walk in a public building, government building, and record. Now they can have a sign say you can't record, but I can record. Just because they got a sign up there, don't mean I can't. I could come and record.
You're gonna be asked to leave coming over here, bomb. They're gonna ask you,
Yeah,
they're
they
gonna
gonna
ask you
ask
to
me to leave,
leave.
and then when I don't leave, they're gonna call the police, and then I'm gonna sue. Because
Them
the
guard,
government,
listen.
look, the law is the law. We got a right to record. Like I could go in there, not I'm recording for my own safety, right? I could go in there and say one thing, and they lie and said I didn't do or say what I said. So people are going in and they testing the government because people are telling you can't record. In fact, that's what the people go. As soon as they got a sign that say no recording devices, people going in there with their recording devices and they testing it and they pushing it and then they taking them signs down and teaching them people that it's against the law for them to not allow you to record in the
But
public.
there are certain areas that, like, okay, so if you come in and you're conducting business, a lot of the
Mhm.
times we're saying PII information, we're saying people's social security numbers, we're giving out
Mhm.
bank accounts. That cannot be recorded.
No, it can be recorded if you like. If I'm in the line behind that person and you said it loud enough for me to hear it, then that's not private. You just gave it out to everybody. That's why really we're not supposed to be giving out social security number. That's why you should have an ID. You give them that and they get the information off that. So you got to think about it. If I'm behind you in line and you gave out your social, what stopped me from writing that shit down right behind you? Nothing. So that's called public. So in the public spaces, I can record. And even if they're giving out information, that's why people need to write their shit down and slide it over. You shouldn't even be giving them your social security. If anything, your last four. And
No, we asked for the full social.
And
yeah,
I think it's the difference between recording for your personal use and live streaming it to the internet.
no, that's the same thing, right? Live streaming to the internet is even more allowed because now is you in the open for public for anybody in the public to see. There's no expectation of privacy in the public, and so
Well, when your
now
shit
somebody
get
said,
out there publicly, then he can't get mad if someone decides to, do whatever it is that they do with his personal information. I mean, if he put it out there, he can't get mad about it.
"No, I agree." I'm not saying, look, I kind of think it's immoral the way walking up to people if they don't know you're recording without them, but it's not illegal. Um, doing it. I could walk in a public in a building, public building, government building, a police building. They don't want you to record, but I think we all could agree they recording us in all those buildings. How is it that they can record but we can't? They record us. We walk in a bank, they're recording. They see us, they can hear everything we say. They're recording us. It's not illegal for us to go in and record them, but they don't want that because people don't like it. But he was in CVS putting on deodorant. That shit was crazy. Was that a CVS? I thought he was in a Target or a Walmart or something. But yeah, that's nasty. I laugh, I giggle, but that shit not funny. Cause suppose I went in right after him and somebody bought that deodorant.
God
Now it
bless.
got me lifting up the deodorant things to look. But then you got to lift up the other part. You know, when you lift up the thing, there's a white thing on top. You got to lift that up to make sure nobody use it. It changes my perspective on buying shit from the store. And actually, they can get in for robbery, right? Not robbery, but and they wouldn't do it for their little stick. They'll wait though, and if you keep doing it and keep doing it till they build up a case, then they'll get his ass. That'd be embarrassing if the police came and got me and they say we saw you down aisle 5 putting on deodorant, putting it back. Oh my god!
No.
Hubby, so I used to do, and I still do the same thing that hubby he don't like it. I will get me a soda and open it up and drink in it and put it in my bag. Hubby be like, oh God, you can't do that. I said I'm still in the store. Oh God, you can't do that. Right? Then we get to the counter and I take it out and I pay for it. Now, if my dumb ass forget that shit is in my purse and I try to walk out that store and I get caught, then bitch, I deserve to be in jail, okay? Behind one soda.
Don't
But as long as you
don't
don't go
do it.
out that door, huh?
I said don't do it.
Don't do it. Yeah, listen, I promise you I don't want to go to jail for behind no soda. Okay.
Listen.
You
Hubby
know who
used to be
bad
like,
for building up cases?
huh?
You know who bad for what store bad for building up cases? Not that I'm a
Who?
be stealing, but they said Target is like one of the worst. Cause Target will let people run it up, and in the way Target got their cameras set up, they got their
Mhm.
cameras all inside the shelves.
Yeah, Walmart too.
So they got you in 4K, they, and they'll wait till
Yeah.
it build up to like $1,000.
People stupid as hell. Let me tell you what they stupid about, right? Because the last person I just saw a video on, she got a receipt. She got clothing that might say $5 on it, but the other clothing that she really want has more on it. She's scanning this one thing and putting it, boop, putting the other stuff in the bag, but keep scanning with this one thing, right? So even though she got like $30 worth of shit, it only cost her like $15, right? Uh, but don't they know that scanning thing is a camera? The one
It
that
is.
the
You
one that's
can't.
facing you, the one that's up, and then if you look up,
Hmm.
you can see your motherfucking self. Every
Yes,
time I
you
look up,
can.
you know what comes up? A red thing around me. I be like, I'm red for.
I be
I
like
mean,
cheese.
I y'all gotta start to check the Target cam, make sure you looking cute.
yeah, you better, cause they look.
Are
Remember
they
when
still
Walmart?
chasing people out of Walmart though? Like if you walk out, they're like, "Excuse me, can I see your receipt?" Because I stopped going over there because of that. I'm like,
Yeah,
listen,
no, they. I like when I walk out, they don't ask me for the receipt. But I guess because I'm older, I don't know. They used to though. Some people, or I act. What I do is I say, "Hey, you want my receipt?" And they be like, "Nah, you could go," because it's really illegal for them to do that. It's illegal for them to grab your receipt. Look, you see, the shit is already yours, so you could sue them. But most people don't, right? They show their receipt and they go because they ain't stealing shit. And the
right?
ones who scared and don't want to show their receipt, they usually doing. They done did something. You know, they may have done something. Can you imagine, like you said, you don't go there no more because of that, right? That's disrespect. You bought your shit, you need to go. You ain't got time for them to be counting 102 items that's in your basket. But you know what they look for, this big stuff.
Right.
So did you see that there's a video where the young man walks in, he bought a microwave. Let's say I bought the microwave yesterday, and then I realize it's broken. But you know when you open your microwave, right? You kind of probably may tear up the box. So when I realize it's broken, I ain't got the box no more, so I take it back with the receipt. And they wouldn't take it back. They told him no because he had to have the box. So he said, okay. So he went to the back and got another one, paid for it, and then was walking out. And she had the police stop him and she stopped him. She said, we put a sticker on this. This not yours. He said, yeah, this is mine. I bought it. She said, no, you tried to return it. We told you couldn't return it. He said, I know I bought it. He said, you just bought it? He said, yeah, here's the receipt. And then she tried to blame somebody else. So, like, because he's black, you know. And then there was one where the police, he was drunk and everything, off duty, saw these two black men spend like over $1,000 in like a Home Depot or something.
Mhm.
He followed them and then took their license plate number, so they stopped. And then he told them to give their proof of driving license. He didn't even stop them. It was crazy how that shit went. He was drunk. Um, these motherfuckers is dirty, man. Um, especially if you spending money. And when they drunk, they really crazy. Did you see where they had the cop? He was stoned out of his head. He stopped the man. He could barely talk. He kept freezing up like he was on some shit that. What is that? A drug out there that make you freeze? Like move, like literally like to play freeze. And then I gotta act like I'm freezing. And then he say, I'm freeze. That motherfucking cop froze up. Motherfucker, what drug does that to you? Yeah. That motherfucker froze up. The other cops had to come. They was trying to say, call you because he's high or drunk. And they was like, no, he just had medical procedure. He was like, nah, call your supervisor. Something wrong with him. He's stumbling and shit. Man, these cops are, I don't know. Think they shouldn't be able to be cops for longer than a certain amount of months. They need to take a break and then they could come back or something. Let them get their break off, get their madness out. The voice that they're going through, they shouldn't be able to be cops. I don't know. Mr. Baum said, to me, if I had the drone and needed money, I'll sell it. I'm taking one step back so I can take two steps forward. I know that's right.
Oh, he got a
That
drone.
no does that to people. God damn.
I ain't know
Wait,
he
Damn.
what
had a
happened?
drone.
Huh?
I
Who has a
said,
drone?
Oh,
Jay,
JP, he got $1,000 drone over there and won't
How,
sell it.
how the fuck did he has a? How you have a
who
drone
bought
but
him
can't
that?
pay your rent?
Yeah, who
Yeah.
bought him the drone?
He did when he had the income. Remember when he took Flora to that and they was in that Airbnb, he had the drone
What he
flying
need a drone
around.
That's the
for?
last time he used that thing.
I know, girl. He showed the video. That's the last time he refused. He said when he opened his
If
truck,
you
food truck,
if you
he
don't
gonna use
sell
it.
that motherfucking drone, nigga, what the fuck?
He can buy another one if he.
That's what he said. By the time he get that food truck, it's gonna be everybody was over there saying it's gonna be 2065 when you get that
Rent is
food
due
truck going.
today, and the
Yeah.
bills are due today.
See the priorities. This nigga will buy a drone. Like I don't. What the like? What the hell?
Girl, why y'all think Flora married him? Y'all don't know he paid for that vacation, the
Listen,
Airbnb,
I'm gonna keep
treated
my
her
comments
well.
to myself.
And then she came back to a whole bunch of money. Oh,
I'm gonna keep my comments to myself.
have mercy.
The
Um,
income tax was taxing, baby. Okay, and got married. That only come once a year. And me and hubby ain't had an income tax come to us in since our youngest turn of age. Okay,
I just can't do it.
he said he won't sell the drone because of the video of him and Flora. I'm like, he could take the video and put it on the SD card or somewhere on the hard drive on his computer. He can get it off
Know
the.
that drone because he's selfish and his mind ain't right. He don't think long term. He think
Introverted said somebody else said it, but I'm going to repeat it. JP needs a paid. You mean he need a? You saying
No, that
so?
nigga need. He does need a pay. He needs something.
he need a handler.
He needs
Yeah,
some
okay.
assistance because it's just he
Somebody
don't
who take
make.
care of his money, his bills, and things. He should be getting money. I told him, but like he should get Social Security. He used to get it when he was a kid. He said he should be able to still get it. But then he claimed my mama had me lie and tell me.
He
I'm
need
like,
to
your mama
work.
couldn't have you lie about you being slow. Like they tested you.
Yeah,
He
I
needs
don't
to
think she
work.
lied about him being.
His kid, his kids is young, and he ain't got no type of retirement, no type of anything set up. He needs to work.
Hey, Mr. Music.
Wait, yeah, that nigga
He's
ain't gonna work.
shit. He ain't got that drone. Is not the phone shop. He refused to let it go. He said he was gonna pawn the kids stuff, but he said he didn't do it, even though people said they saw him go to the pawn shop
Then he got
with
all
her
them phones.
Xbox.
Get rid of
Hmm?
some of them phones. Get rid of the drone.
That drone is so unnecessary. Like what do you need a drone for?
You
Like
don't
I
even
don't
use it. You don't even use it.
just for the sport of it. Like it's just so stupid.
I know that's right.
Oh Lord.
Travel One said, just make ladies, just make sure you have your own house in order first.
Oh, always.
Yeah, I know that's right. We got
Always.
to.
Always. Ain't no listen.
We handle in business
Absolutely.
from some aspect.
My mama ain't raised no fool.
Uh,
Not at
no,
all.
no, you're
I'm
right.
talking to my ex again, y'all, and I'm kind of regretting it now.
What? I got to tell my son. Hold on. Let me
I'm
text.
sorry.
Don't tell
She
them.
ain't available.
Don't tell them, Mom.
I'm
Don't do
I
about to
it.
kind
tell
of
him you're
regret.
not available. God damn. We was ready for
It's
you to be
no,
here by
no. I'm
Christmas.
available. No. I'm available. Don't get me wrong. I'm still single, but I'm, and this may be toxic, me doing this, right? But hear me out, right? I'm just entertaining it. I'm just entertaining, not the idea of it, but I'm just bored and I'm entertaining this motherfucker.
My son gonna
He-
keep you on board. You gonna come to Delaware. He gonna come to Fitzgerald. You come here first. You know I'm gonna keep you safe. Okay. Listen, you
No,
can't get
I'm
tangled.
not.
You're not supposed to go backwards.
Well,
Is that the
no, I'm
man you
not
chase?
going. I ain't going backwards, bomb. Listen, this nigga. I thought this motherfucker was out of my energy. I don't even know why he's bothering me. He's bothering me. So I
Okay.
entertain. He asked me if I can unblock him, and I was like, okay, let me unblock this nigga to see what the fuck he want. So we talk. We
Mhm.
get to talking for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and like I don't feel anything. Like I don't, because I used to get, I used to feel sparks and butterflies in my stomach. I'm realizing that was my anxiety, right? But I feel none of that. Like I honestly don't feel none of that. And then when he got to saying, "Oh, I miss you," I hung the fucking phone up in his fucking face because nigga, don't start that shit. Don't start that shit.
You got to
He
block him.
going through it. The nigga
You
going
go,
through it.
yeah, he going through it and he reaching for you. Now listen, you got to think about it. Okay. And know that what would have
Well,
changed.
no,
How
what's
long y'all been?
done has done, huh?
Okay. What has changed? You got to think, make sure, because some men could get you twisted back up in a shit. You gotta think somebody say he's your ex for a reason. Is that the dude you was chasing down? I think
Yeah,
he
that's
was
the
chasing.
motherfucker I ran down on barefoot. Yeah.
I would have said that you don't want to go to jail. You got away this time. Second time, your ass gonna be in jail. I be look. I done some shit too. Where I said, thank God I ain't go to jail. Thank God I ain't get caught. Like I told y'all when I was in the car with the gun,
Hmm.
waiting to see who gonna get in that truck. Okay. Now, um, sometimes we go through some crazy shit and we ain't get
Uh-huh.
caught. We say, thank the Lord.
No,
Don't get
I'm
mixed
very
up.
grateful. No, I'm very grateful. Because there should have been times where I should have been got at least been in jail. I ain't even
Right.
gonna lie, but I'm very grateful and very blessed that I ain't never went to jail or anything like that. But no, I'm just entertaining it because I'm bored, and I kind of like seeing him grovel. I ain't even gonna
Oh,
lie.
okay. Because
It's
he
I like seeing that nigga grovel.
must have forgot your ass can run fast.
Oh yeah. Feet don't fail me now. See, I was, but no. I'm just being I'm just
As
being very toxic right now, y'all. I'm being
Long
extremely
as you know you
toxic.
being toxic, it's okay.
Huh?
But as long as you know you being toxic, it's all right.
Oh yeah, I'm being very toxic. I love to see this nigga grovel.
You got to
Like
be self-aware.
he going through it, and I'm like, I know, nigga. I know you are. That's
yeah.
why you talking about you. You miss me. I bet you, mother. I bet your ass do miss me. Cause that other bitch could never.
Oops.
Respectfully.
Travel one. I Travel one just reminded me of the cat. Remember when JP had cats over there, little kittens?
Oh
Like
Lord.
Flora had them getting cats and everything, girl. They were getting pets and everything. And then,
Disappeared.
yeah, and then the pets just disappeared. Where the girl's pets at?
He put them
God,
outside.
you hope that they nine lives, that they would still be alive. Right? And that one day live, he put them on side the road or some shit. God damn.
Then he dropped the cats off on the side of the road.
How do you think? How do you think Jay Prince disposed of them cats? You think he took them to a shelter, or you think he put them outside?
Oh man.
He put them outside.
Oh Lord. I remember they went as a family and got them cats. And I was thinking
Oh
to
my God.
myself, don't y'all have enough trying to pay bills?
Oh my
Why would
God.
you add to the family?
He
You got to
dropped,
feed pets.
he dropped them cats off on the side. Oh my gosh. That man is a fool.
Front porch gardener say he sold them. You know nobody bought them goddamn cats. He either adopted them away. What they call it? Adoption means when you get them. What is called when you get rid of them? Yeah,
You
adopt
put them,
them out. Huh?
give them to the animal shelter at least, so someone can,
Isn't that where they went to get
so they can get placed.
them?
Damn, you
Yeah,
drop them off.
damn.
You're gonna leave them cats
I could
homeless.
be wrong, but I don't think JP would take the time to take them cats down to the shelter.
He's like, let me
Because
drop these
Flora is the one who
motherfuckers off.
got them cats.
Let me
Yeah,
take a trip to the back alley real quick and drop these cats off.
With a can of tuna.
hubby said those cats are a quart of sweet and sour pork by now.
Poor thing, poor cats. God damn.
Oh Lord.
Wouldn't eat anything that he cooks though. I'm sorry. Them hands, the
He
way
don't
he
wash
keeps
his
that
hands.
kitchen. I I just wouldn't.
He don't wash his hands, and that's enough to not want to eat anything that he cooks.
Yeah.
Because
Girl, he was over there cooking. He wasn't washing his hands. People said, wash your hands, wash this, wash that.
when he goes to the
He was
bathroom,
licking.
he don't wash his hands.
Exactly.
Huh?
When he goes to the bathroom, when he live, he don't wash his hands.
Live. Like, come on, listen. Have any of us ever gone to the bathroom and walked out without washing our hands in our home? Maybe.
Hell
Okay.
fucking no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Well,
thought you was
I'm just
asking a
saying
question.
maybe.
I like to wash
But
my
we
hands.
definitely not gonna do it on cam. Like if I'm on cam, I'm gonna be extra clean. But so you gotta imagine if you
I've
do it on
never
cam,
seen
not
him
wash your
wash
hand
his
on cam,
hands.
just imagine how it is without cam. Is what
I've
I'm
never
trying to
seen
say.
him wash
I'm
his
so old
hands.
school. I'm so old school, Mom. I still wash my hands before I even go to the refrigerator because of my grandmother. Uh,
Oh, damn, okay.
yeah, I
That's how it
still.
used to be. You're right.
When I come in
That's
the
how.
house, I wash my
Yeah,
hands before I do anything. Before I touch anything, I wash my hands. Um, even when before I get ice, I wash my hands before I go digging in my ice to get me some ice. I don't want my dirty
Mhm.
hands and no ice. I keep my hands clean because I got these nails on, and I don't want no finger funguses. So I wash my hands thoroughly and frequently.
yeah.
Yeah.
My grandmother got me like that. Even God rest her soul. Even into now, I still wash my hands before I go into the refrigerator before I do anything. Because that's the first. She would have a sign up on the refrigerator: "Wash your hands before you open the refrigerator."
Yeah, yeah. That's how it used to be back then. That's the truth.
So seeing him go in the bathroom, like, and I've never seen him wash his hands afterwards. Like, it's always been he just leave, he immediately go back to eating or whatever he was doing.
Mm, Lord. Yo, the thing that got me is him drinking out that can. That he like a can that he got some green beans or corn out of or something like that. He washed it out and then put his
He,
juice in it to drink out of it.
no, you fucking lying.
I know.
What?
He drinks out of a bowl, a regular bowl. He put his juice in that and drink out of that. You
That's
know,
lazy.
That's just pure laziness. Why can't he get up and wash a cup?
I don't think they have cups. He drank out of bowls.
Oh,
He got cups
They got cups. Well, why he drinking out of bowls and cans?
because he lazy.
Mr.
But he
Bomb
washed the
looked
can. He
like
washed the can just like he could have washed the cup.
And then he do stuff
Mr.
for shock value too. So he got to do stuff to get people talking in the chat.
What's
Mr.
the
Bomb said, and we won't talk about the pudding he tried to make last week.
name? hubby always like to talk about that. I'll be like, man, I don't that shit. We know
I,
that wasn't no pudding. We know right how he called it banana pudding, but he made it candy. He made that he to where it got hard in the pot, so we know that mean girl, I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know what they call it. He said it's Louisiana something Louisiana pudding pie something. I don't know what he
Well, I'm like, that ain't nothing, no Louisiana.
girl, I know goddamn well there ain't no Louisiana girl. That must be some Mississippi shit right there. He was drinking out of the sour cream container, almost like the wait you put butter or cream cheese in, just the container with the lid that you might I would keep if I put some food in it, put in the refrigerator, maybe when I make butter, could use it. So I would use it for that, right? My mother's used it for that. But he put juice in it and drank out of it. Drank his
yeah,
soda or
drinking out
whatever.
of it is weird. Using it as a storage component for food, that's normal.
Drinking out of the soda. And I'm like, I don't even my grandma, look, my grandma is straight by you barefoot. I told you she used to pee standing up and then run down her leg and go in her slipper. And then she would beat us with her bitch's slipper. Listen, you don't get no bayou than that. No, that's not even hood. That's some other shit. Y'all know that's some bayou back in the woods, back shit right there. And she ain't never drunk out no goddamn tin can after opening. Because you couldn't back then anyway, right? Because when you open it, it would be sharp. The top would be sharp, but now they got these can openers that make it less, I don't know if he got that type of can opener, but I know that's hubby say that's aluminum. He gonna get aluminum poison. Damn.
Man, I don't know. I don't know what to say about JP. I don't know what type of intervention he need. I just know it ain't gonna
I
come from
don't.
that.
He an intervention. He's not. The thing is that he's not. He's not going to receive anything that anybody's telling him because the things that he does. Like if he started doing things that were reasonable, people wouldn't watch him. That's the thing. Like I don't think people will watch him like that. Like of
Tune in
course
and
his
see.
like people that fuck with him like that would, but people that are there just for the entertainment to see him do crazy salacious stuff, they're not gonna fuck with him like that. So he has to keep it up, you know.
Yeah, I try. I like Travel once said that I try to help. I do try to help, um, with advice and things like that. But it's almost like I don't know. It's something about me that does that with people, right? Um, but then okay, he drinks out of can and all that shit. I'm talking about the shit that he does with the little girls. That's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with the cussing out of the little girls. Now, I remember I gave an excuse for that. I was like, okay, in my family, I remember, they cussed around us, but they didn't really cuss at us. You know what I mean? Like the adults would cuss, but they would tell us that we're not
Mhm.
allowed to use that language because that language is for adults. And we would get popped in the goddamn mouth if we said the words in front of adults. Like when we was younger, we would say
My
them with our friends, right? We said them with our friends.
right.
But
The
um,
adults in my family, they talk to us like we was grown most of the
yeah,
time.
no, I got family right now. If I called them, they'd be like, "Girl, what the fuck? Wait up, and I ain't talking to you in fucking fuss." And I'll just be speaking the regular way, no cuss words. And
I, I
you
don't cuss
you
at all.
something else. How you been? And I got family members like that. That's on my dad's side of the family. The people on my mother's side of the family, well, they are very proper. Okay. Anyway, but
Yeah.
nobody ever told me I
My,
was ugly or nobody in our family. I had cousins who were dark and they was handsome. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't no color thing. We all over the rainbow and nobody did that in my family. And so um I never thought like your parents tell my mom never told me how pretty. They would say beautiful and shit like that. I always heard that up in everybody, right? Everybody. Like if they told it to me, my friends and everybody, then shit, we all but I never hear that black women up was ugly. All my life I heard was black women were beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
All my fucking life. And black men was handsome, strong, and you know, um, as a little girl, if I was growing up as a black girl, knowing that I'm gonna be a black woman, and I hear that black women is ugly and ain't shit, how do you process that
I mean, it's kind
as a
of,
little girl?
it's kind of difficult to process.
Well, you internalize it.
You do eternalize it, and then you either grow up, and that's why I don't understand why people be so shocked at certain things that like
Mhm.
if you tell like a young girl or a young boy that you black and you ugly and this and that, and then you surprised that whoever it is that they get with,
Mhm.
their counterpart is either lighter or someone who is non-black altogether, and they're like, well, I was told that I was black and ugly, so I didn't want my kids to experience that, so I had children with someone to where
Yeah,
my kids would be of a lighter
lighter.
hue, so they wouldn't have to experience that. Like that shit, people are like, oh, that doesn't
Yeah.
happen. That actually does
No, that
fucking
does
happen.
happen. Yeah, no, that happens. The front porch gardener said bomb cherry, and his oldest said she was ugly. I cried my eyes out. I did too. Like I heard her, but she said she. That's why I'm always telling her, Kendra, we love you. Oh, you so pretty. Like the women over
Mm-hmm.
there is, you know, saying things to her because we want that to be reinforced. But but the truth
Right.
is, ladies, we're not gonna be able to do that when the man, her first love, the man she first loved her dad tells her that she's ugly, black women are ugly, then that's what she gonna go with. We can tell her she's pretty and beautiful all day. She she gonna end up with a man very similar to her dad unless something happens, where when she get a little older, she realizes, okay, this is toxic and she don't want that type of life, and then she start evolving into something else, you
Mm.
know. But And then if she ends up with a young man who beats her or talk to a certain way, it's not going to be surprising to anybody.
Right.
You know? Yeah, yeah. He told her she was ugly. Yeah, I mean, he didn't. I don't know if he said you're ugly,
But
but
he
he has jokingly said they were ugly. He has.
but he yells it out and how he thinks about how black women look.
Hmm.
So if he's just saying that and he's putting that idea and that energy out there into the household every day at all types of hours of the day and at night,
That shit manifests.
they hearing that. And how
Mm-hmm.
and if that's their father, like how are they supposed to see themselves if he's letting them know that like, they know they're girls.
And that seeps into their subconscious. Like, damn, if my dad think I'm ugly, like what the fuck?
Well,
You
you
know?
look at any black woman is pretty, and what's sad is that like when you talk about his daughter Kendra, like she said like she other like darker skin, and she has dark skin, and she thinks that having darker skin is ugly, and darker
Ugly.
skin doesn't make you ugly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So she's already internalizing colorism and how she's being viewed, and she's like 12.
Yeah. Just turned 12, and her parents supposed to be there to help her know that, hey, you are valued, you are, smart, you are intelligent, you this, you that. And then she got bullied. I think she came in and said she got bullied the first day. And he said that good for her. The bully's gonna teach her. I'm like, Dad, you dad.
She don't have
You
no
you
place where she can be calm and be relaxed at. And that's the worst part about it because that's she's not gonna have anywhere. She's not gonna have a safe place in between school or at home. It's and she gonna get caught being in that in that mind state before she's even like 16 or 18 or an adult.
Yeah, and we're watching it in front of. I think that's why he got a lot of people over there watching too, right? To watch on behalf of the girls, to make sure that I've seen people send money so they can eat and make sure they had their school clothes. I know Front Porch Gardener ended up. No, I agree with you. She said he's her biggest bully. I agree. Um, they made sure that they had, so they could get their hair done and things like that. He was like they don't deserve to get their hair done. Um, he and he's supposed to make sure them girls look clean, hair done every day. That's their dignity. I don't think men don't. I don't know if men know, right? But that's a part of us as little girls, right? Our looks. And I'm not talking about just our looks on our skin tone, but I'm talking about we want to be little girls with pretty dresses, fake nails, the fake stuff. Get the you wanted to have the fake clay makeup, even though it wasn't real makeup. It's just play, right? Just even where it wasn't really getting on your face. It was just this thing with the mirror and all that stuff helps her become the feminine, you know,
It's
girly girl.
femininity.
Mhm.
Huh?
It's practicing femininity, and he
Yes.
has done that.
Now, see, I didn't have those things, y'all. So that's how I ended up being a tomboy. Remember, I said I was all my cousins and things were boys. I was the only girl, and I was out there playing football and shit with them. I didn't even want to play with no dogs and shit, right?
I was the
So then,
opposite. So I was 14, and my mom was complimenting me on my makeup and telling me my eyeliner looked sharp, and I did a good job.
yeah, and see, I still at 55 years old don't know nothing about no makeup, nothing, zero. And so, um, Front Porch said the girls have no safe place to go, and no, I'm not disagreeing. I don't like, and Child Protective Service don't care. He even says it. He say they know me, they see me, they don't care. You know, I'm not gonna do this and that and this. Um, because all they care about is long as they got shelter, they're not hungry, and they
And
have
they
on clothes.
decent environment.
Yeah, they don't care about that when it comes to little girls, black girls. I've seen them take away white kids
I
if the
really,
parents is cussing and shit, and or you teaching them to be racist, all kinds of shit. I've seen white people lose their kids, but black little girls and boys, they don't give a shit.
I really do hope that, for for them girls' sake, that he, whatever you show us online is one thing, but like, please change your fucking mindset at the end of the day, because the world is not gonna care about your children. That's the thing.
Right. But like some of them think it's only boys that got it hard. And my point is have always been, unless they saying that boys and girls don't live in the same household, then what they're saying is ridiculous, right?
Hmm.
They trying to make it seem like the single mothers treat the daughters so great and the sons got mistreated. And then some of them say, well, the boys got mammied, like, because the women say the boys got uh, mammied or coddled, and then the girls didn't. And I'm like, different parents did different things. If my mother was lousy parent, she was a lousy parent to all the motherfucking kids, right? If she was hooked on drugs, we all saw her dozing in and out and all this and that and that. Or the dad, if the dad wasn't there for the boy, he wasn't there for the daughter neither.
I think a lot of times, though, I think, and this is not every parent, but I think certain children have different experiences with their parent. I don't think their experience is the same across the board. Because if you ask my mom what her experience was like with my grandmother, it's going to be a whole different experience what it was like with my uncle, who's the baby. So I just think it just depends. Um, you know, I think it just depends on the
Yeah, some
situation.
people have favorites. Some
Say it
people have,
again.
I said some people have their favorite kid or their more preferred kid.
Yeah,
And
that's some crazy shit.
Yeah, it's a lot
Jesus,
of women that prefer they sons over their daughters.
That's crazy. Um, so I got two different sons. They different in everything they do. I love them both the same. I just know that one might need something that the other one don't. So I may give the one what he needs and the other. Like one might need more hugs, right? He's more like me, an introvert, right? And I forgot that because as they get older, I'm trying to treat them, even though we live in the same house, I want to treat them like adults. I don't want them to ever think I'm babying or anything, right? So I really stay. I tell you, I've been here for hours. I don't see them, right? Unless I see them on the cameras coming in and out. And then I forgot though, my oldest, he's like me, like he's an introvert, you know. He used to come and lay in the bed with me. I used to give him hugs, be like, "Mom, you need a hug," and he would come right to me and give me a hug. I haven't been doing that to him because I'm thinking he's a man. But then I realized, okay, he's watching me hug on Leaky, and I never say, "Hey, I need a hug from you." So I started doing that again because my husband had to remind me that my oldest is more the sympathetic. How you said? I don't know, not sympathetic. What's the word? He's more of an introvert. He's not out here treating women any kind of way. Like right now, he's 31 and he want to start a family. And I'm like, but the girl you was messing with was a hoe.
hoes
I'm
need
like, I'm
love
gonna
too
hook you up
for
with
her
Taylor.
shit.
Somebody going, huh?
Hoes need love too.
Yeah, but she don't want no love. And then she younger than him.
No.
She not ready for that. And I didn't call her a hoe for real, but I did say the girl you messing with, she's young. You know, she probably just turning 23,
Oh
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah, she young, so he at a spot where he want a relationship and she's at a spot where
She wants
cute,
some dick.
doing her thing. Yeah, she want dick. Well, she want money and dick because well,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say nothing about my son, but if she just want dick, then she was set straight. Okay, she was straight with her. Okay, okay, that's the one who I told you that when he was little boy, the grown ass woman was after.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in that department, yeah. But he the type like he need a woman like me. And I guess it's my fault, right? Because I'm a woman. If I somebody who gonna just be there and when he need direction, give him direction. He gonna take you direction. He gonna take you direction. He gonna make sure the family's straight. He gonna go to work just like his daddy. Just like his daddy. He gets up like it ain't. He wakes up before his daddy and be out the door, girl. My husband used to have to wake him up and shit. Now he be go outside.
Hey, Big
And he
J.
said, huh, but you see, Big J got me blocked, girl. He comes in my whole shit, blocking the shit out of me. I ain't seen Big J in 10 years now. Hey, Big J, if you there.
How you gonna have her blocked, Big J, but
Be in the
Girl,
chat.
for
be in
years.
the
Girl,
chat?
I haven't seen his name in a long time. I'm not even lying. And he might think I'm mad because I don't speak to him. I'm like, I can't speak I can't. Yeah, I ain't seen him, and I'm telling you, I know, and people think I'm joking. I'm gonna share screen, and y'all tell me because maybe, my eyesight has gotten worse. Well, baby, my eyesight ain't gone. Okay, my eyesight is
You
not.
ain't legally blind.
Girl, look, with age, everything kind of. Listen, y'all gonna get there, but take your time getting there. Where is Big J name at? Who he
Scroll all
after
the
in
way
the chat?
down.
Wait,
Big J still a
Oh,
mod.
damn.
How you a mod that got Big Bomb blocked Big J?
Big J, I'm block bomb. That is
but
so
y'all see
unnecessary.
him on my list?
Yeah, he in the chat.
He in the
No, I mean
chat.
on my list in here. Do y'all
Oh
see him?
no, I don't see him on your end.
That's right. That mean, and then he keeps saying, "I got a block." I said, he got me blocked. He had me blocked for months and months. Who he is not on my list, y'all, as y'all can see.
Nope.
I'm not joking. He is not there.
I mean, it's after Front Porch Gardeners.
Front porch garden. Look, after front porch garden on my list. But did I block somebody? Oh shit, I did. I didn't mean to. I'm touching my
Big J,
touch screen.
I'm block bomb. How you
Girl,
gonna be
when
in the
I
chat?
block. Wait, let
How
me
you
go
gonna be
check.
a mod and you got Bomb blocked?
That don't even make no sense.
Wait, y'all. I gotta. Oh, shit! I did. Man, I'm touching the screen. I didn't delete. Did I delete?
Big J, I'm block bomb. How you gonna be in the chat?
I didn't delete travel one, did I? I
I think
look
you
like I did.
accidentally deleted her comment, but you didn't like hide her.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, travel one. I deleted your comment by touchscreen, but
Big
she
J
said,
said,
"Hey, Letitia, they have a new word called ultravert. What is ultravert? What's
Oh,
that one?
I have no
Ultravert.
idea.
Girl, I'm gonna look it up."
somebody, I don't know.
And travel one said, "Travel does not believe that mothers do uh this preferred child in mass. What does happen is the father gets jealous of the mother-child bond. It can all be researched." Now that's true. Like, I hubby, he used to be like, let them get in their own bed. They don't need, I would be doing their feet in my bed because I did all their feet. I only do hubby feet now, but I used to do everybody. The kid, the boys, they had a different night where I would do their ears and feet, and then hubby. I don't think I did his feet back then. Remember, I told you I wouldn't touch his feet until that goddamn woman was doing his feet when we went. And she was over there touching on my other feet and shit, looking all petite over there, smiling in his motherfucking face. Girl, hey, listen, that Scorpio jealousy shit. Look, I'm jealous. That's why I play like I'm never jealous and I try blank it out.
No, I
That
feel
woman
that
was over
damn.
there doing his feet, touching it. But when I looked at her, she was smiling in his face. He was looking in the magazine. She looking up at him, smiling. I'm like, this bitch don't even speak English. What is she talking to my husband about? I was over there getting my nails done, looking. And then right after, he paid for his feet, my nails, and everything. I said, baby, was looking at her doing your feet. Let's go buy that stuff that she was doing your feet. I'm gonna do your feet from now on. And he went straight to what's the name of that place? Not
Bath
Bath
and
and
Body,
Body Works. Huh?
Bath and Body Work.
Bed Bath
There's a
and Beyond.
yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond. We went straight there and we got that. It's the thing where you grate cheese. I do that on his feet. Um, y'all know what I'm talking about. That's what she was using. She was using one of them cheese grater on his feet. And we got the nails, clippers, and things set. And we went directly from there, and he ain't been back since. I would have had to strangle that Yang Chung Ho, oh,
Mhm.
touching
That's
on my husband's
um,
feet.
um, Big J said he don't have you blocked.
I know he said that before, but y'all can see that I can't see him. I don't
Check
know.
again,
Maybe
Big J.
y'all see he got me blocked, okay? But he did say he didn't have me blocked, but we don't see his ass in the chat on under me. Look, he microplaying. Look, he know the name of it, everything. He tell you I'm not lying. Y'all, I be telling y'all the truth. We was at that place, and right after I said, babe, was that a cheese grater she used on your feet? I said, that's what it looked like. I said, okay, let's go get one of those. I could do your feet. And he ain't questioned me or nothing. We was directly there.
He
I
already
can
knew.
show up. Huh?
I said he already knew.
Girl, he already knew. I've been doing his feet ever since. Ain't nobody touched his feet since that day but me. Okay. And every once in a while I be like, babe, I try to keep it on schedule every 2 weeks or some shit like that. Sometimes we forget. And I said, babe, I'm gonna do your feet tonight or tomorrow night or some shit like that. Front porch said, oh my God, I hate that cheese grater on my feet. I'm too ticklish.
Tickle. Yeah, it does tickle. I be trying not to kick the lady in her face.
Girl, I be holding up his feet. People used to watch me on Facebook do his feet. There used to be thousands of people watching me do his feet. And they would watch me cook and all that. And watch me do his feet. Yeah. He called it a microplane. I called it a cheese grater, okay? I don't know what the difference between a microplane and cheese grater, but I know you grate cheese with it. That's why we bought it from Bed, Bath and Beyond.
Hmm
I'm a type B, nothing bothers me. They since closed, huh? They went out of man, COVID knocked out a lot of businesses, baby. Damn, they gone. They used
Yeah.
to have some good stuff there too. That was my first time ever going there to get that shit for his feet.
They
That
did.
shit was huh?
I said they do. They did have good stuff there.
Yeah. They had some things I never I was like, damn, I ain't never been here. Because you can't I guess you could find it at Walmart, but not the selection they had, you know. They had a wide range of
Like a home goods type of girl. Like you like to buy all that little curtains and frilly and decorations and everything to make your house super comfortable. That was the place to go.
yeah, sure
Mhm.
was. I didn't know until that day. Um he can never say I don't love him, man. The love I might not I don't say I love you much to him. He probably hear me say I love him more online, listening to me on here.
Mhm.
But I don't know why. Why y'all think that is? Why I'm not the type to say I love you.
Because y'all
I
understand
mean,
that
he
y'all both
knows you love him.
y'all been doing this for a minute. You probably
But
say it just like a look when you look at them.
yeah, he says it. He says it, but I'm not talkative. He's talkative. I'm not talkative. So
You
I
say it
try
in
to
other ways.
yeah, I want him to know that though, because I try I don't even tell my mom, my sister. And I do kind of do like love you, but it'd be like when we ended the call thing, it just come, I don't know. Because I haven't talked to my sister in 2 months now. And
Hmm.
then I'd be feeling bad that I ain't talked to her, so I'd be embarrassed to call her. Be like, damn, I ain't talked to her in 2 months. What is my excuse gonna be that I ain't talked to her? So then it prevents me from talking to her. But
I think
my
it's a
hubby keep
two-way
up with it
street.
though. Huh?
Two-way street. She could call you as well, Bone.
Right. But I think through the years, that's what they mad about. That they would call me. And I kept telling them I'm up all night. When I do call them, they sleep, right? They sleep when I'm ready to call and talk to people. And then, and so I tell everybody call me. And I wake up or I'm possibly not sleep anyway. And I remember when my mom, she said something to me about it. I said, okay, mom. I said, I call you, but you be either at work or you sleep. Don't act like I don't call you. And then I called my sister the other day. I was calling her and come to find out I was telling my phone to call my sister, right? And then I forgot my sister's phone number. She don't use that phone. She used my mom's phone. It's kind of weird too. Me telling Siri to call my mom. And my mom been gone for 5 years now, you know? So because my sister took over my mom's phone number. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel some sort of way. I don't want to use like my dad's number is still in there under his name. I know not to call it, right? Because I know he's not here. But his name's still
Mhm.
there. It feels weird for me to replace my mom's name with my sister's name. What
I
y'all
get
think about
that.
that? Am I being too huh?
You said, are you being too what, Bone?
Too too something? I don't know. Come up with a word. You ain't got to give it. Like I don't want to replace my mom's name with my sister's name.
No, I get that. I understand that. That would be hard for me as well. Like,
Yeah,
get another
so
number. Don't take over her.
yeah, that's what I was like. Why didn't she get another number? My my dad number is still in my phone with his name. I want my mom number to still be in my phone with her name, but my sister took over the number, so and I be forgetting, and I don't want to say, "Hey Siri, call mom." Like that's crazy. So I don't know. I gotta come up with a solution. When y'all think of a solution on how I should do that,
Why she don't change the number?
huh?
Why she ain't changed the number?
Oh no, she just took over the number and just said she was gonna keep mom's number. And I was like, okay, like I can't, I ain't, but now. that means I got to take my mom's name out the phone. I can't
Mm-mm.
get myself to do that. I don't think she thought it through.
Yeah, maybe she didn't think about it like that.
Yeah. Because I don't think she did it to harm anybody, hurt anybody, but
No.
affects me when I pick up the phone and I gotta tell Siri or go in there and hit my mom's number to call my sister. So yeah. And then it's hard for me to erase her name out of there. I
Yeah.
just can't do it. Maybe I come up with something, I guess. What can't give my mom another I can't take her out my phone. I cannot do that.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Maybe just bring it across her attention. Maybe,
Shit, it's too late. It's been 5 years. She had that number now.
yeah.
And I mentioned it to her, I'm like, it'd be hard for me to call because even when she called me, it says my mom's name up there. I'd be like, but I know it's my sister. It's just hard.
No, I
I
get
just
it.
so we'll figure it out, I guess. Um, yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, where hubby doing? Babe, you coming up to go sleep? I know you got to go to work in the morning. Okay. They never saw NyQuil. Hubby is the type who has running jokes. They last forever. How long hubby been saying that NyQuil joke? Ever since Leaky was born. Leaky
Mm-hmm.
is 6 years old. For those who don't know, hubby always was saying he putting the baby to sleep with NyQuil. Okay. We ain't never give Leaky no NyQuil, y'all. Unless he ain't never get no NyQuil. NyQuil is for adults.
Mhm.
We don't want people, people used to do that. Shit, they used to give us when I done had beer for sickness, whiskey for sickness, the flu. They used to give you whiskey, huh, babe? What they used to give you? And then that mineral, that clear ass, was it a mineral oil or something? What was it?
Mineral oil, probably. It make you go to the bathroom.
Yeah, they give me that. That nasty shit, you close your nose, even though I don't think it had a smell. It
Mm-mm.
was just cookies, like the way it went down, kind of thick.
Mm-hmm.
They would put Vicks on your chest. You'd be walking around smelling like a whole medical cabinet.
My granny used to make, my granny and my mom used to make me something called a hot toddy. And I didn't find out there was alcohol in it. Years later, they put E&J in that shit. And I was
Yeah,
wondering, I was like,
yeah.
this shit is fire.
That's
That was
that's
the original medicine ball.
yeah, that's the original NyQuil. NyQuil got alcohol in it. Hell yeah. They Cause they you sick and they'll put the
Hmm.
baby to sleep so its immune system can do its work while you're sleeping and
Mm.
you'll be less crying and whining and shit.
I would be
Oh
knocked the
hell yeah.
fuck out. I would be. I was like, did you just put some like? She's like, oh yeah, girl, we put E&J in there. I said E&J. I was like, I was 5 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Now you need to know all of that. You would have went to school like I have some ENJ.
I think E&J is a whiskey. I'm looking it up now. No, it's a brandy. It's a brandy, yeah. But
Yeah.
we had all that type of shit. Beer. So if you or your kids have pinworms, I think that's what they call. They like little worms that be in your butt itching, and they really itch at night when you go to sleep because they come to the surface. But that's due to food, and so they will give you beer. So I gave my kids beer when they had pinworms. I said, here, but I didn't tell them it was beer. I told them it was medicine. And beer tastes nasty, the first time you drink it and shit.
Yeah, beer is
That's why
nasty.
they don't, yeah, that's why they don't drink. Beer is nasty, yeah. So they always thought alcohol was medicine. And kids don't like medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't drink because of that. But then they start meeting these young women who bragging about drinking this and that. So one of them in there, he drank wine, because his girlfriend, my grandson mother used to drink wine every
I
once in a
love
while, whatever.
wine. That's my new drink. Be drinking hard liquor
Girl,
like that. I'll be sipping wine.
that's why you gotta make it. Remember, I showed you how to make it. You're gonna make some wine. You're gonna try different flavors, and you're gonna find one that you perfectly like.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna love it. You ain't gonna never want that shit out the store no more.
Mm-hmm.
Just get your bottle of juice, some sugar, a little yeast, and then sit it in the back and let it do its thing for a whole month and taste it. And I promise you, I'm telling you, my son fell in love with that wine before I can even get to it. Girl, he was drinking it. It wasn't even 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
My God, damn. I was so mad because I wanted to show y'all. Remember, I was videotaping. And I went down there to do the last installment. It was gone. It's like, boy, I didn't even put no flavor in it. I
That
turned
shit was
water into
fire.
wine. He drunk that shit with no flavor, girl.
He
He
was
was
like, this is
drunk as
good
fuck in
enough.
here. I told him that shit way stronger than that shit in the stove. He was drunk, and it wasn't drunk like he was acting drunk. He was
Mhm.
sick drunk. I said, boy, you
Oh,
know what
damn.
percentage that shit was? He said, no, what? He said, I don't know, enough to make you throw up and be asleep for 2 days.
Shit.
Because I never bought the
Shit.
equipment. You know, there's equipment where you could test the alcohol content. I never bought that. I just made what they call hillbilly wine, right? You don't need no equipment. And that shit's strong as hell. The equipment though would tell me what the percentage is, but it's way stronger than wine in a store. It would be kind of closer to a whiskey or something with the percentage of alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even I was gonna make it with a Kool-Aid. I think I had told you I was gonna make it a Kool-Aid flavor. I went down there and had the Kool-Aid and everything. And I said, where the wine at? I'm looking all over the kitchen.
He's like, it's gone.
And I go and tell him, I said, boy, where the wine? He said, you told me it was done. I said, I told you it was about done. I just had to mix it up. Yeah, he done drunk it all. It was gone. He was asleep for 2 days after that,
Shit.
though. Yeah, ain't that something? So I stopped making it because I'm like, he ain't buy me no juice. He still owe me some juice to replace. That's all you get is 100% juice, a little yeast, and some sugar. And but if you want to do it even better, you could get the fruit. Go to the farmer's market or somewhere where the fruit is about
Mm-hmm.
to go bad and ask them to sell it to you cheap. Shit, sometimes they'll give it to you if you go there late enough and turn that shit into wine. Now I haven't done it by fruit yet. So my dad used to do it by fruit. I did it by fruit juice. But I don't drink wine. If I drank wine, I would be making it all the time. But yeah, I don't drink wine. I'd be up here drunk on that medication. Like, I can't take them wine even if I wanted to. All that medicine I'm on, I'll be all fucked up. I'm gonna get me some marijuana. What they call it, THC. Or what's they
THC.
call them gummies?
The edibles.
No, the THC gummies or
Yeah,
edibles.
the
I'm scared of
edibles.
it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I guess that's what it's called. They used to sell it in Walmart though in Maryland. I didn't know that was. They like gummies, and it's like a medicine. They don't. I, I don't know. But I'm thinking about talking to my doctor about that. But I don't want to seem like I want to be a weed head. It's kind of scary to be talking about what I'm thinking about being on marijuana. But I am going to talk to her. I have an appointment tomorrow, and then I have an appointment with them Wednesday. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What you think? How should I do it? Should I say, hey, doc, what about that weed? Would that be better? What you
Yeah, just
think?
ask them. Yeah, ask them if if you were to do edibles, what would be the proper dosage or milligrams and things like that. Because there's higher milligrams than some.
Mm,
Mine's is a little bit of a higher dosage because I have a higher tolerance of it.
mm.
Um, but you can get a lower dosage just to, lower doses
Uh,
will get the job done.
And I ain't got to smoke, right? I just take like almost like I take a pill, but it'd be
Yeah,
like an edible.
it'll
Yeah,
be like not a pill, but it could be some chocolate, like a piece of chocolate. It could be a gummy, you
yeah.
know. And you don't have to
That's
take the whole thing. You could take like a half of it or a quarter of it.
girl, I be addicted to chocolate, and this bitch, I been ate that shit. Woke up at night. Look, I got Reese's on the side of my bed now. I done ate the Twix. Most of all, the me and Leaky ate the Twix. Hubby buy me chocolate once a month. I still be having them cravings at that time of the month, even though I don't have that time of the month no more, girl. It's like the weirdest thing.
All right.
Anyway, you got to work tomorrow?
I do. I do.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you go, y'all. Everybody, we had a great conversation. I've been on here
Yes.
8 hours. That's crazy. Okay. And I may be back tomorrow, but I don't want to lie. I do have an appointment tomorrow, but it is I can't remember what time. It's I think do I have to go in? No, I think I do it. What they call it?
The virtual appointment.
Virtual. Yeah, I think I have a virtual appointment tomorrow. You good there? But Jay. Oh yeah, you did give me that burger, girl. You brought me dinner. I forgot about it. I did eat it. Okay. Oh, I gotta go, y'all, because I got the sewing stuff that I never used on the bed. Okay. And he looking at me like I'm crazy. He's
All
like,
right,
get
Mom.
this.
You
Good
have a
night,
good
everybody.
night.
Good night.
Mhm.
Say goodbye then.
I did all one.
Night, Mr. Brown.
Good night.